Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 10 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto and Became the Adventurous Ninja with the Gamer System. Let the tale begin. Chapter 226, Dungeon Training. Jiraiya's Warning. Dungeon, Demon Island Battlefield. Daichi stepped through the doors and was met with a scene he did not expect. In front of him was the vast ocean with giant raging waves and strong winds blowing. Daichi took a few steps forward and looked back to the entrance. He was standing on a small rock formation in the middle of the sea. The dungeon gateway was sandwiched between two palm trees. The entire diameter of the rock formation wasn't larger than 4 or 5 meters. This is new! All the relevant titles became active, and as usual after entering a dungeon, Daichi turned off his gamer's mind. Just then the quest notifications appeared. Quest created, clear the dungeon. This dungeon is much larger than an ordinary one. There are many enemies and monsters lurking all around. Find and defeat all the creatures in this dungeon. Time limit, none. Rewards. New jutsu. New title upgrade. Rio 400,000. 20,000 EXP. Failure. Death. Accept, yes or no. Daichi immediately accepted the quest and thought about his next plan. I can't bulldoze through this dungeon like I did the previous ones. I need to train the Rasengan technique, and I also need to increase my stats. Specifically stamina and vitality. Cannon is getting closer and something is bound to go wrong. I need to capture a few dungeon enemies and keep them restrained. Just long enough for me to master the special jutsus. The boy closed his eyes and took a deep breath of air. Daichi's senses expanded and he could sense several creatures beneath the ocean surface. No point in wasting any more time. The gamer ninja jumped to the sea and ran forward. Less than a minute later he sensed the presence of a large life form coming for him from deep beneath the sea. The boy waited for just a moment before disappearing from his spot. The next second a giant mouth clamped shut where he stood. Daichi looked at the sea creature and his eyebrows raised. This is indeed new. It was a giant dark green sea serpent. It had green hair like mane similar to seaweed and a wide mouth lined with large jagged fangs. It had a long body with thick scales covering every inch. Daichi immediately used Observe skill on it. Serpent. Level 65. With health point and chakra point over 30,000. Scales are extremely hard and durable, so blades won't do it, have high agility and can use wind blades and water attacks. This thing is also resistant to fire but weak against lightning attacks. I can use that. But it says there is a limit. Daichi jumped to the side to avoid another attack from the large serpent. The sea serpent turned its head and looked at its prey in annoyance. The next moment it opened its mouth and Daichi could see water molecules quickly gathering. Without wasting a second he sent chakra to his limbs and quickly dodged a giant water blast. Daichi was several meters away and looked at the large sea creature. That thing has a ton of health and chakra points. If I can restrain it and activate my life return skill, then I'm sure I can improve my stamina and vitality points by a good number. Daichi calmly looked at the creature and smirked. He took a single step forward and then disappeared from the beast's line of sight. The next instant a powerful blow struck the side of Serpent's head, shifting its view. Before it could regain itself, several blows struck all over its body. Roar! The giant sea serpent angrily thrashed around and tried to escape underwater, but Daichi didn't give it a chance. Super speed plus Tsunade's super strength punch combo. Even you with your high-level defense won't be able to stand up to it. As the giant sea serpent was getting attacked from multiple directions, several clones were making their move. I need to distract this thing long enough for my clone to capture it. 4 shadow clones went through several seals in perfect unity. Water style water prison jutsu. The instant the last seal was made, the ocean water exploded upwards towards the serpent and completely submerged it inside. The real Daichi created several clones when he began the assault. He watched with a smile as his clones trapped the large creature in a giant water prison jutsu. I've gotten a lot stronger since I used this against Kakashi during the Genin test. My control over the water element has gotten so good that even a creature like you won't escape this prison. Another shadow clone walked up to the large water sphere and chakra strings extended from his fingertips. It connected with the large green sea serpent, and the next second the strings turned to lightning, paralyzing the creature. It roared in fury and tried to escape, but it was helpless and unable to defy its captor. The real Daichi came near the water prison and used the chakra threads to bring the beast's head near him. His clones were keeping a close eye on the beast in case it attempted anything. Skill Life Return activated. 10 seconds after Daichi made contact, the Life Return skill was activated and he began absorbing the stamina, health, and vitality of the creature. You have sense killing intent. Daichi could sense several other life forms appearing in his senses. But he wasn't worried. There were several other clones keeping an eye on the surrounding ocean, ready to intercept any enemy looking to attack him. Moments later, several new enemies appeared. Several of them were similar to Onizaki, but they were much stronger. Daichi's clones engaged in combat as the real one kept up his jutsu. +1 vitality. +234 health points. +234 stamina points. +1 stamina. +1 vitality. +1 stamina. Daichi mentally grinned, but at the same time he sighed. If my clones used this jutsu, they would only be able to absorb health points and chakra points. Not stats points. If I want stat points, then I need to do it myself. That's the downside of this. The sea serpent looked at the small human, but it was powerless as its energy disappeared. It was paralyzed due to the strong lightning current flowing through its body, and it was getting weaker and weaker as time went by. Daichi looked at the trapped prey, and his mind went through the battles and struggles he faced in the first dungeon he entered. Even with a higher level and a greater presence, this sea serpent didn't pose much of a threat. A combination of swift, strong attacks and a powerful restraining jutsu. I've come a long way from a kid who struggled against a few apes. With each passing second, the health and chakra of the sea beast kept dropping, and after about 4 minutes its health reached 0. +2000 EXP. +300 EXP. Enemies killed, 1 out of 199. So I got 7 vitality and 6 stamina points from this guy alone. This jutsu is definitely an OP one. Daichi looked around and saw most of the enemies subdued and others escaping. The boy killed the weaker ones and made sure to restrain the stronger enemies. Once the cooldown ends, I'll use this on you guys next. Daichi looked around and frowned. This island is called the Demon Island Battlefield. So there must be an island somewhere in this place. Need to find it. Creating a few clones, Daichi had them spread out in several directions. In less than 20 minutes he got the memories of a large island from one of his clones. Time to get myself on solid ground. Hokage Tower, private chamber. Hiruzen looked out at the midnight sky and let out a puff of smoke. As he waited, he sensed another presence entering the room. "You're late," the old Kage said, turning to look at his student. "Come on, sensei. I got here as fast as I could." The form of Jiraiya the Toad Sage became visible. "So have you made any new discoveries?" "Wow. Not even a hello, how have you been?" "Just straight to business." "I'm hurt, sensei," the Toad Sage said with a mock-hurt tone. Hiruzen sighed at his student's antics. "How have you been, Jiraiya?" The old man smiled and asked his student. "Well, since you asked. I'm looking for some new inspiration. My book is getting a movie adaptation." The Sannin replied with a grin. That news surprised Hiruzen. "Really? That is interesting information. Any word on who gets to play the lead female character?" At that, Jiraiya giggled shyly like a little schoolgirl. "I'm thinking of asking Tsunade to do it." Hiruzen deadpanned at that. Is he trying to get himself killed? You know there are easier ways to commit suicide, right, Jiraiya? "Come on, sensei. Who knows, she might take the part." "I sincerely doubt that. Now, on to matters that are a tad more important." At that, the Toad Sannin's face turned serious and Hiruzen mentally prepared himself for whatever bad news his student found out. Orochimaru has made contact with the Sand Village. The Hokage was silent, but his eyes slightly narrowed. His student continued. It was a few weeks ago. I traced his movements to Wind Country and then the hidden Sand Village. I have reason to believe he met with the Kazekage. But what they're planning is unknown at this point. Hiruzen let out a puff of smoke and turned to look at the night sky. We have a peace treaty with the Sand Village, but that's only on paper. If the last 3 wars are any indication, a promise made on a paper is worth no more than that paper itself. But Raza is also a cautious man. He won't do anything reckless. Do we have reason to believe that Sand could be hostile? This isn't known much to outside, but as I'm sure you've noticed, the Wind Daimyo has been sending a good portion of his missions our way, and that has put a financial struggle on the Sand Village. Coupled with the unearthing of the Phantom's treasure and the conditions the Sand Village has to oblige by, they are in serious financial trouble. If nothing is done to solve their money problems, they might try something drastic. Jiraiya replied. Hiruzen nodded his head at that. I noticed the situation with their daimyo. But I didn't say anything because we needed to recover after the Nine Tails attacks and the loss of the Uchiha clan. So I didn't turn away from his missions. But now if it puts a strain on our ally and could potentially turn them into our enemy, then I will have to rethink that matter. But then what about the mission loss? The Toad Sage asked. The Chunin exams are coming up again next month. I'm thinking of sending Daichi and having him put on an excellent performance for the mission boost. That reminds me, how are things in the Mist Village? Hiruzen turned to his student and asked. Jiraiya's face turned grim at that. Bad. Really bad. You can't send Daichi to the Mist Village. Not now. Hiruzen tilted his head. Why? There is a civil war going on over there. The Chunin exams are just a front to kill their enemies. I also have intel that several other villages are sending some powerful shinobi to the exam. Their goals are information on the Mist Village's situation and then Daichi. Their intention is probably to probe him and ascertain his strength. Hiruzen groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. I have already held him back once. And I have no doubt that Kakashi will nominate him again when I convene the Jonin Council next week. The Chunin exams after the Mist will be conducted here. Why not have Daichi participate then? That way if Orochimaru comes here we'll be able to trap him. If you send him now, there is no telling what might happen. Hiruzen sighed and nodded his head. Very well, I'll think it through. In the meantime, there is something I need you to do. It requires you to go into that sage transformation of yours. The Toad Sage grimaced at that. Come on, Sensei, you know I don't like using that form unless it's really necessary. This is an important matter, Jiraiya. I know your aversion to using the jutsu because of what it makes you look like, but this matter is of utmost importance. The sage of Mount Myaboku relented and agreed. Fine. But what is this about? Why do you need me to go into sage mode? You'll see. Hiruzen then led his student into another secret chamber hidden beneath the tower. Chapter 227, Rasengan Variants 1. Daichi and over 24 of his clones were on an island training and battling various enemies. It had been 2 days since he came to this dungeon and the gamer ninja had made great progress in improving his vitality and stamina stats. I absorbed the health and stamina of 11 enemies so far and killed the weaker ones that came my way. So far from this dungeon I already got 31 vitality and 26 stamina points. And having my health point and chakra point restored has helped me greatly. Daichi was training the new elemental Rasengans. So the boost provided by the life return skill was invaluable. The Genin and a small group of his clones were infusing wind chakra nature to the Rasengan, and after multiple attempts over a day he finally had a finished product. Sweat was dripping down his face and he was breathing slightly harder than normal, but there was a smile on Daichi's face. The Genin looked at the small white orb of energy with small blades surrounding it. The new jutsu was no larger than the palm of his hand. It emitted a small humming sound as it rotated wildly. Took me around 30 hours to complete this. Kakashi was right in the manga. You need a certain instinct and incredible skill to mix the chakra nature to the Rasengan and create a jutsu like this. For Naruto to create this jutsu, he isn't without talent. But unlike canon Naruto, I don't need 2 clones to help me create this. A shadow clone came near Daichi and inspected the jutsu. The chakra feels powerful and I can sense powerful vibrations in the air being created by this technique. And the sound emitting from this. I don't think we'll be able to take someone by surprise with this jutsu. How does it feel? Daichi looked at the spinning white orb of energy in his hand quietly. This jutsu is still in its compact form. The clone that used the complete version earlier with the shuriken blades was destroyed from the backlash. Based on the memories I received, there will be negative feedback from the jutsu. But that's only the case if we use the completed version. The wind-style Rasen Shuriken. This compact form on the other hand. There isn't damage to the user. At least not when I'm just holding it. Time to test it out. Daichi started with the wind-style Rasengan because it was the one he had seen and knew would be the easiest to create. Time to see the effects. I need to see what this attack does to a strong body. There were a few clones to the side that captured and restrained a few dungeon enemies just for such an occasion. Daichi looked at one such captured enemy and nodded to himself. The enemy was a half-fishman similar to Onizaki, but this one had hard shells to protect his internal organs. He has high-level defense and a powerful body with strong turtle-like shells covering his upper torso. He'll do nicely. Without wasting another second, Daichi rushed to the restrained ninja and slammed the small wind-style Rasengan to the dungeon creature's chest. Boom! A screeching sound was heard as the small wind-style Rasengan blasted him away. The jutsu slightly expanded and Daichi could see it ripping up chunks of its victim. The jutsu kept attacking for several seconds before fading away, and at that moment Daichi received a new notification. Skill Rasengan, wind style has leveled up. Plus 1000 EXP. Plus 150 EXP. Enemies killed, 22 out of 199. Daichi then opened his skill list and looked at the new jutsu. Rasengan, wind style active, LV.4. This jutsu was created by mixing wind chakra nature to the existing jutsu Rasengan. This technique is a powerful destructive jutsu that uses the wind as its weapon. There are several variations to this jutsu and the power and destructive capabilities can be altered. Note, using the fully formed variation of this jutsu can cause damage to the body, but a really strong physique or sage jutsu can negate this side effect. Effects: 2000 minimum damage points when striking the enemy. Deals an additional 2000% damage to the enemy after 2 seconds. Destroys internal organs, chakra coils and most chakra-based defense skills. Can expand and increase range according to the user's will. Chakra point cost, 3,330 minimum. Over 3,000 chakra points cost. This is the highest chakra point cost technique currently in my arsenal. But that might change by the time I have all 5 different Rasengans. At this moment several new notifications popped up in front of Daichi. The genin looked at the new notifications and a smile formed on his face. It seems my clones have been using the superior touch skill so much underwater that it finally maxed out. Daichi's clones have been battling a few enemies underwater and they had to use the touch sense skill to the extreme to keep an eye on all speed-based enemies. And the training finally paid off. Plus 1200 EXP. Plus 180 EXP. Enemies killed, 23 out of 199. Skill superior touch has leveled up. Congratulations. You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. 500 EXP. 75 EXP. Plus 3 cent stat. Skill superior touch has reached level 50. Evolving skill. Skill evolved into hypertactility. Hypertactility active passive, LV, max a skill obtained through evolving the skill superior touch. This skill is a LV max skill with various effects. The sense of touch of the user has increased beyond normal. The user can increase the range of this sense as he needs. But this has limitations. Note: negative side effects associated with having a more sensitive skin does not apply to the user. Gamer's mind will neutralize negative side effects of sensory overload. With training, more and more effects can be added onto this skill. Effects. The user can feel the most subtle disturbances in the air and discern the landscape and location of all things. The user is able to determine the location of the target with more accuracy. The range of this sense depends on the user. Chakra points cost depends on the user. This is a very useful skill. I can keep track of multiple enemies on a battlefield without using chakra senses and even be aware of attacks coming from my blind spot. At that moment, a new blue box appeared and the contents surprised Daichi. Note: all your senses have evolved. The new effect prediction is added to the skill Analyze. Analyze active, LV 14, a skill given when the user receives the title A Genius of the Continent. This skill allows the user to analyze a person's technique or fighting style and with enough understanding, perfectly copy or recreate it with modifications. Note: this skill has certain limitations. The user can only understand the skills the target is using. Stronger effects will be added at higher levels. Effects: 28% faster understanding of the target's technique when using the skill. Prediction: the user can predict with 8% accuracy of the target's next move seconds before the target makes them. This can also be applied to taijutsu and certain other techniques. Chakra points cost: none. Prediction: not bad at all. As my Analyze skill levels up, I'm sure that 8% will also increase. Letting out a deep breath of air, the gamer ninja prepared for the next elemental Rasengan. Time to create a fire Rasengan. It has been over 15 days since the gamer ninja entered the Demon Island dungeon. Daichi battled all sorts of enemies such as large sea creatures and half-fish and half-human hybrids. Several skills have leveled up and he got 2 level ups as well. But his main focus was creating the 4 different types of Rasengans. So far he was able to create 3. Before, I couldn't train in a dungeon like this because of my low chakra and strength. I couldn't make shadow clones that kept my enemies busy while I just focused on training. And I was afraid that if I spent too long in a dungeon and my body grew older, it would look suspicious to everyone else. But now, since I have a month leave, that's not an issue. After I complete this dungeon and return, I'll just have to leave the house before I get spotted by the old man. Plus 1350 EXP. Plus 202.5 EXP. Enemies killed, 118 out of 199. Daichi was currently battling a giant yellow crab-like creature with 9 legs. Its shell was tougher than anything he had seen so far in the dungeon. Dodging 2 water jets coming from its mouth, Daichi immediately rushed to its blind spot while a few clones attacked it with weaker jutsu and jinjutsu to keep it distracted. Just a few seconds. That's all I need. He began concentrating chakra to his palms and several seconds later a red flaming ball appeared atop Daichi's palm. Immediately the surrounding temperature began to soar and the clothes on Daichi's body began to catch on fire. Just as the wind-style jutsu creates a humming sound and vibrations in the air, the fire-style jutsu increases the temperature of the surroundings. Negative 87 health points. The flaming ball reminded Daichi of Escaner's cruel sun technique. I knew this would resemble something like that. As the creator of the jutsu, Daichi didn't suffer too much damage from the heat, but his health points still dropped by a small margin. The giant crab sensed the heat coming from Daichi's jutsu and turned its head. It looked at the small orange flaming ball resembling a miniature sun in Daichi's hand and immediately sensed the danger it posed. It tried to get away, but Daichi's shadow clones kept it in place while the real one rushed towards his enemy. Jumping up high, Daichi slammed the flaming sphere right on top of the crab's back. Fire style, Hellstar Rasengan. Just as the jutsu made contact, several shadow clones attached chakra threads to the real Daichi and pulled him away from the jutsu range. Fire style, Hellstar Rasengan active, LV.2. This jutsu was created by mixing fire chakra nature to the existing jutsu Rasengan. This technique is a powerful destructive jutsu that uses the fire as its weapon. There are several variations to this jutsu and the power and destructive capabilities can be altered. Note, using the fully formed variation of this jutsu can cause damage to the body, but a really strong physique or sage jutsu can negate this side effect. Effects: 2,300 minimum damage points when striking the enemy. Deals an additional 1,800% damage to the enemy after 2 seconds. Burns the target to ash and can destroy most chakra-based defense skills. Can expand and increase range according to the user's will. New fire jutsu can be created and used from the fire tornado created. Chakra points cost 3,500 minimum. The small fireball Rasengan expanded, and just after 3 seconds it exploded upwards into a red flaming tornado. It completely encompassed the creature as the flames spun in a vortex. Daichi looked at the effects of the jutsu and then to his right hand, which was being healed by a clone. 3rd degree and some 2nd degree burns. This jutsu is more dangerous than the wind variation. This jutsu reduces all things to ashes and its range expands. Plus 3,000 EXP. Plus 450 EXP. Enemies killed, 119 out of 199. Just then a ring of fire spread from the fire tornado in all directions, and Daichi and his clones had to create defense domes and take cover. Seconds later the fire tornado collapsed in on itself and disappeared. A charred husk with no flesh was the only thing left of the creature before it disappeared into ash a couple seconds later. But the true after effects of the jutsu were clear as Daichi looked at the sky. Dark clouds were quickly forming, and seconds later rain, lightning, and thunder dominated the sky. This jutsu can rapidly change the temperature and even create thunderclouds. If I can recreate Sasuke's Kirin attack, then I can use the fire-style Hellstar Rasengan as the precursor. But there's more. What would a combination of wind-style and fire-style Rasengans detonating together look like? I'll have to find out one of these days. At this time several battles were happening all around the dungeon. One of Daichi's shadow clones has been fighting several sea creatures atop the ocean waves. The shadow clone used body flicker and avoided several lethal strikes while creating a short distance between him and his enemies. I need to attack them and finish them all at once. At that moment a few shadow clones joined the battle and kept the dungeon ninjas busy while the clone decided to test another Rasengan variant. A dark brown Rasengan formed on Daichi's palm and dust particles slowly started to swirl around it. The jutsu looked like a round sphere with rocks covering the surface, and light could be seen coming from the cracks. Clone Daichi fell to one knee and used his left hand to support the right palm. Damn! This jutsu is so heavy. The weight of this Rasengan is unbelievable. I can't even effectively move with this jutsu active. The density of this technique. I knew when creating Earth Nature Rasengan that factor would come into play, but still. Feels like I'm holding over 5 tons of weight on my palm. Taking a deep breath of air, the Genin stood up. Carefully maintaining the jutsu, Daichi tensed his muscles and the next second took off towards the group of dungeon enemies. The other clones forced them to group together, and Daichi came in with the Earth-style Rasengan in just the right time. The gamer ninjas slammed the Earth Rasengan into the one standing in the middle and he disappeared the next second. The other clones immediately backed away, and the real Daichi also turned his head and looked in their direction. The person the jutsu struck and those that were near him immediately turned into stone due to the effects of the technique. But that was only the first stage of the Earth Rasengan. Just 2 seconds later a small explosion happened and a mountain started forming from the middle of the group of sea creatures, and it quickly expanded. The sea became turbulent and earth kept pouring out from the center of the Rasengan, and soon a small mountain formed in the middle of the ocean and it quickly began sinking. Large violent waves spread across all directions as the after effects of the jutsu ended. Plus 12670 EXP. Plus 1900.5 EXP. Enemies killed, 126 out of 199. You have leveled up. The real Daichi, who was standing on the island nearby, nodded his head in satisfaction. Earth-style Rasengan, Great Eruption. Use a few of these and I can effectively create a new island or reshape the landscape. All living creatures that come in contact with the jutsu get turned to stone almost instantly, and then during the second phase whoever remains will get crushed and buried in the mountain of earth that's created. If I had used this jutsu on land, there definitely would have been a mild earthquake. Just then another notification popped up. 25 stat points have been added to your chakra stat as per the natural growth of your body. This stat update will occur twice a year. Huh. That's good. So as my body naturally grows, the system will automatically send points to compensate for that. Good. I was right, it seems. That's another problem down. He created a shadow clone and quickly dispelled it, sending his new thoughts and ideas to the few clones training on the island. I need to create a Rasengan with a core and then outer shell. All the Rasengan up till now was just one dense ball of chakra. But Lightning Rasengan, it can't be the same as them. With the new ideas in mind, Daichi and his clones got to work, and after several hours of trial and error it was finally done. Daichi held a Rasengan in his palm with the lightning chakra nature added to it. The Rasengan had a small pure white chakra core no bigger than a few centimeters in diameter. Then came the outer shell. It was pure electricity. A round spherical-shaped electrical net with small lightning arcs zapping outwards. The spherical electrical net was as big as Daichi's palm and the pure white core was in the middle of it. There was nothing else to that jutsu. The hairs on the Genin's body stood straight. The gamer ninja looked at the energy ball he was holding and no words could come to his mind. None of the previous versions of the Rasengan could bring forth such a feeling from him. Daichi looked at the jutsu in his hand and marveled at it. I can feel the near limitless energy and power in this thing. I have no doubt that this jutsu is even more destructive than the others. My hand is feeling numb. But there is no other major damage. So that's good. Still, I don't want to test this myself. I'll have a clone do it. No need to accidentally kill myself. Wow. So that's what that looks like. Several clones came near Daichi and observed the jutsu. The real Daichi looked at the Rasengan as if he was committing it to memory forever, and a few seconds later he let go of the jutsu. The lightning-style Rasengan quickly disappeared into sparkling light particles. It feels like I'm the lightning god holding the reins of the sky in the palm of my hand. I have the perfect name for this jutsu. I just need to see the effects of the jutsu to see if that name is worthy. The Genin let out a deep breath of air and created a new clone and dispelled it. Only 6 shadow clones were near in training. Several others were moving through the dungeon in search of the remaining enemies. The shadow clones that were training were soon able to create the lightning Rasengan and stabilize it. After a few trial and error and with more clones, Daichi was able to create a version that wouldn't have his clones dispelled from just holding it. At that moment the boy sensed the presence of his other clones approaching from the ocean. They had 6 dungeon enemies captured and restrained with them. The clones found the final 6 dungeon creatures at the edge of the island. Daichi nodded to the clone who was holding the lightning Rasengan. He jumped back and got a good distance away from the action. This is far enough. The clone, seeing its creator back away, rushed towards the 6 captured enemies. It noted the lightning Rasengan's effects on the body. My speed is becoming several times faster than normal. It's as if I'm being forced to move faster. Must be one of the side effects. In a second the clone reached his target and plunged the lightning ball into the chest of the enemy. Unlike the other Rasengan, the effects and destruction of the lightning version was almost instantaneous. The second the jutsu came in contact with the enemy's body, the outer blue electric shell collapsed into the inner pure white energy, and in the next fraction of a second the lightning ball expanded to several meters and every living creature inside the lightning sphere was ripped apart and disintegrated. But that's not all. The next moment the large lightning ball changed shape into a huge pillar of lightning that reached the sky. Boom! The ear-shattering sound of thunder could be heard, and the giant lightning pillar disappeared just as it came. But the after effects of the jutsu were still not over. A powerful shockwave of air spread in all directions, and Daichi had to create a defense wall to protect himself. The sound of thunder lingered in the sky for several more seconds before dissipating. Several notifications popped up in front of Daichi, but he ignored all of them. His attention was on the Rasengan that just exploded. After everything returned to a calm state, Daichi poked his head out from behind the wall. His eyes were wide open and his jaws slightly dropped. Holy fuck! He couldn't help but let out a curse as he looked at the power of the jutsu. Daichi slowly walked up to the location where the attack took place, and there was a giant hole several meters wide. It went straight into earth for a great distance, and when Daichi looked up at the sky he sucked in a cold breath of air. There was a hole in the cloud directly above which was rapidly closing, but sunlight was shining down through it long enough for Daichi to see it. I created something that put a hole in heaven and earth. Ha 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 ha. Daichi collapsed back into the ground and laughed hysterically for several minutes. Tears came from the corner of his eyes, and after a few minutes he sucked in several large breaths of air and calmed himself. It really is worthy of the name. Lightning Style, Divine Rasengan. Lightning Style, Divine Rasengan active, LV.1. This jutsu was created by mixing lightning nature chakra nature to the existing jutsu Rasengan. This technique is a powerful destructive jutsu that uses the lightning and the charged particles as its weapon. There are several variations to this jutsu, and the power and destructive capabilities can be altered. Note: direct contact with the jutsu when it detonates will completely destroy the user's body regardless of the use of sage jutsu or the possession of a powerful physique. Effects: deals 5,000 minimum damage points when striking the enemy. Deals an additional 2,500% damage to the enemy in less than a second. Completely eradicates all targets within the electrical field. Jutsu automatically expands and increases range. Chakra point cost, 3,000 minimum. Despite the near godlike power of this jutsu, I can't directly use it. I can only have a clone use the technique. And even then, I shouldn't be anywhere near this thing when it goes off, and I have to make sure none of my allies are near it when it detonates. The destructive power of this jutsu is incredible. It completely ripped their bodies to nothing. That was actually kinda scary to watch. It's a good thing I have the gamer's mind, or I might have had nightmares. The few remaining clones came near their creator. That's one hell of jutsu. I don't think there are many enemies that can stand up to it. Even Orochimaru would be killed if he got struck by that. Yes. The power of that giant lightning pillar. I didn't think the jutsu would contain that much energy. One of the clones said. I don't think it was just the power of the Rasengan. The real Daichi said, and his clones looked at him. The gamer ninja began to explain. I think the jutsu sucked the negative charges from the ground and the positive charges from the atmosphere and brought it to the central point. All of this must have happened in the single instant after the lightning Rasengan expanded, but before the giant lightning pillar formation. Damn! This is one hell of a technique. Indeed. The clones dispelled themselves, and Daichi took a few moments to steady himself. The boy took a deep breath of air and then looked at the notifications piled up. Plus 8375 EXP. Plus 1256.2 EXP. Enemies killed, 199 out of 199. Quest clear the dungeon completed. Rewards. New jutsu, water style, Lotus Light Rupture. The Beast Slayer title has been upgraded to Species King. Title Species King. This title will increase all your stats by 30% when fighting non-humans. Daichi looked at the effects of the new jutsu and title and was satisfied. So a standard water-style jutsu that can be used to attack multiple enemies, and the title increases my stats from a 10% to a 30%. Huh. That's gonna come in handy. Rio 400,000. 20,000 EXP. 3,000 EXP. You have successfully defeated every enemy in this dungeon. You have been granted access to the return key. The gamer ninja let out a deep breath of air and looked at the return key in his inventory. Time to get the hell out of here. Chapter 229, Supernatural Stamina and New Skills. Kinsei's home. In a flash, Daichi returned to his bedroom. He had spent nearly a month in the dungeon training and battling various enemies. He looked at the clock on the wall. Only 7 seconds had passed. Daichi walked and stood in front of the full-length mirror in the corner of the room and looked at himself. Yup. My hair has gotten longer and I've grown over 2 inches. There is a small but significant difference in my muscle mass, and anyone would be able to tell that I've changed. This is one of the reasons I didn't want to spend so much time in the dungeon. If anyone who knows me takes a good look, then they'll know something's up. It's a good thing I have a month before I need to show my face to anyone. No. A month isn't needed. Just a couple weeks is enough. The genin let out a deep breath of air and stretched himself. Time to see my progress. Status. The next second the status window appeared in his view. Name, Daichi Hakama, the gamer. Class, genin ID 12559. Age, 12. Title, Capable Child, Explorer, Prodigy, Species King, Dungeon Warrior, Executioner, Assassin, Mighty Healer, Slug Sannin's Apprentice, Master of the Elements, a Genius of the Continent. Level, 59, 50,186.2 out of 89,650. Health points, 34428. Chakra points, 90480. Stamina points, 44795. Mana points, 13825. Primary stats. Strength 309. Vitality 451. Dexterity 251. Agility 314. Intelligence 233. Chakra 525. Wisdom 226. Special stats. Sense 151. Stamina 395. Indomitable 50. Charisma 69. Persistence 47. Dignity 18. Luck 20. Stat points 488. Rio 30997588. Neat! My vitality and stamina really got a boost just from that one trip alone. But that whole thing was tedious. Daichi thought about why his two stats had such an immense boost. Every 2 hours, the second Daichi's life return skill cooldown had ended, he would use it on the strongest enemy that was near him. Every day the skill would be used over 10 times for almost 20 days. And the results showed. With the two stats getting a near 300 points boost, Daichi was satisfied with the whole endeavor. The genin had his eyes on the SP, stamina points, and the stamina special stat. He remembered the skill upgrade and notifications he got when stamina reached 300. Stamina stat has reached 300. Revising stamina points formula and recalculating stamina points. Skill enhanced stamina has evolved to supernatural stamina. Supernatural stamina passive, LV, max a passive skill given to the player when the stamina stat has reached 300. This skill increases the user's stamina points and speeds up the user's stamina recovery by 5 times, removed all previous limitations. This skill gives the user the ability to suppress or block pain and battle with full function. This skill also allows the user to suppress hunger for long periods of time and allows them to think clearly and move without any hindrance. There are certain limitations. Enhanced stamina is a skill that's obtained and maxed. Letting out a deep breath of air, Daichi went to pack his bag and quietly left his home. His destination. Training Ground 3. There is still one more Rasengan variation that I need to complete, and there are several other things I need to learn as well. This 1 month I got from the Hokage is the perfect opportunity. I'll also need to complete the Academy dungeon as well. I've been neglecting a serious ability of mine, and it's time I put that to use. Before long, Daichi reached his training ground and began the next stage of his training. 1 week later, Academy dungeon. Clang clang. Sparks were flying in the air as weapons from multiple enemies were sent flying at Daichi, but all of them were deflected by the boy's own numerous shuriken. The gamer genin had spent 6 days improving the strength of his water ninjutsu, and on the 7th day he decided to use the Academy dungeon ground to improve his skills and even create some new ones. The genin had been battling for over 20 hours non-stop in the dungeon. Daichi had sweat dripping down his face and was breathing harder, but he had a wide grin as looked at the multiple enemies surrounding him. 8 Chunin dungeon ninjas surrounded the boy, but Daichi wasn't worried. He grinned and spoke. "Now you see me, now you don't." The next second he vanished from their sight like a disappearing mirage. The dungeon ninjas looked around but couldn't find their enemy. But one dungeon ninja made a seal, closed his eyes and looked as if he was concentrating. The next second he opened his eyes and threw several shurikens in a certain direction. The shuriken struck the wall of a building, but the particular dungeon ninja rushed towards an empty area and soon began engaging in combat with an invisible enemy. Daichi, who was invisible to the naked eye, was slightly impressed that he was found out. He saw the other enemies rushing over and quickly finished off the enemy in front of him and jumped to a safe distance. This is why field testing new skills is always an excellent idea. Daichi entered the academy dungeon mainly to sharpen his current skills and to create new defensive and evasive abilities. During the last 20 hours he was able to successfully create several new skills based on his mana energy. A power that he had not been fully utilizing till now. I didn't have the necessary mana pool needed to create the skills I've wanted until now. Daichi opened the skill list and his eyes were on the first new skill created since entering the academy dungeon. Mana Cloak active, LV.1. The skill allows the user to cover their body partially completely in a layer of mana energy and use it to manipulate the light spectrum. The user can render themselves unseen by most eyes and become invisible in the visible spectrum. The scent of the user is also masked. Since mana is the energy being used for this skill, the Byakugan nor the Sharingan can detect the user. But the Rene Sharingan can detect the flow of unnatural energy and thus will be able to see through the ability. Mana points cost, 100 mana points per 10 minutes. 20 mana points for each additional minute. Mana is best suited for using stealth skills since there aren't many people that know or can even use mana abilities. If I use chakra and create a jutsu to make myself invisible, then I'll be sensed by the Sharingan and others much more easily. The mana cloak blocks my scent and renders me invisible from other sights, but it seems a sensor ninja can still find me. So that's a downside. Sensor ninjas are rare, but those that have that ability are among the most troublesome ones. To maximize the effects of this skill, I need to use it in tandem with the stealth skill. Daichi moved through the remaining 7 enemies that were near him and he began his counter-attack. The dungeon ninjas sensed their comrades being attacked but couldn't find the enemy. They launched several ninjutsu to their surroundings to flush out the enemy. One ninja used a wind-style jutsu to kick up the dust and the enemies were able to see an invisible silhouette moving through the dust-filled area. These guys are a lot smarter than the enemies I've gone up against in the other dungeon. But I suppose that's natural. Those guys were just mindless beasts compared to these guys who can use multiple strategies. But before the academy dungeon enemies could capitalize on their chance, several wind-style breakthroughs were launched by Daichi at his foes. He took a dagger and quickly finished off his opponents in less than a minute. Plus 6,000 EXP. Plus 900 EXP. Enemies killed, 700 out of 1125. Skill Death Blow has leveled up. Skill Danger Sense has leveled up. Skill Mana Manipulation has leveled up. You have leveled up. Finally! Level 60. I have 4 more hours before I need to exit the dungeon. My mana is running low. Daichi opened the skill list and checked out the other mana skills he created during his time here. Mana Shield, semi-active, LV.1. An active skill primarily used as defense in battle. This skill creates a semi-spherical shield in front of the user that can block physical attacks. Only those with high sensitivity to mana can see the mana shield, so the shield produced is also an invisibility shield. Can only create 1 shield at the current level. Effects. Creates 1 shield in front of the user that can take up to 1,000 damage points. Mana points cost, 100 mana points to activate shield and maintain for 2 minutes. 50 mana points will be used to maintain the shield for each additional minute. Based on my analysis and the battle data collected, this shield can tank up to 5 or 6 C rank level ninjutsu and 2 or maybe 3 B rank ninjutsu and just a single A rank level jutsu. And it's still only level 1. And this is a semi-protective shield. I need to create a full body shield next time. Daichi let go of the Mana Cloak skill and used another one he created. This one was much more versatile, but the mana cost was equally higher than the other skill. Mana Body Armor Active, LV.1. This is an active skill best used in defensive style in battle. This skill creates a layer of mana energy atop the skin and clothes of the user and hardens it, forming an invisible armor. This armor can also be used to hide the scent and chakra of the user. Mana points cost, 160 mana points to activate and maintain for 2 minutes. Additional 80 mana points will be used each minute. Effects: can negate a certain portion of the incoming damage of the physical attacks. Can block all sense of the user from being sensed by others. Does not adversely affect the user. Can block the chakra of the user from being sensed by others. Does not adversely affect the user. Negate the effects of chakra drain techniques of enemy ninjas. The properties of this armor can be changed while in use. Can mimic the mana cloak ability and turn the user invisible. To activate this ability, an additional 50 mana points will be required. Daichi stealthily moved through the dungeon with the mana armor skill activated. His stealth skill was also active, and thus no dungeon ninja could sense the gamer ninja's presence. With this, my combat abilities will have a boost and I won't take much damage. If any enemy tries to take my chakra, I can activate this skill and block the drain effect. I'll need to extensively test this skill as well, but I don't have much mana left. Daichi cut down each enemy he came across, and various skills that haven't leveled up in a while got a boost. Due to being in stealth mode, the title Assassin was activated and the deadly skill Fated to Perish activated multiple times, allowing Daichi to kill his enemies in one strike each. Skill Stealth has leveled up. Skill Vital Strike has leveled up. Skill Killing Intent has leveled up. Plus 875 EXP. Plus 131.2 EXP. Enemies killed, 709 out of 1125. The gamer ninja let go of the body armor skill and looked at the final skill he created in the dungeon. Mind Drain Active, LV.1. This is an active skill that can only be used on other intelligent creatures on the same level as humans. This skill allows the user to absorb the mana energy from other intelligent creatures and increase one's own mana reserve. This skill can be used to permanently increase the wisdom and intelligence stats. The user must have physical contact with the target's head for 5 seconds for the skill to activate. Certain knowledge possessed by the target can be gained during the use of this skill. Mana points cost, 25 mana points per activation. Time to replenish my reserves. I need to see if I can activate this skill in tandem with life return. Daichi had observed various people from ordinary civilians to various ranked ninjas before entering the dungeon. Civilians have at most 40 or 50 mana points reserves. The mana an average Chunin level ninja would have is around 250, and for Jonin that number increased to 500 or 600. But the Yamanaka clan ninjas have higher than usual mana points reserves. But it seems none of them can use or are even aware of this energy. A good thing for me, I guess. The boy moved around the dungeon and targeted an enemy that was alone. Daichi attacked and quickly disabled and immobilized him. He placed his hands on the enemy's head, and 5 seconds later the Mind Drain skill was activated. Skill Mind Drain is activated. 5 more seconds later another notification popped up. Skill Life Return is activated. Yes! I can use the 2 skills at the same time and there isn't any conflict. Damn! I should have created the Mind Drain before going into the other dungeon. Oh well. Hindsight is 20/20, I guess. Plus 1 Vitality. Plus 250 health points. Plus 1 Intelligence. Plus 270 mana points. Plus 1 Stamina. Plus 300 Stamina points. Plus 720 EXP. Plus 108 EXP. Enemies killed, 710 out of 1125. Skill Mind Drain has leveled up. Okay. That's enough for today. It seems my mental fatigue accumulates faster when I use mana skills. This problem should be solved with higher stats in INT and WIS. Daichi activated the mana armor one more time and quickly exited the dungeon. I finally have a way to move around the village and avoid detection. I don't need Adamagai's cloak anymore for this. Daichi quietly exited the academy and made his way to the training ground where he had created a clone that was meditating. Since I'm only gone for less than 4 hours, the chances of the clone getting into trouble and popping are slim. Still, I should be careful. Daichi thought about the reasons why he created the 4 mana techniques. The Plunderer skill activated multiple times, but all I got is weak level ninjutsu and no hidden jutsu. If I'm going to raid Orochimaru's base, then I'll need to increase my stealth abilities to a whole new degree. I need to prepare as much as I can before I make my move. I only got 1 shot and I need to make it count. Daichi reached the training ground and used the Mana Scout skill to see if anyone was watching. Sensing nobody nearby, Daichi made his way to the clone and lightly tapped him on the shoulder in a certain pattern. The clone got up as if there was nothing out of the ordinary and made his way to the river running through the training ground. Daichi followed after his shadow clone and the two disappeared into the water. The clone will go into the river and disperse once it reaches the bottom, and I'll emerge from the water in his place. There is no such thing as being overly cautious. Especially in this world. The real Daichi emerged from the river and quickly got himself dried up. I should take a nap. Need to rest and recharge. Hokage Tower. I'm sorry, Kakashi. I will have to reject your nomination this time as well. Hiruzen said with a sigh. Kakashi slightly narrowed his eyes, but he didn't speak anymore. There were small murmurs from the other Jonins as well, but nobody questioned the Kage's decision. All of you except Kakashi, dismissed. Hiruzen spoke and all the Jonins assembled left the room save for the copycat ninja. What's wrong, Lord Hokage? Kakashi asked. I have new information from Jiraiya that stops me from sending Daichi to the Mist Village. There is a brutal civil war going on in that village, and based on the information Jiraiya found out, their internal struggle is in a critical state. The rebellion is led by a powerful kunoichi by the name Mei Terumi. She is a powerful ninja and has several strong forces backing her. Kakashi's eyes widened at that new information. What about the Mizukage? His bloodthirsty reign has caused some friction amongst his people, and based on what Jiraiya found out, his power is waning. This Chunin exam is a way for him to show the world that the Mist Village is still under his control, but that may not be the case for long. I don't want to send one of our most promising ninjas into the middle of such a chaotic situation. Especially since the next Chunin exam will be held here. Hiruzen replied, letting out a puff of smoke. The Jonin nodded his head to that reasoning. I see. So that's the case. What about Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki? Hiruzen was silent for a moment and then answered. Young Sasuke hasn't awakened the Sharingan, and Naruto is nowhere near capable in using the power of the tailed beast inside him. So for the moment those two are no different from most other Jonins. I will have Tenzo be their instructor. He is the best suited for them till you are free of your current ward. Once you nominate Daichi for the Chunin exam, I'll have you take over as the Jonin for their team. I have no doubt that Daichi would only need 1 chance to pass the Chunin exam, and you'll be free to take on Sasuke, Naruto, and the 3rd member under you. The copycat Jonin nodded and agreed with that plan. Sir, there is something I wanted to ask. What is it? Is there any team from our village participating in the Mist exam? Hiruzen closed his eyes and sighed hearing that question. A few moments later he looked at the Jonin and silently nodded his head. There are 3 Genin ranked ninjas participating in the Chunin exams in the coming week. One of the Genins is Kabuto Yakushi. Kakashi sighed hearing that name. So he's going to this one as well, huh? Must be to make contact with Orochimaru and gain intel on the other villages and shinobi. You approved his request, Lord Hokage? Kakashi asked his leader. Yes. I'm curious to see how long he thinks he can play this charade. The more information he has, the more information I'll be able to extract from him when the time comes. So for the moment he'll move as he does. The Hokage replied calmly, but he had a dangerous glint in his eyes. Understood, Lord Hokage. Kakashi bowed and disappeared while Hiruzen got up from his seat and headed home. Chapter 230, Blooming Flood. Daichi and his clones were in training ground 3 working hard on the final variation of the Rasengan. It had been 3 weeks since the boy had begun his training there. Since the jutsu had the potential to be on the higher end of destructive nature, Daichi and his clones moved inwards into the training grounds. Daichi and his shadow clones were close to completing the water version of the Rasengan, and after hours of grueling work they finally did it. A clone held a small fast swirling orb of water in his palm. There was a small mist surrounding the jutsu and the clone. The sound of ocean waves could be heard all around. The water Rasengan was a pure blue sphere of energy with fast rotating currents. Due to the mist surrounding the jutsu and the user, a small rainbow mirage could be seen around Daichi's palm. "How is it?" Daichi asked his clone. "It's heavy like with Earth Nature Rasengan, but not to such a huge degree. The rotation and power of the water current in the orb is beyond what I expected. It's moving at such high speeds that it seems to be still." The real Daichi nodded. "All right. Time to test it out." At that moment another shadow clone stood several meters away from them, and the clone holding the water Rasengan got ready and rushed towards him. The first holding his position used Earth Chakra to increase the strength of his defense and waited. Moments later the other clone was in front of his target and slammed the water Rasengan into the test clone. The second the water-style Rasengan made contact with the enemy, it expanded to several meters in a spherical vortex of fast-moving water currents that completely captured the enemy. The real Daichi looked on as his clone was completely trapped and immobilized inside the huge water sphere. The next moment he saw the flesh and clothes being torn off his clone before it vanished, giving him its memories. The fast lethal spinning spherical-shaped water jutsu bulged and looked as if it was about to explode. And the next second it did. Hundreds of gallons of water poured out from the sphere in all directions. The force of the water current ripped apart and destroyed the ground, trees and boulders in its path. It was as if a small dam had burst and the stored water was rushing forward, wiping out everything in its path. Daichi and his few remaining clones jumped high in the air and landed on the surging current of waves. They steadied themselves and observed the after effects of the jutsu. At that moment another person joined them. Daichi turned towards the newcomer and raised an eyebrow. "When did you get here, sensei?" "A few seconds ago. Just in time to see you test out your new technique," Kakashi nonchalantly replied as he looked around. The water-style Rasengan kept creating more waves of water for several more seconds before disappearing. The entire training ground was underwater, with everything near them swept away by the force of the current. Kakashi looked around and let out a small breath of air. "It's as if a flood rampaged through here. The power of that jutsu is incredible. So this is what a change in chakra nature combined with the Rasengan looks like." Reputation increases with Kakashi Hatake. His attention turned to Daichi, and the Jonin was silent for several seconds before he spoke. "You said you had an idea as to what the finished version of the water-style Rasengan would look like. Is this what you expected?" Daichi nodded his head. "I knew that adding water nature to the jutsu would create something like this. But still..." Daichi looked around and sighed. "I didn't think it would be so strong." "You used it on your shadow clone. What did it feel when the jutsu made contact with it?" Kakashi asked. Daichi was as silent as he recalled the memories of the clone. "The moment the jutsu made an impact on me, it expanded in an instant, completely trapping me. It was like the water prison jutsu, but on a whole different level. I couldn't move no matter how much chakra I used, and it didn't matter for long. The sphere of water had fast currents. They were moving at speeds far beyond what the normal eye could catch." Kakashi was silent as his student described the effects of the new jutsu. Daichi looked down at his arms and spoke. "Then I felt it. The water inside the sphere started shredding me. It was as if my skin and flesh were being peeled off my bones. My clone vanished the next second." The genin was silent and then looked at his sensei. "I'm pretty sure that if this Rasengan is used on another person, by the time this jutsu is done, only a clean skeleton of the target would be left behind. And that's if the bones aren't crushed and swept away by the torrents of water created afterwards. This is a pretty destructive jutsu that can change the battlefield." Kakashi looked around and he agreed with his student's assessment. Such a powerful jutsu. There is no doubt that Daichi just created an S-rank technique. And in just 3 weeks. Incredible. For Daichi, several new system notifications appeared at that moment. Skill water extraction technique has leveled up. Congratulations. You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. 500 EXP. 75 EXP. Skill water affinity has leveled up. Congratulations. You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. 500 EXP. 75 EXP. Looks like my water affinity skill has maxed out. But I haven't completed training the third step of change in chakra nature. But it seems the system has deemed that my water affinity skill is at its highest degree. After thinking about it for a few moments, Daichi had a theory. It seems I only needed to complete part of the third step of change in chakra nature and create a jutsu that combines water chakra and something extremely difficult like the Rasengan for my affinity to reach its highest point. It must be why I only got one level up in other affinity skills when I completed the other Rasengans. I haven't started training in the third step. Water affinity, active or passive, LV, max water release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Dog Hand Seal. Once this skill crosses level 85, the user can manipulate even the molecular structure of water to create ice or steam. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities which have also crossed level 90. Effects: 200% power increase in water attack jutsu. 200% defense increase in water defense jutsu. 99.9% increase in success when creating water-style jutsu. 65% decrease in chakra cost when using water-style jutsu. My water affinity may have maxed out, but there is still room for improvement. With the water extraction technique, I've learned to create water from the atmosphere and the nearby plants, and I've learned to do it quickly. Now I need to learn to increase the power and volume of the water I need to use in my jutsu. With that, the third step will be completed. What are you thinking of, Daichi? Kakashi's voice snapped the genin out of his thoughts. Daichi was silent and then decided as a question of his own. It's the second week of December. The Chunin exams have probably started and I'm still here. Did you not nominate me, or is there something else going on? Daichi asked his teacher. Kakashi rubbed his hair and sighed hearing that question. Lord Hokage didn't exactly say to keep this information a secret from him. A few moments later, Kakashi decided to be honest with the genin. I did nominate you for the Chunin exam. But due to several important reasons your nomination was rejected. Daichi tilted his head and looked at the silver-haired jonin, confused. And they are. The current Chunin exam is taking place in the Hidden Mist Village. There is a civil war going on over there, and Lord Hokage has decided that it would be best if you wait for 6 more months. Daichi's eyes slightly widened after hearing that information. Right. Mist Civil War. That's happening right now, huh? Is Mei still leading the rebellion, or has there been a butterfly effect? I need to know more. This is the best chance to get more information out of him. Sensei, can you tell me more about the civil war happening in the Mist Village? If such a thing is happening, then won't the other villages take advantage of the situation? There is potential for this whole thing to get out of hand and become a headache for all the great nations. Daichi looked at his sensei and spoke. Kakashi sighed and replied. You don't need to worry about it, Daichi. Their conflict won't affect us too much. And the chances of other villages getting involved is slim. For one thing, the resources of the Mist Village aren't that abundant. And to battle them on their own turf is much harder than you think. Right now I believe the other Kages are taking a wait-and-see approach to the whole thing regarding their village. What about the ones fighting the Mizukage? Who is the leader of the rebellion? Based on what Lord Hokage told me, the one leading the rebellion is someone named Mei Terumi. A power kunoichi with dual Kekkei Jinkai. Daichi nodded and Kakashi didn't elaborate further. Daichi thought about the situation and he was glad that his actions hadn't caused any ripples in the Mist Village. So Mei is leading the rebellion, huh? It seems my influence hasn't fucked up canon on their side. That's good. Maybe it's best that I wasn't nominated for the exam this time. I'll be more than prepared for when the next one comes. So what are you going to name your jutsu? Kakashi asked his student. At that Daichi just smirked and replied. Water style, blooming flood. Not a bad name. Daichi opened the skill list and looked at the details of the new jutsu. Water style, blooming flood active, LV.1. This jutsu was created by mixing water chakra nature to the existing jutsu Raisengan. This technique is a powerful destructive jutsu that uses fast water currents as its weapon. There are several variations to this jutsu and the power and destructive capabilities can be altered. Note, using the fully formed variation of this jutsu can cause damage to the body, but a really strong physique or sage jutsu can negate this side effect. Effects: 500 minimum damage points when striking and trapping the enemy in a water prison. Deals an additional 10,000% damage to the enemies trapped in the water prison after 2 seconds. Destroys internal organs, flesh, muscles, chakra coils of the body. Can expand and increase range according to the user's will. Chakra points cost 2,600 minimum. So it won't do much damage for the first couple of seconds, but after that there is massive damage dealt. As long as it gets the job done, I won't complain. Now that I have all the variations of the Rasengan ready, it's time to try that. Daichi looked at his teacher, who took his book out and was about to walk away. Hey Kakashi-sensei. There is one more thing that I want to try. And I'm going to need your help with it. What did you have in mind? Daichi had a wide grin as he replied to the question. Ice Jutsu. Chapter 231, Interlude, Orochimaru's Plans. Hidden Mist Village. A 3-man team from the Hidden Leaf Village was hiding behind a bush, and the thick mist surrounding the area helped them stay unnoticed. It seems this is as far as we're going to get in the exams here. Kabuto spoke as he took several deep breaths of air and looked at his teammates. You know I'm not complaining. The faster we get out of this wretched village, the better. This whole place gives me the creeps. A ninja with his face mostly covered spoke. He wore his forehead protector like a bandana and had a similar purple attire to that of his teammates. Oh, come on, Masumi. You're not seriously scared of these mist ninjas, are you? Asked the third member of the team. Scared? No. Wary? Yes. Some of these guys are killing anyone that they find. Friend or foe. So I don't want to stick around here any longer than I absolutely have to. And besides, you've already collected enough data on several ninjas here, haven't you, Kabuto? The ninja identified as Masumi asked his teammate. Yes. You're right. I've collected and stored all the necessary info. Our mission here is completed. Let's get to the safe zone. We no longer need to continue with the exams. Kabuto made the decision and all three made their way to the designated safe zone. The trio declared their forfeiture to the Mist Jonins and made their way to their inn. Once they entered the room, Kabuto spoke. You two stay here. I'll be back soon. With those words, Kabuto Yakushi vanished in a puff of smoke. Mist Village secret location. Here is all the information you wanted on the teams participating, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto handed a small card to his master and took a couple steps back. Orochimaru chuckled as he looked at his subordinate. Kukuku. Excellent work, Kabuto. I'll be sure to go through this and see if there aren't any promising talents. Tell me, how are you new teammates? Yoroi Akato and Masumi Tsurugi. They both have some level of skill, but they're average. They're arrogant but don't have much skills to back it up. If anyone takes a look at them, all they'll see are two genin with a bit of an overinflated ego. Nothing else about them stands out. But I suppose that's by design. If you had assigned anyone more capable, it might have drawn attention towards myself. Kabuto gave an assessment of his two new teammates. When the time comes, they will help you. I'm sure you can put their limited abilities to good use. Kukuku. Of course, my lord. Kabuto slightly bowed and replied. I heard that you met with my former partner and did a job for him several months ago. Tell me, what did he want? You heard about that? Kabuto Yakushi was surprised. He sighed and shook his head. Of course you did. You have spies all over the land. Yes. It's true. Your former Akatsuki partner Sasori did make contact. There were a few things he wanted from me. Oh! He wouldn't have called you unless it was important. Orochimaru was curious as to what his former partner in crime and his organization was planning. Sasori called me to the fire capital. He mainly wanted two things from me. The first was the analysis of your immortality jutsu. Orochimaru crossed his arms and leaned on the tree as he listened. And what did my dear partner want to know? Everything. From the specifics of your jutsu to what the effects would be on the vessels you already used them on. Lord Sasori wanted me to analyze the cells of the vessels you've already used and document the effects the jutsu had on them. Kukukuku. How predictable. The former Sannin of the Leaf Village couldn't help but laugh hearing Sasori's demand. Seeing Kabuto's puzzled face, Orochimaru explained. I'm not the only one looking to become immortal. Sasori also has a fascination with eternal life and he turned himself into a puppet to achieve that goal. Not many people know that secret, but I found out during my time in that organization. So it's no surprise that he would be interested in my immortality jutsu. What should I tell him, my lord? Kukuku. What else, Kabuto? The truth, of course. Kabuto Yakushi smirked upon hearing that response. Of course, Lord Orochimaru. I tried to analyze the cells of your discarded vessels, but I couldn't get past your protection jutsu. What was the other thing my former partner wanted from you? Orochimaru asked. Blood samples. The blood samples of the nephew of the third minister and his wife. I believe Sasori wanted to create a custom poison for them. Kabuto replied. Fascinating. Sasori wouldn't interfere with the Fire Capital's royal court members unless it was on orders from the leader. I wonder what they wanted. Unknown. But I have a hypothesis. Orochimaru was silent and motioned for the gray-haired spy to speak his mind. I believe the Akatsuki was planning to create friction between the Fire Daimyo and Earth Daimyo and use the chaos to their advantage. If I'm right, then they would have also used the situation to create an internal power struggle in the Fire Capital Royal Court and use it to their advantage. But how they would accomplish such a thing? I'm not sure. Kabuto gave his theory. Orochimaru gave a small laugh at that. Zetsu would be used for such an occasion. He is an expert in intelligence gathering, frame-up and subterfuge. But I haven't heard anything drastic happening in the Fire Capital. So I'm assuming the plan failed. Yes. The Genin Daichi Hakama happened. The minister requested for the boy's help and he was able to save the nephew from Sasori's poison. The snake Sannin raised an eyebrow at that. Really? He can already counter poisons created by Sasori? Kukuku. Orochimaru's grin widened and his tongue extended as he licked his lips. I'm quite excited to meet him. Kabuto was keenly observing his master throughout the conversation, and it's why he knew that despite his master laughing, Orochimaru seemed irritated for some reason. You seem displeased, my lord. The snake Sannin had a wide creepy grin as he looked at his subordinate. Oh really? Do I look unhappy to you, Kabuto? You think you can read me so easily? The next instant Kabuto tilted his head to the side and avoided a piercing stab from the Kusanagi sword. The sword struck the wall behind Kabuto and left a big crack. Kabuto calmly stepped to the side and looked at his master. I would never presume to understand your thoughts, my lord. But right now, yes, you do seem agitated. The snake Sannin pulled the sword and stored it away, chuckling. Kukuku. Those keen eyes and that boldness are some of the reasons I keep you around, Kabuto. Well then, why don't you tell me why I'm displeased? Orochimaru's student was silent for a few moments before he spoke. He already had an idea as to what was bothering his master. Daichi Hakuma's absence from this exam. Yes. I was hoping to meet the talented Jinin, but it seems he is a no-show here as well. Maybe his Jonin teacher Kakashi Hatake didn't nominate him for the exam. Kabuto gave a reasoning for Daichi's absence. Orochimaru shook his head at that. No. Kakashi is a prideful man. And he is perfectly capable of assessing the talents of student. I have no doubt that he nominated the boy for the exam. Yes. I'm sure he did. So the only reason the boy wouldn't be here is if my dear sensei rejected the nomination for some reason. I don't like it when someone else interferes in my plans. And this is the second time. Even when I'm away from the village, my dear sensei is becoming a thorn in my side. Perhaps Lord Hokage was worried about Daichi's safety. There is a civil war going on in this village, and if Daichi comes, with his fame he'll be an easy target. Maybe the Hokage is holding him back so he can compete in the next exam taking place in the village. The bespectacled Jinin gave his reasoning. Orochimaru listened and nodded. Perhaps. But it's annoying that I didn't get to meet him again. There are others from several nations that are also here to see the skills of Tsunade's youngest student. Since he's a no-show here, perhaps they might attend the next exam happening in the village. Now that would be a perfect recipe for chaos. Kukuku. I wouldn't be too sure about that. I think the Hokage is looking to use Daichi to make a statement. Kabuto said. He collected certain information about the Jinin before coming to the exam. Orochimaru slightly tilted his head and looked at his subordinate. Oh, what makes you say that, Kabuto? At that the gray-haired Jinin took a scroll from his pouch and tossed it to his master. Orochimaru caught the scroll and opened it. It contained a great deal of information on Daichi and the missions he undertook. Before coming to the Chunin exam, I infiltrated the records room. I got a hold of the missions Daichi took since he became part of the two-man team with Kakashi. Kabuto spoke as Orochimaru looked through the documents. His grin disappeared as he looked at the details of the last mission Daichi participated in. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and looked at his subordinate. How accurate is this information? Very. Before coming here, I took a detour to the land of sea. I spoke with a few people who were on the ship who watched the whole thing. I heard that the Lightning Twins recruited several people to their crew and made the land of sea their domain. I've heard of their warship, but I didn't get the chance to investigate it myself. Orochimaru said. Kabuto nodded and continued. I got the detailed description of the warship and the weapons used. Daichi took a direct hit from a powerful cannon like that and managed to deflect it without much damage to himself. His physical strength is far from ordinary. Kabuto gave his reply and was silent. It's not just his physical strength. Orochimaru said. To stop something like that, he would have needed a strong body but also perfect chakra control and great chakra reserves. He's only 12 years old and already such a strong body at his age. It will only become stronger as time passes. The second this thought crossed Orochimaru's mind, a new idea began to take root. He looked at his student and spoke. Tell me, Kabuto, if another Jonin were to take a direct hit from that weapon, what are their chances of survival? Orochimaru asked. Unless they have a powerful defense jutsu or special Kekkei Genkai technique, then the chances of their survival is very low. And yet this Jinin survived without much injury. Fascinating, isn't it? Kabuto was confused. What are you getting at, Lord Orochimaru? The boy reminds me of Hashirama Senju. The first Hokage had a powerful physique and his blood held great vitality and powerful chakra. I believe the boy is the same. He must have some mutation similar to the first Hokage to have such a powerful body, and I'm sure his chakra is just as exceptional. He would make a great vessel. Kabuto's eyes widened hearing that. But what about Sasuke Uchiha? I thought you wanted the power of the Uchiha clan. Kukuku. Kabuto, don't you know me by now? One can't have too many toys, Kukuku. I will give the young Uchiha the cursed seal, but I've changed my mind. Sasuke will be my backup. I'll give Daichi the cursed seal as well. I'm sure he'll survive the procedure." Orochimaru chuckled, thinking about the new ideas forming in his mind. "What exactly are you planning, Lord Orochimaru?" "Imagine someone with young Daichi's body with a pair of powerful Sharingan." "Cuckoo." Kabuto's eyes widened. "Wait. But the Sharingan takes too much chakra to maintain. Kakashi Hatake is an example of that. And your experiments with Shin also prove that without Uchiha bloodline the Sharingan is weakened." Orochimaru chuckled and looked at his servant. "Yes. I'm aware of that, Kabuto. But that's where Hashirama Senju's blood comes into play." Kabuto was silent as he listened to his master. Young Daichi is already so powerful. Just imagine. His powerful body, combined with the first Hokage's cells and Sasuke's Sharingan eyes. A strong body, the powerful chakra and wood style of the first Hokage and the visual prowess of the Uchiha clan. I'll be unstoppable. Kabuto wasn't as optimistic as his master about such a thing. In theory, having such a body would make someone near invincible. But my lord, the first Hokage's blood is too volatile. If the grafting procedure fails and Daichi dies, what then? You'd lose a valuable resource. Kabuto, I might be rash when it comes to my experiments sometimes, but I do know when to hold back. I will need to conduct some tests with Hashirama's blood. And I will need to use it on a specimen that is sure to survive the procedure so I can collect the necessary data. Does such a person exist? Kabuto asked. Yes. I have someone in mind. Orochimaru chuckled and replied. Once I have the crucial information I need, I'll bestow on young Daichi my cursed seal. Kabuto, we shouldn't meet again for some time. My plans with Sand Village will be on hold for now. I need to make some arrangements. Is my lab on Demon Island still operational? No, my lord. I paid a visit and everything's destroyed. And I'm pretty sure the Leaf Ninjas raided that base before I got there. Kabuto replied. It seems I'll have to create a new temporary base. And I know just where. Kukuku. Shortly afterward, Kabuto and Orochimaru went their separate ways, with Orochimaru making new plans to further his ambition. Chapter 232, Ice Affinity. Training Ground 3. Well, we got plenty of water here thanks to your jutsu. So how do you want to get started? Kakashi asked Daichi. You remember the ice sword I got on our last mission? Yeah, it rings a bell. But I don't remember seeing you in action with that yet. The Jonin said with a chuckle. Daichi had a smile hearing that, and soon he took the sword out of a scroll. The Genin still remembered the details his observed skill showed him. Frost Sword, Special Item, Rank A. The Frost Sword is a special ranked item created by Katsura Sadoshi. It is his greatest creation till date. This weapon is created by studying the Kekkei Genkai genetics of a member of the Yuki clan, and the DNA is extracted and used in creating this sword. This sword can freeze water, create and launch massive waves of ice, and more. Only someone with higher than average chakra reserves and one with high affinity to water can use this sword. This is a melee weapon that can shoot ice projectiles and can be used both defensively and offensively. Note, this sword was created using the blood of a member of the Yuki clan, and thus it can create ice and mimic the abilities of that clan. Members not part of the Yuki clan can use this sword, but the chakra cost is high. Members of the Yuki clan can use this sword with minimal chakra cost. Daichi looked at the sword with an intense gaze. If I can understand the inner workings of this sword, how it uses someone's chakra into creating ice, then I'll be one step closer to achieving my goal. So that's the weapon, huh? That man who worked for the Lightning Twins must have been an extraordinary blacksmith to create something like this. Kakashi came close and looked at the magnificent weapon. Daichi nodded. Yeah. If I can figure out its secrets or at least understand some parts of its inner mechanics, then I'm sure I can create my own ice techniques. Well then, let's get started. Hearing his sensei, Daichi got ready. Both the teacher and student were standing on top of a small lake created as a result of Daichi's latest Rasengan variant. The Genin created a couple of shadow clones so that they could concentrate on observing the chakra flow when the sword is in use. The real Daichi gripped the frost sword in his right hand and channeled some of his chakra into it. He placed the tip of the sword atop the surface of the new small lake, and quickly the water under Daichi began to freeze. The water underneath Daichi's feet became solid and soon it spread. Kakashi had his Sharingan out and was keenly observing the sword in Daichi's hand. After a few seconds he came to a conclusion. I can't copy it. Not only does the user create ice with no hand seals, that sword is somehow mimicking the chakra flow of the Yuki clan. It seems that man was able to harness the genetic disposition that gave the Yuki clan members their ability to use ice jutsu and somehow artificially replicate that ability and transplant it into a sword. The vast knowledge and skills one would need to do something like that. Kakashi watched as the ice spread in all directions from underneath Daichi. The Jonin let out a tired sigh as he thought about the situation. If any other village had gotten their hands on him, then it would have been a disaster. It was best that he died on that ship. This is something that would tip the balance of power between nations. If weapons like this and the armor used by them were mass-produced, it would have soon caused an all-out war. Daichi was unaware of his teacher's thoughts and was just focused on the weapon in his hand. The temperature in the area dropped little by little as the ice spread. Soon the ice covered over 100 meters, and in the center was Daichi. He let out a deep breath of air and he could see his breath due to the cold temperature. The gamer ninja waited for several seconds, but he didn't get any notifications regarding the use of the sword. I didn't get any ice creation notification. It seems I'll have to personally create ice to get that affinity. At that moment Daichi's shadow clones came near him and one of them dispelled. Daichi got the memories of his clone and quickly analyzed what it had learned. The clones had been using chakra senses and had all their attention focused on the frost sword. When using the sword they sensed the use of wind chakra nature and water chakra nature working in tandem. My chakra changed when it flowed through the weapon. There was something else. Something that changed the properties of my chakra to help in making a new element. What do you think, sensei? Daichi looked at his teacher for advice. That sword can somehow duplicate the Kekkei Genkai ability of the Yuki clan. It doesn't have hand seals and the way the chakra moves through the sword. I can't copy the creation of ice, but... The next instant Kakashi went through several different seals. Ice-style barrier jutsu. An ice wall suddenly sprung forth in front of Kakashi from the ice that was created thanks to Daichi's sword. This is one of the jutsus I copied during a mission in the Land of Snow some time ago. There were people there not part of the Yuki clan that could use the existing ice for their techniques. Kakashi said to his student. But lands with snow and ice are not that common. And I might not always get to use this sword. So what happens in situations like that? Daichi didn't say everything that was on his mind. This is also a test run. I need to see if I can create other complicated elements. The knowledge I would gain from this is invaluable. Well, Daichi, I think the solution is simple. The silver-haired Jonin said with a knowing grin. The Genin already knew what the man was going to say. Let me guess. I need to learn how to create ice first. Yup. I have an idea on how to do that. I got it from observing that sword. The Jonin gave Daichi his thoughts and the Genin was silent. I need to think this through. With that, Daichi put the frost sword back into his scroll and walked to a nearby tree. He sat down and soon began meditating. Kakashi was lying on the ground reading his favorite book, but occasionally his eyes would drift to his student. Daichi had been meditating under a tree for several hours and was preparing himself to create a mixed nature jutsu. The man sighed and went back to reading, but his mind was on what his student said earlier and the advice he gave Daichi. Creating ice jutsu is no easy task. Can it even be done? To copy a Kekkei Genkai ability. That's a tall order. I could only do it because of my Sharingan. The Jonin sighed and went back to reading. He would patiently wait till his student was ready. With deep meditation, Daichi was restoring his health, stamina, and chakra and was also mentally preparing himself. A few hours went by and he was back to his peak. It's time. Moments later he opened his eyes and let out a deep breath of air. He got up and stretched himself and felt completely refreshed. Kakashi, who saw his student up and about, put his reading material back into his pouch and stood. "So any thoughts?" the Jonin asked. Daichi nodded. "I've been going over what you said. And you're partially right." "Partially?" The silver-haired Jonin slightly tilted his head. "I've been thinking it over and your method is one of the two best ways to create ice." Daichi spoke. Seeing Kakashi's silence, Daichi elaborated on his theory. "I don't have the Yuki clan's Kekkai Jinkai, so I can't create ice out of nothing. But I'm sure I can use existing ice and use ice jutsu and mimic their clan's abilities. But for that I need to learn to turn water into ice. Because the ice I need to use must have at least a tiny portion of my chakra. At least right now when I'm learning anyway. Without that it's no use. You showed me the signs for some ice jutsu you got from the land of snow and told me about the method to use wind chakra nature to cool down water and turn it to ice." The Jonin nodded his head. "Yes. Based on what I know, the Yuki clan members combine wind chakra nature and water chakra nature to create and use ice style. My Sharingan also saw something similar happening within that sword when it was used earlier. That's why I suggested using wind nature." Daichi agreed with that statement. "Right. But there is one more way. Using fire chakra nature." Kakashi slightly narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean? Isn't fire nature used for creating steam techniques?" "Yes. But there is much more. Ice, water, and steam. They are all related. Ice exists when atoms of water are bound together and they have no movement or the least amount of motion. But when heat or energy is applied, the atoms get energized and they become mobile, and so ice melts and becomes water. And to that water, if we apply even more heat and energy, the movements of the atoms become even faster. Thus water boils and becomes steam. It's basic chemistry. But this is what will help me." Kakashi was beginning to have an idea of what his student was attempting to do, and he was impressed. To manipulate elements on an atomic level like that with his chakra. Especially when he has no special clan genetic advantages. He's just 12 years old and he's already come so far. This kid truly is a genius in ninjutsu. When we apply heat to ice, it becomes water. You're implying that we do the reverse and remove heat from water and turn it back into ice. Kakashi figured out Daichi's idea and was pondering on the possibilities of such a method. That could also theoretically work. Precisely. Mastering the second step of the fire nature allowed me to learn to control the temperature and make variations to the heat emitted from my jutsu. I want to apply that concept. But all of this is a theory. And I'm not sure where I should start. Daichi looked at his sensei for guidance and Kakashi was silent for a few moments before giving his 2 cents. So we have 2 possible methods to create ice. 1. Using wind chakra nature to cool the water down to its solid form. 2. Use fire nature to remove heat and turn water to ice. Why don't we try both? But not at once. Daichi was silent as he nodded his head to that suggestion. Kakashi continued. We'll try to create ice using both methods and see which one's the best. Let's start with fire nature. And if the results aren't what you want, we move on to wind nature. That way you'll be able to see the difference and you can use the best option for your techniques. Daichi nodded and looked around and saw some small water puddles. I'll start small, then work my way up. The Jonin agreed and both of them went to a nearby small puddle. Daichi sat down on the muddy ground, placed both his hands on the surface of the small puddle and concentrated. Kakashi looked at his student and at that moment another idea struck him. Yes. If this experiment is successful, then could that also be a possibility? But it would be more difficult since he has to maintain focus on 2 natures at once. The Jonin didn't say anything since he didn't want to disturb his student from his current task. He looked on after a short while the water stilled. Kakashi's eyes slightly widened as he saw a small layer of ice form atop the water. His Sharingan was focused on Daichi's chakra flow. He's using fire nature in such a refined manner. With his chakra he's extracting the heat from the water and it's slowly cooling down. Daichi sat there with his eyes closed and just focused on his task. Thanks to all the chakra control training and nature training he had done so far, the task Daichi was attempting was yielding results much faster than he anticipated. In just a few minutes a thin layer of ice covered the small puddle of water. Daichi kept focusing on his work, but the sounds of several notifications popping up made him stop. He looked at the partially frozen water in front of him and had a big grin on his face. It seems your theory is correct, Daichi. You can create ice by using fire nature. That's impressive. Thanks, Sensei. Now that I've got the hang of it, I need to train it to acceptable levels. After that I'll start to work on ice jutsu. Daichi spoke and the silver-haired Jonin agreed. Well, I'm glad I could help, Daichi. Now this is something you can only do on your own. Good luck. With that, Kakashi pulled the headband over his Sharingan and walked to a dry spot to continue his reading. Daichi looked at the notifications that appeared and a smile was on his face. A new skill is created with a specific action. By continuously focusing your chakra to manipulate the heat of a substance, the skill Fire, Heat Manipulation has been created. Fire, Heat Manipulation, active or passive, LV.1. This is a skill created through the meticulous use of fire chakra nature and is a subdivision of fire affinity. This technique will help the user increase their strength, control, and speed over the heat manipulation of a substance. This skill allows the user to create, shape, and manipulate heat by increasing the kinetic energy of atoms and thus make things hotter. This process can also be used in reverse to remove heat from certain objects and cool them down. Effects: 2% increase in heat manipulation and control. 0.5% increase in power of fire chakra nature. Note: the chakra used for this technique depends on the items this skill is used on. The grin on Daichi's face got wider as he looked at the new skill. With this I'll be able to increase the firepower of my fire jutsus and even use it in a more versatile way. I have so many ideas, I can't wait. But for now, I need to stay concentrated on the task at hand. The Genin calmed himself and got back to work. He created multiple clones and they all picked a spot and started working. Days passed by with Daichi making steady progress. Almost 10 days passed with non-stop day and night training, and finally his efforts paid off. Daichi increased the heat manipulation skill to max level and was able to freeze a large portion of water in seconds. But it wasn't all he did. The gamer ninja used the frost sword dozens of times to study the chakra flow and how it uses his energy to create a new element. After a while he grasped the secrets and it was finally time to put his training and theories to the test. You ready, Daichi? Kakashi asked as he stood atop the river flowing through the middle of their training ground. Yup. Bring it. The Jonin nodded and quickly made several seals. Water-style water-torn jutsu. The second Kakashi made the final seal for the technique. A large spiraling torrent of water blasted out of the river and headed straight for Daichi. The Genin slightly jumped to the side and narrowly avoided the jutsu. He looked at the spiraling water jutsu that was still active and quickly brought his hands upon it. I need to make sure the water doesn't shred my palms. Create minimum contact and use the opportunity to maximum efficiency. Daichi brought his palms near the surface of the water jutsu, and before Kakashi's jutsu could do any damage, Daichi used his heat manipulation ability. The water around Daichi's palm was quickly frozen and it swiftly spread throughout the technique till it reached its origin point in the river. Kakashi watched as Daichi's chakra overtook his water jutsu and turned it into a long spiraling ice structure. He let go of the technique and jumped to the ground. Ready for the next part? Daichi nodded to the Jonin's question and quickly made several hand signs that ended with a dog seal. Ice-style needle barrage. On the surface of the newly created ice structure several ice needles formed and then launched forward with speed and lethality. Haha. Yes. Hell yeah. Daichi was excited that he was finally able to successfully create ice and copy a Kekkei Genkai ability. Well, what do you know? It works. Well done, Daichi. Kakashi was impressed with the results of their 1-month training. Not only did he create a water version of the Rasengan, he was able to create hidden jutsus specific to the Yuki clan. For Daichi, at that moment 2 new notifications arrived. You have used your first Ice Nature Jutsu. You have acquired the skill Ice Affinity. Chapter 233, A Winter Holiday. You have used your first Ice Nature Jutsu. You have acquired the skill Ice Affinity. The 2 notifications brought a smile to Daichi's face. He wanted to check out the details of his new skill, but before he could, Kakashi spoke. It seems your method of using fire nature to create ice and then use it for your ice techniques work. Yeah. Hey, since you had your Sharingan on the jutsu I just used, what can you tell me about it? Daichi asked his teacher. Well, the truth is, even though you've mimicked the Yuki clan's ability, the strength and efficiency of your ice style is far from the real thing. I saw you use a lot more chakra than what you'd used for your other nature jutsu, but not to the same effect. You expended more energy, but the ice needles you created were a lot weaker than they should be. Do you know why? The Jonin asked his student. Daichi nodded his head. It's the first time I'm using this technique, and because I didn't add wind chakra nature to create and strengthen the ice. Precisely. Right now what you have is a copy. It is nowhere near as strong as the original. But don't let that bring you down. There aren't many people who could do what you did. And you've only just begun. Kakashi knew that even though Daichi's ice style was weak at the moment, it would only get stronger. The Genin was well aware of that. Right now this skill should be at level 1. With time I'll get it to max and then... Oh boy! It will be one hell of an ace up my sleeve. Since our training with fire nature is completed, are you going to try it with wind nature next? Daichi fell silent and let out a deep breath of air. He recalled the last several weeks and thought about what to do. I've been going at it hard with little rest for almost 2 months now. 1 month in the dungeon and 1 here. It's better I take some time off and relax. He looked at his sensei and spoke. I will, but not right now. I've been training hard non-stop and I think it's time I take a small break. The Jonin smiled hearing that. Good. I was hoping you'd say that. Training is good, but without proper rest for the body and mind we will only hinder ourselves. There won't be any missions till the end of this month. So have fun. With that, Kakashi used body flicker and left the training ground. Daichi looked at himself and saw that he was covered in mud and dirt. Man, I really need a shower. He dove into the lake and swam around for a few minutes. He felt his body relax and soon got out of the water. Time to check out my new skill. The Genin opened the skill list and looked at the details of the new skill as he put on new clothes. Ice Affinity, active or passive, LV.1 Ice Release is a combination nature transformation of wind and water. It is commonly affiliated with Dog Hand Seal. Most ice jutsus are far stronger than water jutsu or wind jutsu that use the same amount of chakra. Note, you have created ice without the use of wind chakra nature and thus your jutsu will be weaker than normal. There will also be a level restriction. Users cannot level up this skill beyond LV 25 until the needed conditions are met. Users can remove this restriction with 2 methods. The user has learned to combine wind and water chakra natures to create ice or must gain absolute mastery of water nature on all its aspects. Effects: 1% power increase in ice attack jutsu. 1% defense increase in ice defense jutsu. 2% increase in success when creating ice-style jutsu. 1% decrease in chakra cost when using ice-style jutsu. Daichi looked at the details of the new skill and sighed. I had a feeling it would be like this. I knew there would be limitations. I couldn't combine both natures, so I used a shortcut. I can use ice jutsu but not to its true potential. Not until I learn to use both chakra natures at the same time anyway. That's going to be tricky, but I don't think it's impossible. I just need time and effort. I've come this far. So if there's a limitation like this on ice affinity, then there would be on the others as well. I need a way to get around this problem. Daichi headed back home thinking about how to solve his new predicament. I need to learn how to use two natures simultaneously. But my body currently doesn't have that skill. So how do I acquire it? This isn't like the gamer story where I can just buy a skill book and get a new skill. As he neared his home, Daichi suddenly came to a halt. An idea popped. Training is indeed the answer. Yes. That might work and I might get the skill I need. Daichi crossed his arms and thought about the other option. But combining wind and water is one option. The other is getting such mastery over water nature that I can manipulate it down to its molecules without any help. The water skill says that after crossing level 85 I can manipulate it down to its molecules, and I can, but it takes time and lots of energy. But I have a feeling that if I complete the final step of the third stage I'll be able to create ice with just water nature. I need to test it out when I get the time. With a plan in mind, Daichi moved forward and soon reached his home. He found his grandfather tending to their garden. "Hey Gramps. Did you miss me?" Kensei sensed the arrival of his grandson and turned to look at the boy. "You've certainly grown. I take it that things worked out." The genin smiled and went to a nearby bucket of water. He made 2 seals and placed a hand on the surface of the water. In seconds the water in the bucket became frozen solid. The old veteran ninja was surprised as he saw the water turn to ice. "You did it. You actually created ice from water." "Yeah. I can use ice-style jutsu, but I need to turn water into ice first. There are some limits," Daichi replied. "Still, this is very impressive. Rarely can a shinobi who isn't part of a clan can use their techniques. You should be proud of your achievements." "Thanks, Gramps." The genin sat down near his grandfather and both of them recalled what they were up to last month. "Hey Gramps. The Rene festival is in 3 days. Did you get the items I wrote down?" Daichi asked. Kensei nodded with a small smile. "Yes. They're in your room. I just received them a couple days ago." "Alright, let me get to work. I've missed the last couple of festivals here, so I'm kinda looking forward to this. I'll be inside if you need me." With that the young genin went inside. The Rene festival is a winter holiday celebrated in the last week of December in the Leaf Village and other parts of the world. It is a time for praying for the deceased and praying for good fortunes in the coming year. Daichi had made his grandfather certain requests the day he headed out to training. The genin opened the door to his room and saw several boxes on his bed. Daichi opened the boxes and a smile formed on his face. "They're beautiful. She'll love these." There were also several scrolls and painting equipment nearby. These should do nicely. The Rene festival is in 3 days. I better get to work." Daichi made his way to a place he hadn't visited in a long time. He walked up to the gates of Aiko's orphanage and soon was led inside to her office. Miss Aiko smiled as soon as she saw the boy Daichi. "It's so nice to see you again. I missed you." "I missed you too." Daichi smiled and nodded at the kind matron. He took off his sunglasses and placed them in his pocket. The genin took a closer look at the matron and noticed the wrinkles becoming more pronounced on her face and the grays in her hair. It saddened Daichi that he couldn't come to this place more often. "How have you been?" "Good, Daichi. The work here keeps me busy, but I'm quite happy," the matron of the orphanage replied. "How's your grandpa?" "He came here a month ago, but I haven't seen him since. The old man's at the cemetery visiting his family. He'll be there for a while and then return home." Aiko thought about Kensei's family and the smile on her face dimmed. But she didn't dwell on it for much longer and put on a cheerful face. She smiled at the genin in her office and spoke. "How's your life as a ninja? I know you wanted to be one long before you left here. So how is it? Go on any interesting missions?" Daichi chuckled thinking about the last several missions. Let's just say it's been an exciting few months for me and my sensei. I'll bet. I heard that you're part of a special two-man team. That true? Aiko asked the boy. Daichi nodded his head with a smile. Yeah. My skills were assessed to be much higher than my teammates, and this way I'll be able to train at my own pace and take missions more suited to my skills. Aiko smiled hearing that, but Daichi saw a hint of sadness on the middle-aged woman's face. What's wrong? The genin asked the caretaker. Aiko sighed and replied. It's just. When I was a genin, I was part of a team with two others my age, and the bond we created through the good times and bad. I could always count on them. We shared our happiness and sadness together, training with them and completing missions with them. It was some of the best days of my ninja life. I'm just sad that you didn't get to experience that. Daichi understood where the woman was coming from. Yeah. It would have been nice to have teammates, but I think for me this is the best option. I still have friends. And if you're worried about someone not having my back, don't be. I made a few friends during my missions, and besides, my classmates will graduate this March and I'm pretty sure I'll be going on joint missions with them. I'm happy to hear that, Daichi. Daichi nodded with a smile. He then took a scroll and gave it to the matron. What's this? Aiko asked. It's a few small gifts for the kids here. Some new clothes, candies, and toys. The Rene festival is later today and I thought I'd buy the kids here something nice. Daichi, that's sweet and I really appreciate the gesture, but you didn't have to do that. You should be saving your mission payments. Aiko was happy with the boy's kind generous feature, but she wanted him to save his money for the future. Daichi smiled as if he knew what she was thinking. If you're worried about me not having any money, you're in for a surprise. What do you mean? I recently completed a mission with a reward that came in the millions. Aiko's eyes widened hearing that. What? How? What mission did you complete? Wait. Can you even talk about it? Daichi smirked and relayed the details of the Phantom Thief's hidden treasure and the mission he completed. He also recalled the few other C ranks he did during the last few months. Aiko smiled hearing Daichi's missions. Wow. That's amazing. Not even a year and you already started out with way more exciting missions than what normal genins get. The two fell into a comfortable silence for a few moments before Aiko spoke. I know you didn't come here just to check up on little old me. You want to know about her, don't you? Daichi had a small smile on his face. Yes. There is something in that scroll specifically for her. Rio will turn 5 next month, so I had it made just for her. Aiko placed the scroll on her desk and opened it. There were several gifts, but one caught her attention. It was a much larger box than the others with a small tag with the name Rio on it. It was covered in a beautiful ornate wrapping paper. It's a kimono, Daichi said. It's her birthday present. Aiko's eyes slightly widened in understanding. So that's why Kinsei came here last month and asked for Rio's measurements. Aiko's face softened as she looked at Daichi's sad face. Daichi, why don't you go see her? Talk to her. The genin looked at the matron and she could see a sad smile was on his face. You have no idea how much I want to. I thought about adopting her and bringing her home with me on more than one occasion. I want nothing more than to form a relationship with her. Teach her, guide her, tell her about her origin. Aiko could hear the yearning in Daichi's voice. She clearly understood that Daichi had lost sleep over this issue more than once. Then why don't you? Daichi looked up and the smile vanished from his face. When Ren and Kimiko first introduced me to Rio, when they handed me their little baby, when I held her in my arms, the moment she looked at me and smiled, I instantly felt protective of her. I don't know how or why that emotion appeared in me, but it doesn't matter. From that moment forward she was like a little sister to me. I promised those two that I would be a big brother to her and protect her. I want to meet her and form a bond with her so much that it hurts. But I can't be that selfish. Aiko looked at the boy and she could hear the sadness buried in his voice. Daichi continued. With all the things happening, if I form a relationship with her and any of my enemies found out about it, she would be in danger, and if they discover her truth, she'll be in even more danger. I can't do that to her. Aiko narrowed her eyes and looked at the genin. That's not the whole truth, is it? What exactly are you afraid of? Daichi became silent after hearing that question and looked down, deep in thought. Danzo, Orochimaru, Obito, Zetsu. With the plans I have in mind, I would become their enemy sooner or later, and if they find out about Ryo, they'll use her to their advantage. They won't even hesitate to hurt or kill her if need be. And if something like that happens... The interrogation he had with Junichiro during the capital mission and the questions it roused in him came to the forefront of Daichi's mind. After a few seconds of silence, the genin replied, still looking down. I'm afraid of what those people might do to her, but you're right. That's not all. Daichi looked up at Aiko, and the moment she saw the boy's eyes, the retired kunoichi felt an emotion she hadn't felt in a long time. Absolute terror. What I'm more afraid of is what I would do to them. The horrors I would unleash on my enemies should they dare lay a hand on her, of the man I would become should that happen. That's what frightens me more. Aiko sat petrified, unable to say a word. The genin sighed, seeing the terrified expression on the woman's face, and stood from his chair. He went to the nearby window and looked outside. The children playing outside brought a small smile to his face. He put on his special black glasses and looked at the matron. I'll see you another time, Miss Aiko. Sorry to put a damper on the good mood. With those words, Daichi vanished from his spot. Aiko sat still, and just after Daichi left, she let out a deep breath of air. She looked at her right arm and saw it slightly shaking and held it with her left hand. The orphanage matron was still thinking about that moment. When I looked into his eyes, I saw it. Hatred that would burn anyone, and darkness that would swallow everyone in its path. I'm afraid of that too. Daichi. The matron mumbled to no one as she sat in her office alone. It was night time. Daichi and Kinsei were both home. The genin had made a couple gifts for his grandfather as well. He gave the old man 2 scrolls, and Kinsei opened the first one. In it was a beautiful painting of Fumio Yasagi in the middle of a garden along with Kinsei. The garden in the painting reminded Kinsei of the one in the fire capital. This is beautiful, Daichi. Thank you. The old man had a big smile as he looked at his grandson. Open the second scroll, Gramps. Kinsei placed the first scroll on the table and opened the second one. It was a painting of Kinsei's whole family. Kinsei Yasagi in the middle with his wife to the right and his son and daughter-in-law to the left, and lastly a painter was drawing them nearby. It was drawn as if they were posing for the painting. Kinsei looked at the painting of his family and a tear escaped his eyes. It was then that he noticed another detail. The one drawing them in the painting. It looked like Daichi. The old man's smile widened as he looked at that. Thank you. These are truly beautiful. Fumio would have loved them. The genin smiled and spoke. Don't get all mushy on me, old man. Come on. Let's go watch the fireworks. It's almost time. The two went to their backyard and sat on the porch. As they looked up at the sky and waited, they saw several fireworks going off. Everywhere in the Leaf Village, people were all praying for the departed and for a better year. They were all happily celebrating the winter holiday. Daichi's former classmates were all at their homes smiling as they saw the fireworks in the sky. Kakashi and several jonin were on the roof of the jonin station enjoying the pleasant atmosphere. Hiruzen was in his office looking through the window and enjoying his tobacco, while Jiraiya was near the bathhouse smiling. None of them knew that these next few months would merely be the calm before the storm hits. Chapter 234, Powerful Growth 2. January 1st. +1 dexterity. +1 strength. Daichi was in his backyard completing his morning exercises and training. Once he was done with his workout, he quickly freshened up and created a shadow clone. The clone looked at its creator and spoke. Since the old man's away for the day, and Kakashi is on a mission of his own, we have a little over 24 hours all to ourselves. So now is the best time. We need to complete the academy dungeon today. I know. I need to increase my mana stats and skills. We need to move on Orochimaru's base before the Chunin exams take place in June. I'll be focusing on stealth skills and my mana abilities. You stay here and meditate. I'm gonna need the energy when I get back. The clone nodded and sat under a tree. The real Daichi closed his eyes and activated the mana body armor. Skill mana body armor is activated. The gamer ninja felt his mana energy coat his whole body. With this skill I'll be able to evade chakra detection and other pesky invasive jutsus and move around more freely. He activated the secondary ability of the mana armor and made himself invisible. Without wasting another second, Daichi rushed out of his house and made his way to the academy. The genin, even though was moving fast, made sure his movements didn't cause any disturbance to his surroundings. Within 5 minutes he reached the academy and quickly entered the dungeon. He was invisible to the enemy ninjas and Daichi quickly moved to a secluded spot. He looked at the mana spent and nodded to himself. Just as I thought. 650 mana points used in just 5 minutes. I need to increase the level of the skill and reduce the mana cost. My focus should be on stealth and increasing my stats. Daichi kept the current skill active as he moved through the dungeon. The genin ninja targeted enemies that were alone. Daichi's strategy was to restrain them and use the mind drain and life return skills as much as he could. The first enemy Daichi attacked since his return into the dungeon was a ninja 10 levels below him. And thus its stats were weaker and the effects of Daichi's skills were weakened as well. Skill mind drain is activated. Skill life return is activated. +1 vitality. +125 health points. +1 intelligence. +100 mana points. +200 EXP. +30 EXP. Enemies killed, 711 out of 1,125. Weaker enemies would only get me 2 stat points total and life return has a 2-hour cooldown period. Using it on higher level ninjas with greater health points is the best way I can use this right now. But since Mind Drain has no cooldown time, I will be able to abuse that skill. Having made a decision, the genin created multiple shadow clones. They didn't use mana skills to mask their presence but used the stealth skill. You know what to do. Eliminate any ninja 10 levels below us. They'll just waste our time. Restrain any on the same level or below but evade higher level ninjas. Make sure to lure your targets into a secure location. The clones nodded and vanished in all directions. The real Daichi chuckled to himself. Feels like I'm some kind of general commanding an army. The genin let out a deep breath of air and his eyes sharpened. The next second he too vanished from his spot. Daichi was perched atop the academy building in the dungeon. He was hidden from the enemy ninjas that roamed around the place. He had been battling in the dungeon for a few hours now. The gamer ninja took a look at the stats and frowned. All of my primary stats are going up except chakra. Moving forward I'm going to need a ton of chakra, especially if I want to fight with Naruto and others like him with massive reserves. I need to get the chakra stat to go up. But how? I tried absorbing chakra from these guys like with life return skill and mana drain, but that's not working. So how do I get around this problem? Daichi wanted to improve his chakra reserves and created a new skill, chakra absorption. It's a skill that takes chakra from the enemies upon contact and temporarily increases his chakra points. The advantage of this skill is that it has no cooldown, but the disadvantage is that it has no effect on the chakra stat and doesn't improve it. I've used the skill over 5 times now on different enemies, but all I get is a boost in chakra points but no stats. So what am I missing? Daichi began comparing the chakra absorption skill to the other two, and after several minutes he had a few theories in mind. I need to experiment with this skill. He created a shadow clone and dispelled it, sending his thoughts to his clones spread all around the dungeon. While he waited for the results from his clones, the boy headed to a nearby location and looked at a tied-up enemy ninja courtesy of his shadow clone. Without wasting time, Daichi activated the 3 energy-draining skills. Skill Mind Drain is activated. Skill Life Return is activated. Skill chakra absorption is activated. +1 vitality. +176 health points. +1 intelligence. +108 mana points. +520 chakra points. In just a couple minutes the enemy ninja was completely drained of his chakra, vitality and mental energy, and the dungeon ninja vanished into smoke. +250 EXP. +37.5 EXP. Enemies killed, 723 out of 1,125. Daichi sighed in slight disappointment as he saw the results. Still no chakra stats. I'll just have to keep trying. Daichi was moving through the hallways in the academy when new memories from one of his clones came to him. Daichi stopped in his tracks and a smile threatened to form on his face. No. I need to make sure this is the method. The Genin ninja immediately found an enemy, but this time his target seemed to be expecting him and was ready for a fight. Daichi avoided several shuriken and jumped to the ceiling to avoid a small fireball that destroyed a portion of the hallway. The Genin vanished from his spot and got behind the enemy and stabbed him with a dagger, but the next second a log with several paper bombs attached was in the enemy's place. Okay, this guy is good. Daichi jumped through the nearby window just as the explosion went off. He immediately sensed multiple incoming projectiles and took several shuriken and hurled them at the incoming ninja stars. He was able to successfully deflect the weapons coming for him and was able to quickly stick to the wall of the building. +1 dexterity. Daichi and the enemy ninja stood on the wall of the dungeon academy and just stared at each other. The Genin used his observed skill and saw that the guy was 10 levels above him with abnormally high stats. Daichi grinned as he looked at his foe. It's been a while since I've had a challenge. Let's see what you can do. Both ninjas vanished and engaged in fast combat. In their taijutsu battle, Daichi had the upper hand due to his vast array of skills and high stats, but the enemy ninja was still holding his own. The dungeon ninja parried and deflected a powerful punch from Daichi and swiftly counterattacked. He sent fast, precise taps on the boy's right shoulder and triceps. Temporary debuff, right arm paralyzed. Daichi's eyes widened in surprise. Shit. My right arm is numb and my muscles stiffened. This guy knows pressure and nerve point attacks. The enemy ninja seized the opportunity and quickly grabbed Daichi's arm and took him off his feet. He spun the Genin around and tossed him high up in the air and immediately weaved through seals. Daichi recognized the seals being made and knew what jutsu the enemy was going to use. Immediately flooding healing chakra throughout his chest and right arm, Daichi regained full function of his paralyzed limb. At that moment the enemy ninja made the final seal and took a deep breath of air. The next second he exhaled and a fire dragon headed straight for Genin, who was still in the air. Daichi immediately went through several seals as the large fire dragon with its jaws open was coming straight towards him. The atmosphere around Daichi immediately changed, with water molecules quickly gathering and condensing. He made the final seal for his own jutsu. A powerful water current was present around Daichi. The water exploded and quickly formed a blue dragon. Water-style Water Dragon Jutsu. The water dragon clashed with the fire dragon, but Daichi's jutsu quickly got the upper hand. Steam erupted, but Daichi's jutsu was still active and rushed towards the enemy ninja. The dungeon ninja jumped and escaped from his spot just as the blue dragon crashed and destroyed a section of the academy building. Ninjutsu Water-style Water Dragon Jutsu has leveled up. Daichi was keeping a close eye on the man with his mana scout. He let go of his jutsu and quickly followed his enemy. Adding lighting to his limbs, Daichi increased his speed and caught up with his foe. You're good. But you won't get another chance like that. Daichi rushed at the man and used the same tactic. He attacked the enemy's nerve bundles and pressure points and crippled the enemy's power. You're not the only one who can use nerve strikes. Disabling both arms of the dungeon ninja, Daichi used a lightning jutsu and quickly paralyzed him. It's a shame I used life return before meeting you. I have a feeling I would have gotten 2 or 3 stats from you with that skill alone. Daichi activated Mind Drain and Chakra Absorption. This time when he used Chakra Absorption he was going to test out the new method one of his clones came up with. Each person's chakra is different. When an ordinary person uses a chakra-absorbing technique, they only get a small portion of the chakra taken from their enemy. The rest is lost. That's mainly due to their poor chakra control and chakra incompatibilities. And even the chakra boost they get is temporary. This foreign chakra won't be added to their reserves. But for me, it's not the same case. I can use their chakra to increase my own reserves. My only problem was figuring out the how. When Daichi began absorbing the chakra from the enemy, he used his senses and made note of the form, nature, and properties of the chakra. The medic ninja skillfully transformed the foreign chakra to be compatible with his own chakra, and he began directing the absorbed chakra into his heart. The heart is one of the most vital organs in the body and a key piece in chakra production in the body. If my theory is right, then. A few moments after Daichi began absorbing the changed foreign chakra into his heart, a new system message appeared that made Daichi grin wide. +1 chakra. Fuck yeah! The genin couldn't help but shout out in glee. Daichi kept using his skill, and soon he had 2 more points in chakra stat, 2 in intelligence and 1 in wisdom. The enemy ninja fell unconscious from the energy drain, and Daichi quickly ended him. +1360 EXP. +204 EXP. Enemies killed, 726 out of 1125. At that moment, several new notifications came in front of Daichi. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously transforming chakra and making it more compatible, the skill Chakra Transmutation has been created. Chakra Transmutation active, LV.1. This is an active skill that helps the user in making it easier to sense the nature and properties of someone's chakra and transform it into a compatible state with the user's chakra. This skill also helps the user with transferring one's chakra to another. When this skill is used in conjunction with chakra absorption skill, it allows the player to increase his primary stat, chakra. Note, must be in contact with the target for 5 seconds for the skill to activate. This time will be reduced at higher levels. Effects: easier chakra transmutation and chakra transfer. Chakra points cost 10 out of second for as long as the skill is active. Daichi grinned as he looked at the skill details. Oh, you're gonna come in handy so much. No cooldown time. Perfect. Moments later, he calmed down and thought about his situation. He had used Observe on Naruto the last time he saw him and took note of the blonde Jinchuriki's chakra points. As absurd as it is, Naruto's chakra point is already above 700,000. All because of the mountain-sized fox his father put inside him. And it's increasing day by day. At the beginning when I joined the academy, my reserves were higher than his, but now in just a couple years he surpassed and even went far beyond me. Well, in terms of chakra reserves anyway. But even so, I can't just let him get ahead. I need tailed beast level reserves. Since I'm here in this world, who knows what kind of butterfly effect I caused and when shit will hit the fan. I need to be ready. Daichi had a plan in mind to achieve a massive boost in chakra, but he needed to make preparations first. Daichi took his time completing the academy dungeon. He could only spend 24 hours inside before he had to exit the dungeon. Moreover, the dungeon had a cooldown time of 3 hours. A total of 7 hours was needed for one dungeon run and reset. The genin, after completing a dungeon run, would go straight home and sleep to restore his mana. Thanks to the clones he had at home, Daichi recovered quickly, and once the cooldown for the dungeon was over, he would start all over again. Many skills leveled up, including the few hidden jutsu he plundered earlier. His stats gained a major boost, and he even got a new skill as his intelligence stat reached 300. Intelligence stat has reached 300. Mana points formula is revised. You have gained the new skill parallel processing. Finally. So my assumptions were right. I had a feeling that parallel processing skill was something I would get when intelligence stat reached 300 or 500. I've been trying to get this skill for a long time, but no matter what I did, I could never get this to show up. But now, this will help me a great deal. Especially with the new jutsu I want to create. Parallel processing active, LV, max an active skill given to the player when intelligence has reached 300. This skill gives the user the ability to carry out multiple thought processes and calculations at the same time. In active state, this skill helps the user in consciously focusing and being fully aware of multiple targets, tasks, locations, dangers, etc. without any trouble or confusion. Note, has a limit to how many thoughts the user can perform at once. But this limitation can be removed with higher stats and intelligence. Mana points cost, 120 mana points per minute. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not only did I get several new skills and plundered several ninjutsu and jinjutsu, I reached level 61. In just one day I got a whole lot stronger. Definitely worth the grind. Daichi went into the dungeon 3 times to complete it since he was more focused on improving his skills and increasing his stats. But it was worth it. He made great progress in just a single day. Quest complete: the Academy dungeon is completed. Rewards. New skill, Body Freeze Jutsu. New title, Dungeon Master. 250000 Ryo. Daichi opened the skill list and checked out the details of the new jutsu and title. The Body Freeze Jutsu is a ranked jutsu used for restraining shinobi even near level 90. That's going to come in handy. It seems the Dungeon Master title allows me to manipulate the time I spend in the dungeon. Based on this, I can increase the time of the location dungeon from 24 to 48 hours. But there won't be any change in the time ratio and cooldown needed. At least it's something. Well, whatever. This was a productive dungeon nonetheless. Time to check out my stats. Daichi opened his status page. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer. Class, Genin ID 12559. Age, 12. Title, Capable Child, Explorer, Prodigy, Species King, Dungeon Warrior, Executioner, Assassin, Mighty Healer, Slug Sannin's Apprentice, Master of the Elements, a Genius of the Continent, Dungeon Master. Level, 61, 2.630 out of 95,175. Health points, 37506. Chakra points, 102624. Stamina points, 49065. Mana points, 24615. Primary stats. Strength, 313. Vitality, 494. Dexterity, 257. Agility, 317. Intelligence, 312. Chakra, 608. Wisdom, 257. Special stats. Sense, 156. Stamina, 419. Indomitable, 53. Charisma, 71. Persistence, 49. Dignity, 20. Luck, 24. Stat points, 498. Ryo, 3110610. Satisfied with his progress, Daichi headed home with a big smile. It was dawn as Daichi left the Academy dungeon under the protection of his mana body armor. Gramps should be back in a few hours. I better get some breakfast ready for him. Daichi took a short nap and then prepared some food for his grandfather. Time went by and soon Kinsei arrived home. The moment the Genin saw the old man, he frowned. There was a sad look on Kinsei's face as he looked at his grandson. "What's wrong, Gramps?" The old veteran ninja sighed and replied. "Daichi, I need your help. It's Gene. He's in a serious state. It's not looking good." Chapter 235, Quest, Heal Gene 1. It's Gene. He's in a serious state. It's not looking good. Daichi closed his eyes and internally groaned. It seems I can't wait any longer. But my samples aren't ready yet. Guess I have to take the specimens I currently have and make it work. The Genin opened his eyes and spoke. "How is he?" Kinsei sat down on the porch and replied. "He's in bad shape. He's coughing up blood and is too tired to even speak." Tsunade is already there and is treating him, but there is not much she can do at this point. I see. The old ninja turned to his grandson. He wanted to speak, but the words were stuck in his throat. Daichi saw the man struggle and replied to the unasked question. I'm going to the capital with you. I need to see him. I might have a way to help. Kinsei narrowed his eyes and was silent for a few seconds. Does it have anything to do with the small lab you had me set up near here? Yeah. Come on. Daichi took his grandfather to a nearby shed in their yard and opened the door. It was a small laboratory that Daichi had his grandfather build. It had several medical equipment, and Kinsei could see multiple plants and small pots on one side, sealed inside a temperature-controlled shelf. Daichi looked at the miniature shabby lab and smiled. Up until now this was enough, but going forward this lab and its items will be insufficient. Still, I'm gonna miss this place. After becoming a Jinin, Daichi and his clones had spent a lot of time here examining various materials and creating new medical pills and refining his medical ninjutsu. Kinsei looked at the small lab and was impressed. It was the first time he entered the laboratory after it was built. Everything is kept so neat and orderly. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought the kid had some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder. There were several scrolls on a nearby table, and Daichi opened the shelf and took all the small potted plants and sealed them into the scroll. He turned to his grandfather and spoke. Let go, Gramps. We better hurry. Kinsei nodded, and two, after reporting to the Hokage about their departure, soon left the village walls. It was noon by the time Daichi and Kinsei had reached the fire capital. They made their way to Jin's villa, but before Daichi took another step, Kinsei raised his arm and stopped the boy. He looked at his grandson and spoke in a serious tone. Daichi, do you have a way to cure Jin? The Jinin was silent for a few moments and then truthfully replied. No. I don't have a cure for him. What exactly is your intention here? What exactly is his chance of survival? The boy sighed and replied. It's slim. I have a few ideas on how to help him, but nothing concrete. I have a few theories in mind, but I have to examine him first. And his chances of making out of this is very low. Kinsei closed his eyes and let out a breath of air. He looked at his grandson and nodded in understanding. Let's go see him. The two met the guards outside and were soon escorted in. As the two came near the entrance, they saw someone coming out. Daichi's eyes widened and a smile was on his face. R. A man groaned in pain as a needle was inserted into his arm to take his blood. Please bear with it for a few more seconds. Shizen spoke as she took the man's blood sample. Tsunade was near the door looking at the whole scene. Her phobia had lessened from before, but it was still present. A second later, Shizen was done with her work and headed into the next room with the vial of blood. The female Sannin walked up to the man on the bed and gave her verdict. It's the same herbs, but I've tweaked the formula of the pills. They should take effect and reduce the pain soon. Jin could only give a shallow nod as a reply. Tsunade spoke again. This is only a stopgap measure. I've done the best I can. Even with these new pills, you only have 3 or 4 months left. 5 if you're really stubborn. The blonde woman said with a smirk. There was an almost imperceptible smile on Jin's face as he heard that. But he couldn't make a single sound. Seeing the man state, Tsunade's small smile also disappeared. I'm sorry. Jin looked at the woman and tried to smile. He understood that she did her best, but he was well aware that even she had her limits. The man closed his eyes and went to sleep so he could ignore the pain his body was in. Tsunade sighed as she looked at the sleeping man. She left him alone and went outside to get some fresh air. At that moment she saw 2 people coming towards her. She expected Kinsei to be here, but she was surprised to see her student. Hey sensei. Been a long time. Daichi greeted his teacher with a smile. Daichi? I'm surprised to see you here. I came to check up on Jin. Gramps told me you'd be here. Is Shizen-senpai here too? Daichi asked. Lady Tsunade nodded. She's running some tests inside. The three went inside and discussed the situation. Were you able to help him? Kinsei asked the older medic ninja. I was able to create some modified pills, but that won't help for long. He has at best 4 months. I see. Can I examine him, sensei? Daichi asked his former mentor. Tsunade looked at her student and spoke. Shizun is currently performing a risk assessment to predict the patient's disposition and the next course of action. I can help her. I might have an idea as to the problem. I'm not sure, but I need access. Daichi was serious about examining Jean, but he didn't want to overstep on a patient she's looking after. Tsunade looked at the boy and then sighed. A moment later she slowly nodded her head. Thank you, sensei. Daichi had a smile and went inside. Good luck. The leaf ninja headed inside and quickly found Jin's room. He quietly made his way to the sleeping man and placed his hands over his chest. They glowed green a second later as Daichi carefully examined him. The Genin medic scanned Jin right down to his cells and took note of the damage that was being done to his body. His muscles have severely weakened. He has a fever, but that seems to be slowly going down. HM. It seems Sensei was able to stabilize the heart, blood pressure, and breathing before I got here. She's healed some of the damage done to the liver and boosted the kidney functions. That's good. The new pills he took are working well. Good. I have some time then. Daichi examined the sleeping man for a while and collected as much information as he could. Once the first part of his work was done, he headed to the small lab setup inside the villa. Wow. Rich people really are different. His own medical lab with most of the latest tools. This place makes mine look like a dump. At that moment inside the lab, Shizun was working on the blood sample and analyzing it. I can't find anything even now. But based on Lady Tsunade's notes, this man was definitely poisoned. But without a way to identify the foreign particles, it's no use. At that moment there was a knock on the door. Shizun turned her head to look at the newcomer and was surprised to see Daichi. A big smile was on her face as she greeted her fellow student. I didn't know you were coming, Daichi. But I guess I should have expected this. Your grandpa is close friends with him. Shizun spoke, smiling. Yeah. I examined him last time I was here. Thought I might take another look. Shizun nodded and both of them got to work. Daichi opened the quest list and looked at the one he was currently attempting to complete. Quest created: Heal Jean. Jean is diagnosed with an incurable disease and doesn't have much time left. Even Tsunade Senju could not find a permanent cure. Identify the cause of his illness and aid him. Time limit: find a permanent cure within 12 months or a treatment that will increase his lifespan in 16 months. Conditions: perform the correct diagnosis and identify the real cause of his illness. Create a treatment that will increase his lifespan by at least 5 years or more. Bonus: completely heal Jean and save him from the illness. I diagnosed him in the 3rd week of last January. It looks like his condition has been deteriorating day by day. I need to act soon. Daichi also noticed another detail in the quest. It looks like the quest was right about how much time Jean had. This confirms beyond a doubt. My system can see the future. I need to keep this information in mind at all times. Don't know when it will come in handy. The Genin ran several tests on the new blood taken and nodded to himself. He also analyzed the new pills his teacher created for Jean, and as he examined them, his plans on finding a way to extend the man's life and even find a cure became more and more of a reality. So that's it. My theory was right. Tsunade Sensei's new pills prove it. So find anything we missed, Daichi? At that moment Tsunade came in and asked her student. Maybe. Your new pills have proved a hypothesis of mine, Daichi said with a smile. Tsunade and Shizun were surprised to hear that. What are you talking about, Daichi? The reason you couldn't come up with a cure or know what the poison that infected him is because you haven't come across it. Or the plants that were used to create it. Daichi replied. That's impossible. Remember our time at the Three Wolves Mountain? I spent a lot of time going over every herb and flora that was there. The people of that region grow almost all plants from all around the world. A poison as unique and powerful as this. It would have only been possible to create it with the herbs available there. And I would have found it if it was there. Well, you technically did. Daichi had a smile as he looked at his teacher. He began explaining what he meant. The herbs you used to slow down the poison. Only you could come up with the combination needed to slow the poison down without even identifying it. But what if I told you those very herbs are the components used in creating the poison? Well, at least some of them anyway. But you just said that Lady Tsunade hadn't come across the plants that were used to create this poison. Shizen spoke out. I did. And that's also true. The boy had a grin on his face. Elaborate. Tsunade was silent as she looked at her student. I believe someone with some serious knowledge on the human body, plants and medicine created this poison. They took several dozens of plants and cross-pollinated them to create new breeds. I believe the person behind this poisoning used cross-pollination and genetic engineering on multiple varieties of the same species and did so with over a dozen specimens. And perhaps even further cross-pollination could have taken place. He or she must have mostly used poisonous plants to make the toxin more deadly. But still the plants you used as herbs must have been used in this experiment. They must have been the key pieces. It's why the pills created from them were effective till now. They were fighting against an enemy invisible to all but them. It's just that they weren't strong enough to get rid of the poison. The Sannin sat down in a chair and thought about it for a while. Daichi, something like that would take a lot of time, focus, energy and resources to create. It's much easier to hire someone to kill the man. She said. Yes. That's true. But what if that would draw unwanted attention? This way he would have died slowly without anyone knowing what had really happened. Regardless, this is the theory I have and I need to test it. Daichi replied. How? At that Daichi took his own scroll out and opened it on a nearby empty table. Over 24 small potted plants appeared along with several notes. In it were plants and herbs that Tsunade recognized and some that she immediately didn't. I tried to create a few cross-pollinated plants but they haven't fully matured yet. And even then, I still need to analyze their properties and DNA and synthesize their enzymes and analyze it to Jin's blood. The right combination might help in revealing the poison hidden in his body. That's like over 1 billion combinations. Shizen exclaimed. Tsunade's eyes widened as she heard that. Even with all my free time, I've only been able to come up with herbs that could slow down whatever is attacking him. The one or multiple poisons responsible for all this. Daichi, finding out something like that. It would take a long time. Time he doesn't have. And finding the right combination and permutations between these 27 specimens you have. How do you plan to do that? Jin doesn't exactly have medical equipment capable enough to do that kind of computational work and I doubt the hospital would lend us one. We don't need a computer. I'm going to do it. The boy said with a big grin. The 2 female medics were shocked. You can't be serious. The smile disappeared from the boy's face as he looked at the other 2. I am. Deadly serious. It will take a few days, maybe a week, but I believe I'll have an answer by then. Excuse me, Sensei. I need to prepare. The 2 were in silence as they watched the boy exit the room. Daichi headed outside and felt the wind blowing in his face. He sensed his grandfather coming and turned to the man. The old man knew of Daichi's miracle on the minister's nephew and was hoping for one to happen now to Jin. Daichi, if you can do anything to help Jin, ple dash. Don't! I don't ever want to hear you say that word. Not to me. I'll do everything I can. I might have a way. Daichi smiled at his grandfather as he tried to reassure the man. The old man nodded and soon left the boy to his thoughts. Intelligence, wisdom, and vitality. They're the key. The gamer ninja let out a deep breath of air and made his decision. Chapter 236, Stat Boost. After coming to a decision, Daichi quickly made his way to the lab and found the other two medics. You're back. Since you're going to stubbornly move forward with this plan, have you given any thoughts about your next step? The blonde Sannin crossed her arms and asked the boy. The gamer ninja nodded his head and created a shadow clone. I have an idea, but I'm going to need to prepare a few things first. I'm going to artificially mature the crossbred herbs and plants, and then I'll need to synthesize the enzymes from the 27 specimens. I could use some help from you with that, sensei. Tsunade nodded, and both her and Daichi's clone got to work. Anything I can do? Shizen asked the boy. Daichi turned his head and nodded. Yes. Can you get me a sample of every snake venom the hospital has currently available? At that request, Shizen was confused. Why do you need snake venom? Tsunade, who was listening to the conversation, slightly narrowed her eyes but continued on with her work with no other reaction. Hearing Shizen's question, the boy held a mysterious smirk which made the woman sigh. Fine. Keep your secret. I'll get you your samples. It's gonna take a while though. I know. Thank you, senpai. The genin replied with a smile, and moments later Tsunade's companion headed out to the Fire Capital Hospital. I'll see you in a few hours, sensei. The Sannin silently nodded, and Daichi left to go find his grandfather. He found the man sitting in a corner in Jin's room with a somber expression. Sensing his grandson's arrival, Kensei spoke without turning his head away from the sleeping man. I've known him for a long time. We grew up together. Became shinobi together. Went on so many missions with both of us watching out for the other. After my son and my daughter-in-law died in the attack, he was there for me. After Fumio passed away, he was there for me. Kensei turned his head to look at his grandson, and Daichi could see a small trail of tears running down the old man's cheeks. Jin was there for me long before I had my son, long before I met my wife. And he was there for me long after they all were gone. And I haven't even been able to return a fraction of the support and kindness he has shown me over decades. I regret that. Daichi slowly walked to the old man and placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. When I'm done with my treatment, you'll have plenty of time to make up for that regret. The old ninja nodded, and his gaze went back to his friend while Daichi made his way to another room to prepare. Daichi was in the guest room meditating alone for a few hours. He was thinking about the next move he was going to make and the long-term effects. I need to increase the power of my parallel processing skill. And for that, high intelligence stat is necessary and high wisdom is also needed. But there will be another limitation. My body, or more specifically my brain. It's the most energy-consuming organ in the body since it's so full of nerve cells. So if I want to efficiently use my brain, I need to increase my vitality and get it to 500 as well. Daichi opened the status page and looked at the 3 stats he wanted to improve. Vitality 494. Intelligence 312. Wisdom 257. Daichi closed his eyes and sighed. It won't be long before I start to come across stronger and stronger opponents. Fighting them with sheer brute force won't be enough all the time. I'll need to outmaneuver and outthink the crafty ones. Using stats now will be beneficial in the long run. With vitality, my brain will have the needed energy to operate, and with high intelligence and wisdom stats, I'm sure the restrictions on parallel processing skill will significantly be reduced. I wonder what kind of skills I'll get when I upgrade these stats. Daichi opened his eyes and looked at his status page and the stat points he had accumulated. Letting them just accumulate without using them won't help much. Guess it's time for another power-up. The first stat Daichi improved was vitality. He added 6 points and brought it to 500. Vitality 494 plus 6 to 500. As another stat reached 500 points, new system messages appeared. Vitality stat has reached 500. Health points formula is revised. You have gained the new skill Enhanced Life Force. Enhanced Life Force passive LV, max, a passive skill given to the player when vitality has reached 500. The skill gives the user enhanced life energy and also augments physical capabilities. The user's stamina, health, and regeneration also gains a massive boost. The moment the notification appeared, Daichi felt the energy flood through his body. The vitality and power flowing through his veins made him feel like he was at the top of the world. The dopamine levels in my body must be really high. I feel pretty fucking good. At that moment another notification came up. And reading the details only made Daichi grin wider. This skill will grant a one-time permanent stat boost to strength, agility, chakra, and stamina stats. Strength 313 plus 20 to 333. Agility 317 plus 10 to 327. Chakra 608 plus 15 to 623. Stamina 419 plus 30 to 449. Wow. I knew I would get a strong skill but a 75 stat bonus as well. That's pretty sweet. Okay. Time to move on to the next stat. Wisdom 257 plus 43 to 300. The next stat the gamer Jinin chose was the Wisdom stat. Daichi added 43 points and brought it to 300 and only needed to wait a couple seconds for the results. Wisdom stat has reached 300. You have gained the new skill Brain Augmentation. Brain Augmentation passive, LV, max, a passive skill given to the player when Wisdom stat has reached 300. This skill gives the player the ability to increase his brain capabilities. The user has enhanced thinking capabilities beyond ordinary, but this isn't achieved by increasing intelligence but instead by enhancing the ability to use already existing knowledge and abilities to their maximum potential. Effects. Skill helps with intuitive leaps and imaginations. Highly efficient memory and cognitive capacities. Gives the ability to use knowledge in new ways. Daichi closed his eyes and felt the effects the skill had on his brain. He felt the shackles he never knew he had break away. New ideas and techniques, new ways to modify his pill formulas, battle plans. All these were forming in Daichi's mind. The boy opened his eyes and let out a deep breath of air. So many things to do. So little time. But then again, I can remedy that problem with the shadow clones. As Daichi felt the effects of the new skill, just like the previous time, a stat boost notification appeared. This skill will grant a one-time permanent stat boost to Sense stat. Sense 156 plus 25 to 181. Daichi smiled as he looked at the result. A stat increase in special stat is very welcome. Thank you, system. Now for the final one. Intelligence 312 plus 188 to 500. Intelligence stat has reached 500. Mana points formula is revised. Skill mana manipulation has leveled up 5 times. Skill mana affinity has leveled up 5 times. Most restrictions on the skill parallel processing have been removed. Most restrictions on mana affinity have been removed. You have gained the new skill Hypercognition. Hypercognition passive, LV, max. This skill is given to the player when intelligence stat has reached 500. This skill gives the user the ability to perform complex mental operations far beyond normal. This makes their mental actions and process of acquiring knowledge through thought, experience and senses far greater than the average person. Daichi shut his eyes closed as he felt hundreds of random information and ideas bombard his mind. But the next second the gamer's mind activated and Daichi felt his mind become calm. He took several deep breaths of air and opened his eyes. The young Jinin looked around the room in wonder and took in all the information around. He went near a window and looked outside to the courtyard. Daichi saw a small bird chirping on a nearby tree branch. It was mostly blue with the tip of its wings tinged in red and green color. His mind slowed down as he looked at the scene. With his sharp senses, Daichi saw the bird's legs tense as if it was going to take off. And a few moments later he was proven right. He saw the bird spread its wings and take off from the branch in slow motion. and as it reached near the top of the tree, Daichi saw a well-camouflaged snake lunge at the small alien creature with its mouth wide open and its poisonous fangs ready to pierce and inject the creature with its venom. Seconds later, the small blue bird was in the mouth of the snake, struggling to break free, but its efforts were futile. The snake devoured its prey and went back into hiding up in the tree. The boy saw everything happen in slow motion, and he let out a deep breath of air and blinked. The next moment, when Daichi opened his eyes, he was taken back when he saw the bird alive and well, standing in the same pose with its wings spread, atop the branch ready to take off. He saw the bird ascend into the air and become prey to the snake when it reached the apex of the tree. It was exactly like he had seen before. It was then that Daichi realized that what he saw the first time was a simulation created by his brain with the information available in front of him. Wow! So that's what that feels like. He looked on in wonder and couldn't help but mutter. My mental abilities have exceeded far beyond what I expected. With this, so many new doors have just opened to me. Now I'm certain I'll be able to solve Jin's problem. But before that... Status. Daichi's status page appeared in front of him. Name, Daichi Hakama, the gamer. Class, Jinin ID 12559. Age, 12. Title, Capable Child, Explorer, Prodigy, Species King, Dungeon Warrior, Executioner, Assassin, Mighty Healer, Slug Sannin's Apprentice, Master of the Elements, a Genius of the Continent, Dungeon Master. Level, 61, 2,630 out of 95,175. Health points, 50040. Chakra points, 105744. Stamina points, 51085. Mana points, 42020. Primary stats. Strength 333. Vitality 500. Dexterity 257. Agility 327. Intelligence 500. Chakra 623. Wisdom 300. Special stats. Sense 181. Stamina 449. Indomitable 53. Charisma 71. Persistence 49. Dignity 20. Luck 24. Stat points 261. Rio 31106100. 261 points remaining. I'll save them for later. Right now this is enough. He looked at the clock and saw that almost 3 hours had passed since his meeting with Tsunade and Kensei. They should be ready by now. Daichi exited the room and made his way to the lab where Tsunade and Shizen were helping shadow clone Daichi with his preparations. The three turned to the real Daichi when he entered the room, and while Shizen was oblivious to Daichi's change, Tsunade immediately sensed that something was different with her apprentice. The same went for the clone, but it knew what the reason behind the change was, but the other medic could only sense this due to the time they spent together. Tsunade looked at her student and frowned. Something's changed. He feels different. But it's definitely him. It was only a few seconds later that Tsunade realized what was bothering her. It was the way Daichi looked at her, her student, and at everything else around the room. The look Daichi had wasn't one of lust or desire, but a gaze of cold hard calculations. For some reason when Daichi looked at her she felt like she was under a microscope. The Sannin closed her eyes and slightly shook her head as if to get rid of her negative thoughts. I must be going crazy. He's the same person he was 10 minutes ago. She let go of her thoughts and decided to move on to more pressing matters. So Daichi, are you ready? The boy nodded his head. Yes. Let's begin. Chapter 237, Quest, Heal Gene 2. Daichi released the shadow clone in the room and got the information needed. It seems everything is ready. They did their part. Now it's my turn. The boy turned to the two other medics in the room and spoke. There are a couple things I need to set up before I start my analysis. Tsunade and Shizen nodded, curious as to what their student was going to do. The boy created several new clones and looked at their mana points. 75% of my total mana. Good. They will be able to help, but I need to make sure of all the variables. Once the shadow clones were created, Daichi took out a scroll and gave it some chakra. Several 4 bags appeared filled with clear liquid. Seeing the contents of the scroll, Tsunade took one and ran some chakra through it. These are energy boosters. Based on a cursory reading, they're even better than the ones I have. She turned to the boy with a raised eyebrow. Daichi smiled at his teacher and spoke. I came across some rare ingredients and incorporated them into my formula. At that moment, a clone came up with a small stand and set the booster bags on them. Daichi sat down in a corner of the lab and the clone attached the drip needles to the Jinin's vein. What exactly do you need these for? You don't look tired or exhausted. Shizun asked. I may not be now, but if I don't have these, then soon I will be. My body is going to need a massive amount of energy for what I'm going to do next. The Jinin replied. And what exactly are you going to do next? Tsunade had her arms crossed and asked the boy. You'll see. Seeing Daichi's non-answer and his smirk annoyed the blonde woman. As all this was happening, one of the clones opened the skill list and checked the mana points cost and the other details of the parallel processing skill. A few seconds later it dispelled. The real Daichi got the information from the clone and closed his eyes. As expected, the shadow clones will have 75% of the mana I have at the time of their creation. This is an advantage. But the disadvantage is that the mana points cost for mana techniques is a lot higher for them than it is for me. They won't be able to maintain it for very long. Still, I can make this work. Daichi opened his eyes and looked at everything. Right now my parallel processing skill consumes 92 mana points per minute. Based on the total mana I have right now, I can maintain that skill for roughly 7.6 hours. The shadow clones won't be able to keep going for that long, but they will definitely be of help in this endeavor. Then I'll have to sleep for my mind to become optimal again. The preparations were done and Daichi looked at Tsunade and spoke. You asked me what I needed the energy boosters for? Well, I developed a technique that can increase the functions of my brain, but I'm certain that it will use up energy. I'm not sure by how much. That's why I have the 4 bags. The medic Sanine narrowed her eyes as she looked at the child. What kind of technique? You can see for yourself once I activate it. The woman let out a short breath of air as she looked at her former student. Daichi, you and I both know that tampering with your brain shouldn't be done recklessly. Are you absolutely sure about this? I am. And besides, you're here if anything goes wrong. So I'm not going to worry. The Jinin had a smirk as he let out a deep breath. The joyful expression vanished and was replaced with one of total focus. In front of Daichi, the enzymes extracted from the 27 plant specimens, a sample of Jin's blood and several snake venoms were present. Daichi created 7 shadow clones a few minutes ago. Daichi and 5 of his clones sat down in a circle around the items. Another clone was checking the vital signs of its creator while the last one was working on modifying several formulas for different medicines. Let's not waste any more time. With that, Daichi and his clones placed their hands above the samples in front of them and went through 4 hand seals in perfect unison. The next moment their palms glowed green and their chakra was probing the items below. Daichi looked at the jutsu he's using and already new information was filling his brain. Absolute cellular analysis techniques. This jutsu will help me in analyzing all organic compounds right down to their cellular level. I can gain information on the compound, including the chemical makeup, potency, and side effects. This will also help me with observing the molecular composition, their cellular structure, and how they would interact with the other. This jutsu was a modified version and a combination of other medical analysis jutsu Daichi had in his arsenal. Time to start the next phase of my operation. The boy looked at the clones and gave a nod. The real Daichi, along with his 5 shadow clones, activated the parallel processing skill immediately. The Jinin closed his eyes as information began to flood his brain. Daichi started identifying the genetic structure and properties of the samples in front of him and began the task of finding the right combination between the right samples. He would then analyze the data to the sample of Jin's blood and the boy would know the results. Thousands of calculations and combinations were running through his brain each second. His enormous task of identifying the right compounds and thus identifying the poison has begun. The sixth shadow clone was running his green palms over Daichi's head. It was tasked with making sure that there were no abnormalities within his real body. So far so good. All functions seemed to be at optimum level. Heartbeat, blood pressure, all stable. And it seems I was right. Energy consumption has increased, but thanks to the high vitality there isn't much problem. At that moment Tsunade and Shizen came near the boy. They stared at the child in silence and it looked like Daichi was in a deep trance or meditation. What's going on? What is he doing? The older medical ninja asked the clone in a low tone. See for yourself. You'll understand when you do. The clone replied and Tsunade carefully went near the real Daichi. She placed her hands a few centimeters above his head and they started glowing green as she examined Daichi's brain activities. Several seconds later Tsunade's eyes widened as she sensed what was happening in the boy's head. She kept her jutsu up for over a minute to make sure there wasn't a mistake in what she was sensing. Stopping her chakra flow a few moments later, Tsunade took several steps back and looked at the boy in complete astonishment. Impossible. She couldn't help but mutter the words. What? What is it, Lady Tsunade? Shizen asked. Rarely did she ever see such a surprised expression from her teacher. His brain. It's functioning at speeds I can't even fathom. What do you mean by that, my lady? Shizen didn't understand the implications her teacher made. The Sannin was silent as she turned to the shadow clone, keeping an eye on the real Daichi's vitals. What did you do? What jutsu did you use? Tsunade asked the clone in a serious tone. It's something that I created a short while ago. With it I can retain and recall vast amounts of data and quickly process them in a short time. It helps me process information faster, but there are drawbacks. I need to be in a calm environment and I need lots of energy for it to function. The clone replied. Don't need to tell them the true extent of my abilities. Not yet anyway. I'm confused. Couldn't you already do that? I remember you saying so during Tsunade-sensei's test. Shizen spoke. The Sannin shook her head as she looked at the girl. It's not the same Shizen. Seeing the girl's questioning gaze, Sannin explained her findings. The strength of the synaptic connections in his hippocampus is far greater than in any other brain I've examined or come across. And that allows faster and more efficient communications between neurons. And moreover his brain is evaluating and processing a large amount of information at an extremely rapid rate. What would take a normal person days or weeks to calculate and analyze, Daichi can now do it in seconds. Shizen was starting to understand what her sensei was getting at. But that would require highly efficient communication between different regions of the brain, particularly those involved in decision-making and cognitive processing. And the way you're describing it, the neurons firing in his brain would have to be significantly faster than an ordinary person. It is. His neurons are firing at speeds I can't even comprehend. He's extracting information and those data are being processed in multiple regions of the brain simultaneously. His prefrontal cortex has lit up unlike anything I've ever seen. The blonde woman gave her analysis. How? How did you even come up with such a technique? She turned to the clone and asked. Do you remember what I said during the beginning? What my goal is? The clone asked. To become the strongest. The clone nodded and looked at the woman with a serious gaze. I want to stand at the apex of this world, but I won't get there with brute strength. Well, I can, but I doubt I'd be able to stay on top for long if that was the case. There will come a time when I need to outsmart my enemies to defeat them. And the first step is to increase my brain power. Right now it's functioning at superhuman levels and this technique will immensely help me in the future. Tsunade looked at the boy with a stoic expression. With his enhanced mind he'll be able to come up with new techniques, jutsus, scientific discoveries all on his own in no time. If I'm right, then he'll be able to significantly change this era when he grows up. Tsunade said nothing else as she looked at her student's clone. The female medic then turned her attention to the real one, who was in a meditative state and just observed him for a few minutes. You should get some rest. This will take a while, the clone informed her. Well, I'll leave you to it then. With those words she left the lab with Shizen following after. 3 days went by since Daichi started using the parallel processing skill to analyze the plant enzymes and other samples. He would use the mana skill for 7.5 hours before going to sleep for 3 hours and getting back to optimal level. His clones would be able to use the skill for a little over 4 hours, and after Daichi wakes up from his trance, the clones would dispel one by one, giving him their information and findings. You have slept in a bed. Health points, chakra points, stamina points, and mana points have been fully restored. Daichi closed the box as soon as he woke up from his 3-hour sleep. I'm close. I can feel it. Just one more. I just need one more try. Daichi headed to his spot, made 5 clones, and began all over again. 4 hours later his clones dispelled one by one. Around 6 hours went by before he opened his eyes again. He had a big grin on his face as he stood and stretched. Since he was alone in the lab, Daichi immediately got to work on his findings. He took 17 small potted plants and placed 12 of them in pairs on a table. I need to crossbreed and create 6 hybrids from these. Then I'll need to alter their genetics by using the unique traits of the other 5. And then genetically combine all of them again and extract the enzymes from the finished sample. It needs to be done in the correct order or it won't work. Daichi sighed, thinking of the massive amounts of work he would have to do. Now I'm more than sure. It was Orochimaru behind this poisoning. And if I'm right about the reason why, then we're in even bigger troubles than I thought. No. I shouldn't worry about him at this time. Right now my focus should be on Jean. Creating new shadow clones, Daichi immediately got to work. It took him another 3 days to complete all the tasks required to help his patient. Daichi added a single drop of the new enzyme to a sample of Jin's blood and watched as the red liquid slowly turned purple. Fucking finally. Now I have a way to identify the poison and remove it. Time to inform the others. Chapter 238, Quest Completion and a Secret Meeting. It was morning and Daichi was roaming through numerous gambling dens in the capital looking for his teacher. His search finally bore results when he stumbled upon Tsunade, who was in the middle of a wager with another gambler. As the small medic ninja walked towards them, he saw the annoyed expression on Tsunade's face as she lost another match. The gambler sitting opposite to Tsunade gave a small grin as he collected his rewards. Sorry, Lady Tsunade. It seems luck is not with you this time. But maybe in the next round it will be. Let's say double or nothing. The blonde woman sighed and shook her head. Another time. Oh. I didn't realize the legendary Tsunade Senju was afraid of losing a bet. Very well. We'll stop here. The man had a smirk as he knew that would push her buttons. And he was right. Veins popped up on Tsunade's forehead as she gave the man a death glare. Fine. Double or nothing. She took a small scroll and opened it and showed the stacks of cash. The greed in the gambler's eyes wasn't missed by anyone. It was at this moment that Daichi decided to intervene. Hey. Wait a minute. Hold on. The 2 gamblers turned their heads to Daichi. Morning, Sensei. Where is Shizen? Daichi asked. She's at the hospital taking some extra work. Tsunade replied. Meanwhile, the male gambler slightly narrowed his eyes as he looked at the child with the leaf headband. He called her Sensei. So that means this child must be Daichi Hakama. So the boy is here, huh? My lord should know about this. The man said nothing as he watched the interaction between the teacher and the student. Isn't it a bit too early to start gambling? The young genin had an eyebrow raised as he looked at his medic teacher. BHA. What do you know? Don't you have more important things to do? Now shoo. Go away. I'm going to win back my money. The Sannin waved her hand at Daichi and turned her attention back towards the man. The man's grin widened as she accepted his challenge. Daichi just sighed seeing his teacher's reaction and decided to intervene before she could lose any more. He stepped forward and spoke. How about you make a bet with me? Huh? The two people raised an eyebrow at the boy in front of him. Daichi, this is my fight. I can win the money on my own. Tsunade said annoyed. M'chim. So what do you say, mister? Daichi asked, looking to the other person. Satoshi. And no. I'm not interested in making a bet with you. How much is the current wager? The boy asked. 108000 Rio. The man replied, curious to see where this was going. Daichi took out a scroll and placed his chakra into the seal. In a puff, a large black briefcase appeared. When he opened it, Satoshi's eyes widened looking at the contents. That's 1 million. Still not interested? Tsunade turned to her student and all of a sudden gave the boy a sweet, kind smile and spoke. Hey. Why don't you go get Shizune and we'll head to someplace nice and relaxing. Just leave the case here. I'll keep it safe. Okay? Daichi had a deadpan expression when he heard his sensei. Even if she's talking to me, her sight has never left the money even once. I can practically see the dollar signs in her eyes. Such a woman. Not gonna happen. You know I wasn't born yesterday, right? Daichi ignored his teacher and turned his attention back to the man. So what do you say? Satoshi had a small frown on his face. This must be part of the reward he got for capturing the Phantom Thief. That's a lot of money. Should I do it? The man was cautious, but in the end his greed won. Fine. But we're going to do this my way. Daichi nodded and Satoshi explained the rules. He would roll 3 dice simultaneously in a small cup and Daichi would have to correctly guess the number on the side facing up. A 3-round match. Daichi had a stoic face hearing the terms, but on the inside he was smiling. The genin took a look at the 3 dice inside the small cup before Satoshi started shaking it and quickly flipping it upside down. Parallel processing. Do your thing. With the help of his mana skill, Daichi was able to correctly predict the outcome 3 times, leaving the man completely dumbfounded and a lot less richer. He collected and handed the winnings to Tsunade and the two quickly left the area. Satoshi looked at the disappearing figure of Daichi and a small smile formed on his face. It seems I've underestimated him. I wonder how my lord will assess him. Across the street as Daichi and Tsunade kept walking, the blonde Sannin suddenly asked. You used that ability, didn't you? The one that increases your brain functions. Yes. It's quite handy for stuff like this. The blonde woman had a smirk as she heard that reply. You know, part of the reason I didn't stop you from making that wager is because I was pretty sure you were going to win. After all, you told me yourself. You never make a bet unless you're sure you know the outcome. The boy shrugged hearing that. I take calculated risks. It just so happens that my calculations are much more accurate than others. The two were silent for a while before Tsunade spoke again. You found a solution to Jin's problem, didn't you? You wouldn't have come to find me otherwise. Yes. I have. Is it a cure? No. But I have a feeling Jin is going to be satisfied with the results. The two didn't say anything else and made their way to their patient's home. Jin slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the ceiling. The pain has been significantly reduced. But I'll need a few more days of rest before I can get out of bed on my own. The man quietly sighed and looked around. His eyes then fell on Kensei, who was dozing on a chair near his bed. A smile formed on Jin's face as he looked at his longtime friend. Napping in the middle of the day. You're finally starting to show your age, aren't you, old man? Ha ha ha. Jin's voice woke Kensei up from his short sleep. Jin. You're awake. Yeah. You look like shit. Jin replied with a smirk. Ha! Look who's talking. Kinsei stood and went to get a glass of water for his friend. Jin tilted his head and slowly drank the cool liquid held by his friend. Ah, that feels good. Kinsei looked at his friend helplessly. His only hope now was his grandson. Don't look so grim. It doesn't suit you. Besides, there is an upside to all this. Jin spoke. What's that? Jin turned to his friend and smirked as he answered. I get to haunt Danzo and make his life miserable. Ha! I doubt you could haunt someone who doesn't even believe in ghosts or karma or any of that. But I guess it's worth a try. Kinsei replied with a smile. You know, with the life we've led, I always thought I'd die on the battlefield. Getting stabbed by an enemy weapon or falling prey to their jutsu. Never did I imagine dying in bed in such a sad state. The smile faded from Kinsei's face and he held Jin's hand. Don't give up, Jin. You can't give up now. There is still Dash. Don't. Please. Just don't. A sad smile and acceptance was on Jin's face. I've already made peace. It's okay. I'm ready to let go now. Kinsei shook his head upon hearing that. I've known you long enough to know when you're lying, Jin. You want to fight, don't you? Even if I want to. What's the point? Even Tsunade couldn't cure me. She did the best she could. But I won't live past another 3 or 4 months. I wouldn't be too sure of that. Kinsei said as his lips slightly curled up. He sensed the presence of 2 individuals coming closer to their room. What are you talking about? The former member of the Guardian 12 asked his friend. He's talking about me. Daichi spoke as he entered the room with Tsunade following behind him. They wheeled in several medical equipments and began setting them up. Daichi looked at his grandfather and gave a small nod. Kinsei smiled as hope formed in him. He took several steps back to give the 2 medics their space. What's all this? What's going on? Jin asked the 2 medic ninjas. As you know, you've been poisoned, Jin. The problem I had until now was identifying the poison. But today my student has found a solution to that problem. Tsunade told her patient. If this treatment works, you'll live a lot longer than just 4 months. Jin's eyes widened in shock as he heard that. He turned his head to look at Daichi in disbelief. Hi. We met a year ago. Daichi waved at the man. I remember. Did you really find a cure? Daichi kept a cool expression and replied. I'll explain everything after the procedure. Right now I'm going to put you under. Jin couldn't say anything else as Tsunade placed the anesthetic over his nose and soon the man was unconscious. Is this going to work, Daichi? The boy's grandpa couldn't help but ask him. It will. Since this is a clean room, we can perform the treatment right here. Daichi nodded to his teacher's suggestion and they both got to work. Kinsei was in the corner of the room watching the 2 medics. Daichi created 5 shadow clones and they all placed their palms atop Jin and it started glowing green with healing chakra. The real Daichi gave a nod and Tsunade injected a vial of green liquid into Jin's body. It's working. A few moments later Daichi exclaimed, seeing the results of the special enzyme he created. How long will it take for the poison to appear throughout the body? A few minutes. Daichi answered his teacher. The 2 ninjas waited for several minutes for the enzyme to take effect. They kept a close eye on the man's vitals and organ functions. Time for the second phase. I'm leading it to you, Daichi. Tsunade said and took several steps back. The boy nodded and concentrated. Beginning the incisions. He along with his clones made 5 cuts along Jin's body. 1 on each limb and the last one on his chest. One of the 5 shadow clones brought a container filled with medical liquid. His real self and counterparts used their medical technique to gather and hold the liquid in their palms. They injected Jin's body with the liquid and a few seconds later began to extract the liquid from the cut that was made. It had a dark purple foreign substance swirling inside. Kinsei narrowed his eyes as he looked on at the scene. So that's the poison. Who exactly is capable of creating something like this? And why did they target Jean? Daichi and his group of shadow clones worked for almost half an hour before their second phase of treatment was completed. Most of the poison became visible and was extracted. But there is still some deep within his cells. Beginning Phase 3. The shadow clones closed the incisions perfectly while their creator took out his 3 special medical concoctions to inject into the sleeping man. Thanks to parallel processing, I was able to revamp the formula and make the effects of these much stronger. They are now much more effective than when I used it on Leorio. Daichi injected the X-Purge shot into Jean and examined his state. It looks like the poison is being eradicated at a faster rate than I thought. Must be because I extracted and removed most of it manually. Daichi took the booster shot vial and quickly injected it next. Now that your immune system has recognized the poison, it will be able to resist it much more effectively. The final life blood vial injected gave some color to Jin's face. Already his physical state was improving quickly. Time for the final step. The clones stepped back and dispelled themselves while Daichi prepared himself to use one of his strongest medical skills. He made several seals and placed his hands on top of Jin's chest. Skill health manipulation is now active. Right now I can increase or decrease the health of a target by 12% and a 33% chance of manipulating the biological chemicals. Now that I can manipulate life force more easily, I'll be able to use health manipulation more effectively. And with the power of added regeneration, I'm sure his lifespan has increased by at least 5 or 6 years. Daichi was able to successfully use his skill to its maximum efficiency. He kept up the treatment for over 10 minutes before stopping. Skill health manipulation has leveled up. Health manipulation skill has reached level 20. Grade of this skill has increased from average to good. New effects are added to the skill. He took a few steps back and wiped his forehead. He turned to look at his teacher and gave her a nod. After that, Daichi began going over the quest completion notifications that appeared in front of him. Would you like to mark this quest as completed? I only have a couple weeks left before the 1-year time limit to find the cure is up. I'm sure Orochimaru is behind this, but finding the secret compound he used is going to be a pain. It's not worth it. Yes. I would like to mark this quest as completed. As Daichi's intentions were made clear, new notifications appeared. Quest Heal Jean has been completed. Rewards: 10,000 EXP. 1,500 EXP. Reputation increases with Issen, Kinsei Isagi. Reputation increases with Jean, Tsunade Senju, and an unknown person. Tsunade walked up to the sleeping man and began running her chakra throughout his body. She did a thorough scan and turned to Daichi with a grin. Look at that. You actually did it. Kinsei could keep his silence any longer. What happened? Is he cured? Did you save him? Let's just say that Jean has another 7 to 8 years of healthy life to look forward to. The Sannin replied with a smirk. What did you say? The shocked question came from Jean, who was wide awake. Fire capital, unknown location. At the same time as Daichi was healing Jean, a secret meeting was taking place. You wouldn't come to me in such secrecy unless it was something important. So what is it, Sadoshi? Speak. A man covered by darkness ordered in a menacing tone to his kneeling subordinate. I came across Lady Tsunade's student. The one you were interested in. Sadoshi spoke in a respectful manner. So you met the boy? Yes, my lord. He came into my shop. It was indeed Daichi Hekima. Based on what I gathered, he's not here to complete any mission on behalf of the Leaf Village. It seems to be a personal matter of sorts. I see. You did well informing me, Sadoshi. The voice said, chuckling. Of course. It is this humble servant's pleasure to serve you, my lord. With those words, Sadoshi vanished from the room. So you've come back to the capital. Sooner than I'd expected. It's time we've met. Daichi Hekima. Hoo. As a dark chuckle escaped the unknown man's lips, the curtain that covered the windows was moved to the side, filling the room with bright light. Oh. Oh. Hey, stop that. The figure tried to cover his face from the sunlight and his menacing tone changed to one of childishness. Are you done trying to act like a cliché villain, young master? Another voice came from the other side of the room. It was a middle-aged man well dressed in a red and black suit. He was giving his master a raised eyebrow as heard the laugh. He sighed and shook his head at his master's antics. Boo! You're ruining my fun, Hotoja. Don't you know? It's much more entertaining to play the villain in public and be the hero in secret. Respectfully, young master, I will have to disagree with that. Still, about what Satoshi said. Are you going to meet with that child? This is a good opportunity. The unknown person turned serious and the smile disappeared from his face. Yes. I want to know what kind of a person he is underneath. I'm also curious to see what his visions are for the future. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 11. Peace. Chapter 239, Possible Motives and a Good Time. Daichi completed his treatment and Jean was slowly regaining consciousness. At that moment he sensed Tsunade examining him and when he was about to speak he heard the older medic ninja giving her assessment. He was even more shocked at how long she expected him to live. What did you say? Jean was so surprised he couldn't help but ask. It was then he felt the changes in his body. He took in a deep breath of air and held it for a few seconds before letting it out. He clenched his fist and felt the energy coursing through his body. It doesn't hurt when I breathe. I don't feel any strain when I move. The aches and pains I've endured for the last half-decade. It's all gone. He looked shocked and turned his gaze to Tsunade. What did you do? How? I thought you couldn't help me. I didn't. It wasn't me who saved you. It was him. Tsunade replied, pointing at Daichi. Yo! Daichi waved his hand at the man. Jean sat up and looked at the boy in wonder. You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome. The genin replied with a small smile. See, Jean. I told you not to give up hope. Thank you, Daichi. Kinsei had a big smile as he gave his grandson a hug. Don't mention it, Gramps. It's nothing. Now before you all go celebrating there are a few things you need to know. Daichi's smile slowly vanished and looked at the two men. Jean and Kinsei looked at the serious expression on the boy's face and quieted down. Tsunade was also keenly observing her student. Daichi looked at the two men and began. Now, as I'm sure you already know, you were poisoned. This poison is the most complex piece of compound I've ever come across and it was specific to you. Its properties, interactions, mechanisms. They are all so complex and intricate that it took months for Sensei to develop a resistance pill that would only slow the poison down. And even with my skills, I'm afraid I've only been able to extend your lifespan and not cure you. What? But I thought... Jean began, but Daichi interrupted him. Please let me explain. You'll understand once you have the full picture. Jean nodded and stayed silent. The genin continued. Based on my analysis, this poison was created from a special genetically engineered plant. Genetic engineering techniques allow scientists to identify, isolate specific genes responsible for the needed trait and transfer those traits between different plant species. The plant used in creating this poison was the result of cross-pollination of several different plants and then genetically modifying them. Whoever did this also added an unknown final element to make the poison more deadly. If you hadn't met Sensei, you would have died in a few months in a slow, agonizing way. This poison was designed that way. While Tsunade kept a cool face, Jean and Kinsei clenched their fists and anger was on their faces when they heard that. Now, I was able to identify the plants used in the crossbreeding and went about the same way. I created the final gene-edited plant and extracted its enzymes. Kinsei's eyes widened as he began to understand what his grandson did. Wait. You once said to me that the poison was hiding in his body. Those enzymes from the plant revealed them, didn't they? That was what you injected into him in the beginning. Daichi nodded. Yes. Once the poison was revealed, it was easy to remove it and heal most of your internal organs and reverse some of the damages. I used some of my special medicines to boost your strength and immune system. You have another 8 years of relatively healthy life. But doesn't that mean you cured me? Jean asked the boy, confused. Unfortunately, no. While I was able to find the correct plant used, I'm not able to identify the unknown element added to this. And without that, I can't help you. If you had the cure, then you would have had another 4 to 6 years added to your lifespan. But since I don't know what the compound is. But if we find the person responsible and get that unknown compound, you can create a permanent cure, right? Kinsei asked the boy. Daichi sighed and silently shook his head. I'm sorry. But the damage is done. It's too late even if we did find the compound in the next week or coming days. His body has suffered too much damage these last several years. It won't help now. Kinsei looked down and clenched his fist as he thought about the situation. At that moment Jean spoke. Why do you look so down, you idiot? I just went from being near death's door to having another 8 years of life. I'm not complaining. The man had a smirk as he got up from his medical bed. Kinsei sighed and nodded. Yes. You're right. I should look at the positive side of this. Oh, there's one more thing. Daichi took a small bottle filled with orange pills. Take 1 tablet each week. Around 7 days apart. They're a modified version of the pills you've been taking. Jean smiled as he took the bottle, but then his smile slowly disappeared. Daichi, thank you. But there are 2 things I want to know. What is it? At the end of my lifespan, 7 or 8 years from now, will I suffer again like these last few months? He asked in a small tone. No. Your body wouldn't have the strength to put up a fight at that moment. When the time comes, you'll pass away in your sleep or you'll most likely faint. You won't suffer. Jean nodded with a smile. Thank you. What's the second thing? Daichi asked, and the smile on Jin's face vanished and was replaced with one of fury. Who did this to me? At that question all eyes were on Daichi, waiting to hear his reply. The gamer ninja kept a cool face and was silent for a few moments before he replied. I don't know. But whoever did this, they have resources, a deep scientific knowledge in multiple fields, and are most likely very dangerous. But I don't know the identity of the one behind this. While the 2 men nodded at Daichi's reply, Tsunade narrowed her eyes as she looked at the boy. We need to take precautions in case whoever did this attacks again. Kinsei spoke. I don't think you need to worry about that, Gramps. Daichi said. Why do you say that? Whoever is responsible was counting on Jean to die several years ago. But he lived thanks to Sensei. But there was no other attack on him again. If this was personal, then there would have been another attempt on his life. If I'm right, then Jean, you were just an experiment. What? Jean was angry hearing that, but Daichi continued with a calm face. As much as it might make you mad to hear this, I believe you were just a test subject used to see the effects of the poison. They might have had another motive, but I believe they're irrelevant now. At least this is my theory. Jean gritted his teeth, but after several seconds calmed down. He took a few deep breaths and regained his composure. He looked at the boy and nodded. Thank you for sharing the information, Daichi, and for saving my life. If there is anything I can do for you, just ask. The man smiled. I'll keep that in mind. Daichi smiled at the man. Jean turned to Tsunade, who was keeping quiet the whole time. He bowed to the woman and straightened. Your student is truly magnificent. That speaks volumes of your skill as a teacher. I have you to thank for this new lease on life as well. The blonde woman smirked at that. You know my fee has just substantially increased, right? Ha ha ha. Yes. I'll have someone make the arrangements. Tsunade nodded and turned to her student. Daichi, come on. We still have some work to go over. Jean and Kinsei nodded, and the Sannin and her student left the room. So what now? Kinsei asked. It's been a long time since I took a stroll through the capital and just enjoyed the sights. Why don't you find Issen and tell him the good news? I'll be there shortly. Jean replied. Kinsei nodded and the two friends soon left the house in different directions. Tsunade and her student entered the medical laboratory and the blonde Sannin locked the door behind her. Why did you lie to them? She asked her student. Daichi looked at his teacher and knew what she was asking about. A few moments of silence passed before the boy gave his reply. I didn't want them well, I didn't want Gramps to go after him. The Sannin narrowed her eyes upon hearing that. So you do know who's behind this, don't you? I have a strong suspicion. Please don't tell me it's who I think it is. I believe this is your former teammate Orochimaru's work. The woman groaned hearing that name. God damn it! Why? What's your reasoning? Is it the snake venom? Daichi nodded. He began telling the truth with a small portion of lies mixed in. Yes. The reason I suspected him was because of the complexity of this poison. At first I thought it was created just by crossbreeding various poisonous plants, but I soon realized that it had to be more than that. And creating something like this takes time and energy. No one does something like this for a job or as a chore. They do it because they like it. Because it's their obsession. And as I said before, whoever made this must have scientific knowledge in multiple fields. There aren't many people that fit that category. So you began suspecting Orochimaru? The boy nodded. Yes. I believe the unknown compound used was snake venom. But I needed to know for sure. It's why I had Shizen Senpai bring me those venoms. And were they used? Daichi shook his head side to side. No. They show some similarities, but none of those samples were the exact ones used. But the data and information I extracted led me to one conclusion. It was Orochimaru behind this. He created this special hybrid plant and added a snake venom that's unique or rare to increase the lethality of the poison. Since he has the snake summoning contract, he must have used a species that's not been recorded. Tsunade sighed hearing the explanation. But why? He wouldn't do something like this on a whim. He must have a reason. What does that big brain tell you? Daichi was silently contemplating on what answer to give his teacher. He sighed and spoke. Over a month ago I came across one of Orochimaru's labs in the Land of Sea. He was experimenting with human-fish hybrids. We found several bodies that were used as test subjects. The older medic ninja was surprised to hear that. He truly has lost all morals. That snake is not someone who stops once he has an obsession. He'll be a dangerous enemy in the future. Daichi continued. Based on my understanding, Orochimaru's fascination lies with the human body. I believe he's trying to edit and manipulate the human genome to create something more. The cross-pollination and gene editing he did in those plants must have been a test to see if it was possible. At least this is the theory I have. Tsunade groaned thinking about the coming headache and pinched the bridge of her nose. She then looked at her student and spoke. I'll make a report of this and send it to Sensei. When you get back to the village, he will want to see you and know what you know. I understand, Sensei. A few moments of silence later Tsunade spoke. Kinsei and Jean aren't idiots. You gave them enough clues to point towards Orochimaru. And they also would know you suspect him as well. Daichi agreed. Yes. I'm aware. It's a calculated risk. If I told them nothing, then they would know I'm lying and would know something was up. Those two would be even more determined to find the enemy, and Kinsei would end up going up against Orochimaru. It's not a certainty, but this outcome is one with higher probabilities. But this way, by giving them something, they'll investigate but won't make a move on Orochimaru unless they are certain and they have a reason to. Those two know the threat he poses. So they won't move recklessly. The woman nodded and crossed her arms. I guess time will tell how things will play out. So now that our work here is done, do you have any plans? She asked, changing the subject to lighter topics. Daichi smirked and replied. Well, I've been wanting to go to the Phoenix restaurant for a while. And maybe hit the gambling dens with you. We could take them all down. Oh! The blonde woman's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the two medics soon left Jin's home. It was night time. Shizun was walking through the streets of the capital looking for her master. She went to Jin's house but didn't find her there. Where could she have gone? There's no sign of Daichi as well. Oink oink. At that moment, Taunton, who was with her, made a nose and pointed in a certain direction. Did you pick up Lady Tsunade's scent, Taunton? Oink! The pig nodded and ran with Shizun right behind it. Soon they made their way to a small tavern and found her master along with Daichi drinking and laughing in a booth in the corner of the room. Shizun sighed seeing the scene, and as she got closer she heard Daichi speaking. And he said, "My head is feeling a little numb." And I said, "Is it your skull? Is it numb?" "That's it. You're a numbskull." "Ha ha ha," Daichi said, laughing at his own joke. The Sannin also laughed hearing that. "Ha ha ha. Daichi, that is the most horrible pun I have ever heard." Her cheeks were flushed and she was slightly slurring her words. Proof that she was tipsy. Shizun came near the two and looked at them. She immediately realized that both were drinking. "Oh my god! Lady Tsunade! Did you let Daichi have alcohol?" "Calm down, Shizun. It's just a little bit. No big deal. And besides, look what I got." Tsunade waved Shizun's concerns and showed her the big suitcase that was near her. The woman opened it and Shizun was surprised to see it filled with cash. "My lady! Where did you get that? Please tell me you didn't borrow it from someone shady. Or rob someone." The last part said in an almost quiet tone. "Relax. Daichi and I went to a few casinos and we won this fair and square." Shizun's eyes widened even further. "You took him gambling?" "Yup. He's my lucky charm. We make a great team, don't we, Daichi?" Tsunade replied, grinning. "Sure do. You build them up. I knock them down." Daichi downed another glass of alcohol and extended his arm for a fist bump which the Sannin reciprocated. "Ah. I miss the taste of alcohol. It's a good thing I created that skill. It's a risk having it on, but still. Well, at least it can get me drunk." At that moment someone else joined the conversation. And they didn't sound pleased. "You took my grandson gambling and drinking?" Kinsei's angry tone as he looked at Tsunade made everyone pause. Jean was grinning from behind the angry ninja and gave Daichi a secret thumbs up. Tsunade looked at the angry Kinsei and just said one word in a flat tone. "Whoops!" The old veteran ninja narrowed his eyes and growled at the woman's antics. Meanwhile Daichi was pouring another drink and enjoying himself. "Aha! This is the life!" Chapter 240, The Third Prince. Reputation slightly decreases with Kinsei Isagi. Since he got adopted, Daichi got this notification very rarely. And truth be told, it bummed him out a little. The two were on their way to Kinsei's house in the capital. "Come on, Gramps. It was just a few drinks. Don't be mad. It's no big deal." The old man's shoulders slumped hearing that. He sighed and replied, "I'm not mad at you, Daichi. I'm just dash. Please don't say disappointed. That's so much worse," the genin said with a small wince. At that Kinsei sported a small smirk and spoke. "Displeased. That's just another word for disappointment." The old man let out a long breath and glanced at his grandson. "Daichi, you're only 12 years old. You shouldn't be drinking or gambling. That woman might be a great shinobi and a great teacher, but she is a bad influence. I'm disappointed in her. Don't you think you're being a bit too harsh?" "No. And I'm even more disappointed in you. You're supposed to be the smart, mature kid who doesn't do dumb shit like this. Come on, Gramps. It was just one time. And besides, how old were you when you had your first drink?" Daichi asked with a small smirk. At the boy's question, Kinsei thought back to the memory of his first drink and a smile formed on his face. He realized that Daichi was watching and quickly put on his poker face. We're not talking about me. We're talking about you. Now. No more drinking until you're 17. Got it? He asked as the two reached the house. Well, I guess now I don't have an excuse to turn on that skill. Daichi sighed and turned the skill off that allowed him to get drunk. But the downside of that skill was that it also made Daichi vulnerable to poisons. Yes, Gramps. The old man turned his head and looked at the boy with a raised eyebrow. Promise? I promise. And you know I don't break promises. Daichi replied with a sincere nod. The old ninja looked at the boy for a few more seconds and nodded in satisfaction. I'll hold you to it. Reputation slightly increased with Kinsei Isagi. They soon reached the house and got inside. Get cleaned up and go to bed. We'll head back to the village in the morning. Right. Good night, Gramps. Night, Daichi. The genin made his way to his room, and after a quick shower and a change of clothes he was ready for bed. Never realizing that tomorrow he would be meeting one of the most important people in the Fire Country. It was a couple hours after dawn and Daichi was completing his morning exercises. Kinsei had left the house to meet with Jean, and this left Daichi alone for the morning. As he completed another set of workouts, he sensed the presence of a strong individual in the vicinity of the compound. The boy's eyes slightly narrowed as he focused on the intruder, but there was no other outward change in his manner. Daichi sensed the intruder entering the compound and making his way towards him, all the while concealing his presence from the rest of the world. He made his way to the top of a tree, all without making a single leaf move. His stealth skills aren't bad. There isn't any scent coming off him, and he didn't make any sounds getting here. He also has great control over his chakra to hide its presence like this. There aren't many who could sense his presence save for people like Kakashi. Who is he? An assassin or someone just here to observe me? Daichi was completing his push-ups as he tried to gauge the unknown man's intentions. Several minutes went by with the unknown ninja just watching Daichi, and it was starting to annoy the boy. He got to his feet and stretched himself as if there was nothing wrong. The next instant several shuriken appeared between his fingers, and Daichi threw the deadly weapons with precision. The unknown assailant was surprised at the sudden attack and tried to defend himself, but the speed with which the shuriken came made the task almost impossible. The ninja took a kunai and deflected the shuriken while trying to jump down from his position. He was able to change the path of the deadly weapons away from his vitals, but it still left him with shallow wounds. As his feet touched the ground, he suddenly felt as if he was unable to move. What's going on? As the intruder looked ahead, he didn't see Daichi but a swarm of black butterflies coming his way. They quickly covered his whole body, and the man felt like his flesh was being eaten. Despite the situation, his heart was beating calmly. He was a very experienced ninja who had faced much worse. Jinjutsu. To think I fell prey to this child's jinjutsu without even knowing it. The man bit his lips hard enough to draw blood, and the swarm of black butterflies eating away at his body vanished. He looked around and saw ninja wire restraining his every limb. Upon closer inspection, the wounds inflicted due to the shuriken were also missing. The enemy realized the full scope of what had happened. From the very beginning I was under his illusion. This child is indeed just as dangerous and talented as the information suggested. I don't appreciate an unknown spying on me. So you better start talking before I decide to get serious. Daichi spoke from behind him. Despite the intruder wearing unidentifiable clothes, the boy already knew who the man was thanks to his observed skill. LV.87, Hokage. Age, 29. Health points, 17,642, chakra points, 25,430. Affiliation, Prince Katsuya Hinu. Hokage was born in a small village in the Fire Country. When he was young, his family was killed by rogue ninjas. Hokage trained to be a shinobi to take revenge on the ones who killed his family, and after succeeding in his mission he wandered the lands for a brief period of time. It was during this period that he met the daimyo of Fire Country. Hotoja is a very loyal individual and is dedicated to his cause. The Fire Lord saw this quality and assigned him to his youngest son. Hotoja has been a faithful guardian to the youngest Fire Prince since that day. He has higher than average stealth abilities, sealing skills, and has excellent swordsmanship and powerful fire-style ninjutsu. His chakra reserves are higher than average due to his grandmother's Uzumaki lineage. Strength 265. Agility 302. Intelligence 67. The physical stats may be subjected to change if chakra or technique is applied. Affiliation, Katsuya Hinu. So this guy is someone associated with the third prince. And one with ties to the Uzumaki clan no less. I didn't expect that. It's a good thing I didn't go with lethal force. Still, why the hell is he here? As Daichi was thinking about the complicated situation he found himself in, the restrained man spoke. Your skills are certainly very impressive. You are far more than a mere genin. I suppose it is to be expected from the student of one of the legendary Sannin. Daichi had a smirk after hearing that. He walked forward and stood in front of the man who was sizing him up. Buttering me up isn't going to help you, pal. Who are you and why are you here? I heard you're quite an intelligent child. So tell me, who do you think I am? The intruder, despite being unable to move, was calm as he gazed at the child. Daichi crossed his arms and scrutinized the ninja in front of him with a calculating gaze. A few seconds later Daichi broke the silence. You're not an enemy here to kill me or kidnap me. I don't sense any killing or malicious intent coming from you. And up until I attacked, you were just fine with keeping an eye on me. So this child did indeed see through my stealth. His senses are sharp. For a child anyway. My grandfather is an important businessman here in the capital, and for you to break into this compound so brazenly. You don't have an ordinary background, do you? You're not from outside the capital. If you were and you were caught, it would be a headache for whomever sent you here. So my guess is you're affiliated with someone high up in the royal court here. Only they would be bold enough to do something like this. It's definitely not the daimyo. So maybe the first or second minister or one of the three princes. So who is it? Hotoja was surprised as he heard Daichi speak. He was able to deduce my connection to the royal court so easily? Could it be a wild guess? Am I making a wild guess? No. I'm just that good. Daichi spoke with a grin. Hotoja was startled. Does he know mind-reading techniques? Is he reading my mind? This wasn't in the reports. No. I'm not reading your mind. I don't know any Yamanaka clan techniques. Then how did you know? Hotoja asked curiously. The human mind is a wonderful thing. Most people think that it would be easier to predict the behavior and moves of an idiot than a smart person. But they're wrong. It's the exact opposite. You can't predict what an utter fool might do next, but you can predict what an individual with average intelligence would do most of the time. When I made my conclusions about you, you thought it might be a wild guess. Because that's what a smart person would think. And when I called that out, for a moment you thought I had mind-reading capabilities. It's a nice trick, isn't it? A psychological way to unbalance your enemies on the battlefield. It is a cute trick. Yes. Now, I'm gonna ask you again. Who are you and why are you here? Hotoja chuckled, and the next second the ninja wires melted off the man, freeing him. Daichi sensed the chakra moving inside him and immediately jumped back when the ninja started applying heat to the wire. He melted through those wires in less than a second. He was never trapped. He just wanted me to think that. His fire-style techniques are certainly a cut above the average. The ninja stood straight and looked at Daichi and then gave a short bow. I apologize for my intrusion and behavior, Daichi Hakama. I merely wanted to see what you would do. My name is Hotoja. My lord, Prince Katsuya Hinu sent me. He wishes to meet with you before you leave the capital. Daichi nodded and was quietly staring at the man. The third prince wants to see me? Declining the invitation of someone like him is not a smart move. But why me? What does he want? Well then, let's not waste any more time talking and make His Highness wait. Give me a minute to change into something more appropriate. Daichi spoke and headed inside the house. In less than a minute Daichi came out in a more proper attire and the two left the house. Hotoja led Daichi to a large mansion with beautiful carvings and designs. It was a small palace with servants everywhere. The ninja led Daichi to a gorgeous garden where the genin saw a man dressed in regal clothes sitting cross-legged near a pond. Sensing the presence of newcomers in his garden, the man got up from his spot and looked their way. He was the third prince and the youngest child of the fire daimyo, Katsuya Hinu. Nearing the prince, Daichi bowed and addressed the royal member. Your Highness, it is an honor to be in your presence. The prince chuckled as he looked at the boy. So this is the child. Just from the way he stands in front of me. He's not afraid or intimidated. His temperament is similar to veteran ninjas. Interesting. This is going to be fun. You're an interesting individual. I've been wanting to meet you for a while, Daichi Hakama. The prince spoke with a charming smile. Daichi straightened and looked at the prince. Even though he was showing a polite expression on his face, his eyes held a calculating gaze as he looked at the prince. This guy. His aura isn't like any ordinary noble or a spoiled rich kid. This person is more cunning and dangerous than he looks. The meeting between the two that would one day change the shinobi era has begun. Chapter 241, Katsuya Hinu. The genin and the prince held a polite smile on their faces as they examined the other. Daichi looked at the prince and took in every detail. With his parallel processing skill, Daichi analyzed the man and took note of his physique. He might be wearing loose clothes, but he can't hide his true nature from me. This man is trained. Extremely well trained. Under those baggy clothes is a powerful body. Daichi noted to himself. The youngest son of the fire daimyo was a slender man with average height. He had a charming youthful appearance and his dark eyes were full of curiosity as they gazed at the genin in front of him. His raven hair is styled in a modern yet tasteful manner and his attire consisted of a Motsuki Hakama. It is a formal black kimono with the family crest displayed on the back. The ensemble struck a perfect balance between traditional and modern fashion, reflecting his young age and his status as the youngest prince. Observe. When Daichi used his information-gathering skills on the young man, he was astonished. LV 105, Katsuya Hinu, Prince. Age 18. Health points 16,780, chakra points 22,964. Affiliation, Fire Country. Katsuya Hinu is the youngest son of the fire daimyo Ryuga Hinu. He is the third prince of the fire country and as such has immense wealth and resources. Katsuya was born with talent that surpasses both his older brothers by a wide margin. He is an individual with vast potential and has trained himself from a very young age. He is skilled in the ninja arts and his preferred weapon is a katana. Katsuya can significantly increase his physical stats thanks to his sharp chakra control techniques and special skills. He is an intelligent, ambitious but honorable man and his goal is to bring about a new era. Strength 244. Agility 341. Intelligence 94. The physical stats may be subjected to change if chakra or technique is applied. He's the one with the highest level I've been able to observe so far. Holy shit. This dude is no joke. Daichi was keeping a calm face on the outside, but he was surprised as he read what his observer had shown him. At that moment Katsuya spoke. I'm Katsuya Hinu, the third prince of this great nation. I've been wanting to meet you for a while now, Daichi. I'm humbled by your kind words, Your Highness. While Daichi was saying one thing, his inner thoughts were entirely different. Oh man. I can't believe I have to keep pretending to be so polite to this guy. Then again, he is a prince. Can't exactly piss him off. The young prince smiled and looked at Hotoja. He gave the man a small nod and a meaningful glance. The faithful servant bowed and immediately disappeared from the garden, leaving the two alone. Come. I have some snacks prepared. You must be hungry. The prince smiled and led the djinn into another area in the large garden. There was a beautiful table and 2 chairs set up with several delicious-looking pastries atop it. Tea? Katsuya asked. Yes, please. The prince smiled and poured Daichi a small cup. The djinn was surprised at that, and the prince noticed it. You're wondering why I'm the one serving you tea and not one of the maids here. Well, you are a prince, Daichi said with an awkward smile. Haha. Yes, but I'm not what you would call traditional. I don't mind doing things like this, especially for my guests and the people who deserve it. And you, young Daichi, most certainly do. The prince poured himself another cup and leaned back in the comfy chair. Well, there is also the fact that we won't have any prying ears this way, Katsuya said. His hidden meaning clear to Daichi. The djinn sipped the tea as he used chakra sense and mana scout to check the vicinity and made sure they were alone. This guy doesn't want anyone to know what we're talking about. Oh man. I have a feeling this is either going to go very good or go very poorly. Oh well, can't just leave now. I'll see what this guy wants. So you have sensory abilities. And it's much more discreet than the average ninjas. Impressive. The prince suddenly spoke as he looked at the boy. Apologies for my rudeness. But I am a ninja and we're cautious by nature. Daichi gave a small smile and replied. The prince chuckled as he looked at the boy. Yes. I certainly know what you mean. I was careful and yet you were able to pick up on my sensing techniques. You're quite skilled yourself, Your Highness. Daichi spoke with a flattering smile. The prince grinned as he looked at the boy. In this world one needs to have an advantage to get ahead. Either physical strength or political power. I was born into one and was eager to gain the other. Daichi nodded and was silent for a few moments. He then decided not to waste any more time and got straight to the point. Forgive me if I'm being rude, Your Highness, but why did you want to see me? I'm just a simple djinn from the Leaf Village. Haha. Oh, you and I both know you're far more than that, Daichi. The djinn finished his cup and set it down. He looked at the prince with a cool gaze as he leaned back in his chair. I'm not quite sure what you mean, Your Highness. I'm talented. I'm well aware of that. And I'm a student of Lady Tsunade. But beyond that, there isn't anything special about me. Katsuya smirked, hearing that predicted response. Oh, I think you're very special. I'm looking for talented individuals and you caught my attention some time ago. I've been following your exploits, progress and contributions for a while now. It was the mission with the Phantom Thief's treasure, wasn't it? Daichi asked. Well, that incident did put you in the spotlight, but no. I've had an interest in you since before you became a djinn. To be precise, the incident that happened near the border of this nation a few days after you left the capital. After 1 year of training at the hospital. What are you? Daichi stopped as one significant incident came to mind. The rude ambush. But how did this guy know? There was nobody in the vicinity except Zetsu who was spying near the end. I made sure of that. Katsuya saw that Daichi understood what he was talking about. Daichi had a serious expression as he looked at the man in front of him. I didn't sense anyone else near the area. And I doubt the Hokage would have shared this information with you. Katsuya chuckled as he looked at the boy. Attacking an individual of Lady Tsunade's reputation. Do you think such an incident would remain in the shadows? My grandfather and father built this country and made an extensive information network throughout every village. What happened that day, the devastation it left behind. The Leaf Ninjas didn't cover that up as well as they think. Daichi crossed his arms and gazed at the young man seriously. Regardless, what happened on that day was Leaf Village business. Isn't there a policy that the Fire Lord or members of the royal court can't interfere in shinobi matters? Oh yes. Of course there is. Daichi, I'm not looking to interfere in the Leaf Village business. As I said before, I'm far more interested in you. Daichi was silent as he looked at the teenager. What does this guy want from me? My medical skills or something else? Maybe he wants me to join him like the fire daimyo. My observe info showed that this guy wants to bring a new era. Could that have something to do with this? As Daichi stayed silent, the prince spoke. I was surprised when I heard that there was an attack on the princess of the Senju clan. She is a powerful ninja and no one would attack her without being ready for the harsh repercussions. It seemed foolish, but then I thought about you. The prince leaned forward and laced his fingers with his chin atop them. You see, I don't think they were after Lady Tsunade. I think they were after you. What do you think about this theory, Daichi? The genin slightly narrowed his eyes. And hypothetically, if they were, what does that have to do with you, Your Highness? Katsuya grinned and leaned back in his chair. He poured himself another cup of tea and silently drank it while enjoying Daichi's guarded reaction. The prince could see that underneath the boy's polite attitude his silence was annoying Daichi and the older teenager was enjoying it. A minute of silence later Katsuya looked at the genin and replied. That incident has nothing to do with me. But it was the one that made me more interested in you. And after you discovered the Phantom Thief's treasure, I had some people gather all the intelligence they could get on you. I've had your file updated since then. Your latest exploit is saving that merchant Jin's life, yes? It's why you came here to the capital, isn't it? Daichi was silent for a few moments and then slowly nodded his head. Yeah. I examined him a year ago and during my research I found a solution that would help him. The prince nodded and spoke with a charming smile. You found a solution where even the mighty medic Tsunade failed. See, I told you. You're a very interesting individual. And I'm looking for talented people such as yourself. I believe you would be a valuable asset. Daichi had a feeling that this is what the young prince wanted. You want me for my medical talents, don't you? You want me to join your faction. The prince hummed as he took a small slice of a red cake and slowly ate it. Yes. Your medical skills are certainly the best. And there are a few other reasons as well. Your Highness, I'm flattered that you want me to join you, but I'm loyal to the Hidden Leaf Village. Daichi gave a smooth, convincing reply, but Katsuya just smiled at that. Are you now? Well, I'm not asking you to betray or leave the village or anything like that. What I have in mind, it's not as simple a straightforward alliance as you might be thinking. Daichi was interested in what the prince had to say. I'm all ears. I'm very curious as to what the prince of a wealthy nation like this wants with me. Katsuya was silent. He finished his snack and looked at the boy in front of him. The smile on his face vanished and the young prince asked the genin a thought-provoking question. Daichi, do you know what the three fundamentals are when creating a nation? The three important elements on which we could build a functioning civilization? He's testing me. Daichi thought about this question and analyzed the functioning of the society from his past life and his current one. A minute later he came up with an answer. Chakra, religion, and technology or science. Katsuya raised an eyebrow at the quick correct reply. He did not expect to hear the answer so quickly. Very impressive. Only someone intelligent and one who has a deep knowledge of the history of the human race can come up with that right answer. Daichi keenly listened to every word as the prince spoke. You see, right now, our civilization. The nations are built around chakra. The stronger and more versatile it can be used, the stronger you are. But before there was chakra, do you know what the civilization was built on? Daichi was silent and Katsuya spoke. Religion. Different regions had different gods that people worshipped and wars were waged in their names. Daichi's eyes slightly widened. Does this guy know the history of this world before chakra existed? Does he know about Kagaya? You've read written records of the time before chakra existed? Daichi asked the prince. He wanted to know just how much the prince knew. Katsuya nodded. Yes. Before the birth of ninja villages, warring nations existed. But the Fire Country and the long line of daimyos who have ruled these lands have existed long before even the warring era of shinobi. The other daimyo factions are also the same. We have existed for well over 1,000 years. Now, most of the records might have been lost to time, but there are some that still exist. I've read through some of them and learned a bit about the history of the current era. The history of shinobi. What was it like before, before chakra existed? Daichi asked the prince. I don't know much, to tell you the truth. There were many wars waged in the name of religion, and just before the beginning of the shinobi era, it was written that it was a brutal time period. Then the legendary sage of the Six Paths came and brought peace to the world. The third prince became silent as he looked at the child. Tell me, from the information you learned just now, what conclusions can you draw about the state of our civilization and its current progress? Daichi was silent as he thought over everything. A few moments later he replied. Religion was the past. Chakra is the present. Daichi looked at the prince in surprise. Technology and science is the future. Katsuya smiled and nodded, agreeing with Daichi. He then looked to the side and saw small birds chirping on the nearby tree. Daichi was shocked that someone figured out the value of technology in this age and the advantages that would bring. This guy knows that technology is the future, and decades from now it would become a massive part of our lives. His foresight is incredible. I was right. I can't underestimate this guy. I need to know what his intentions are. Someone like him. His ambitions and goals wouldn't be small. Chapter 242, A Possible Alliance. Your Highness, what makes you so certain that technology is the future? The genin asked. The prince turned to the boy and replied. Technology or science can be used in two ways. For the growth and betterment of the people and their nation, and for destruction and military advantages. The Land of Snow has an unusually high level of technology when compared to the rest of the world. They have airships, railroads, power generators, and even these machines called snowmobiles. Now all of this can be used to improve a nation faster. I heard that they recently developed something called chakra armor which can help them in battle. Daichi stayed silent but displayed the appropriate expressions of surprises and skepticism as he listened to the prince. His information network is certainly extensive. Some of those things about the Land of Snow are not easy to find out right now. I need to keep up appearances and can't let this guy figure out that I already know about all that. The prince, unaware of Daichi's thoughts, continued. During the Second Shinobi World War there was a country known as the Land of Sky. It was formed by ninjas from across the lands. Their technology was much more advanced than the other nations, and they had the ability to fly. Now unfortunately they declared war on the 5 great nations and were destroyed, but their technology allowed them to deal a lot of damage to the nations. The prince stopped and looked at the boy sitting opposite. With chakra a lot of things are possible, but times are changing. It may be slow, but change is inevitable. The genin leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. He had much to think about. The prince closed his eyes and took in a deep breath of air and slowly exhaled. He kept his full attention on the genin, who was pondering on the implications of their discussion. Tell me, Daichi, what is your goal? Katsuya asked the boy. The young gamer decided to be straightforward and told the truth. He needed to know the intentions of the young prince and wanted to see if the man in front of him would one day oppose him. To become the strongest. To stand at the top of this era. Katsuya smirked at that reply. That's not an easy task to accomplish. But I suppose with your talent and potential it might be possible. Daichi leaned forward in his chair and asked the same question. Prince Katsuya, what's your ambition? Well, I won't be the daimyo of this country. That title will belong to my oldest brother when my dear father departs from this world. My second eldest brother will be the commander of the military force. I would just be an advisor. But then again, I have no interest in ruling this country or commanding its military. My ambition is much higher. I'll tell you next time we meet. Daichi raised an eyebrow at that last remark. What game is he playing? He wants me on his side, but what else is he after? The genin decided to move on to the core matter he was here for. You said something about an alliance? What did you have in mind? I'm suggesting we could establish a covert alliance that would strengthen the both of us. And I'm not talking about the Leaf Village and the Land of Fire. I'm talking about you and me. I have certain projects in mind, and like I said earlier, I'm looking for talented people in multiple fields. You're the best in the field of medicine and biology. And I'm someone who's lacking in resources and political power. I'm also not as dangerous as some others, right? Daichi said with a smirk. The prince grinned at Daichi. Ha! Yes. That's true. The others who are capable would be a headache for me to deal with, and I might accidentally kill them. The grin widened and Katsuya's eyes held a dangerous glint. The hairs on Daichi's body stood and multiple notifications popped up. But the boy kept a cool face despite the danger right in front of him. The intent coming from the prince only made Daichi's blood boil and excite him. The gamer ninja reciprocated in kind, and the dangerous intent started pouring out of him as he looked at the prince with a wide smirk. The calm atmosphere of the garden quickly changed. The birds happily chirping about a few seconds ago fell silent and quickly disappeared into the sky. All other small animals scurried and disappeared into their holes. The air was thick with the intent of the two powerful individuals. Crack! One of the small cups cracked and its sound cut the tension. Both of them quickly reined in their intent but kept the smile on their faces as if nothing happened. Apologies. I seem to have broken your cup, Your Highness. Daichi said with a small bow. Ha ha ha. No worries. I was getting bored of them anyway. What do you say we table this discussion for another time, huh? Come. I'll give you a tour of my humble home. Katsuya said and got up from his seat. That would be wonderful. This place is certainly gorgeous. Some of the artwork I saw when coming here is magnificent. Daichi said as he looked around. Ah! That's just a fraction of my collection. Come. And so the third prince took Daichi on a tour of his large mansion, and about an hour later it was time for the genin to leave. When the two shook hands, Katsuya leaned forward and whispered something in Daichi's ear that made the genin's eyes slightly widen. The prince pulled back and just smiled at the boy. Safe journey, kid. Daichi left the mansion and Hotoja watched the boy disappear into the busy street. He came near his master and looked at the smiling prince. Do you think he will join you, my lord? He's definitely interested in my offer. He's a smart, cunning kid and definitely a lot stronger than what was mentioned in the reports. I have a feeling he'll be seeing us sooner than he thinks. So you told him what was happening? I gave him a short warning. What he does next is entirely up to him. Safe journey, kid. Daichi silently gave a short bow and quickly left the place. What did he mean when he said that? Does he know something? Looks like I need to be more cautious. I should keep the visit to the prince to myself. At least for now. My visit to his place wasn't exactly a secret, and interested parties are bound to find out about it. The genin decided to drop the matter and think about the next few months. In just 2 months Naruto's graduation will take place and canon will begin. Here's hoping I haven't fucked everything up. The boy soon reached his house and found Kensei waiting for him. Finished with your sightseeing? Yeah. It was an interesting walk. Daichi and Kensei left the capital and by evening reached the village gates. As soon as they verified their identities with the guards, an Umbu ninja appeared in front of the two. Daichi Hekima. The Hokage has asked for your presence. Daichi nodded and glanced towards Kensei. Must be about our trip. The old man nodded and was about to go to the tower with his grandson, but the Umbu raised a hand stopping the old ninja. Just the boy. Kensei narrowed his eyes slightly and then agreed. He looked at the genin and spoke. I'll be heading home. Make sure to buy something for dinner when you get back. Right. The boy vanished in a swirl of leaves, and the next instant the Umbu was gone as well. Hokage office. Hiruzen was going over some documents when he sensed the presence of the body flicker jutsu. He's getting quite good at it. Practically no chakra waste and no sound. I doubt the guards could have reacted in time if he was an enemy. The Hokage looked up from his paper and saw Daichi giving him a small bow and straightening. Lord Hokage. Ah, Daichi. I'm sorry to summon you here so quickly and just after you got home, but there are a few important matters I need to discuss with you. The old Kage said with a small smile. I'm guessing this has to do with what Lady Tsunade wrote in the report? Hiruzen's face turned serious. Yes. You said Orochimaru was behind that man Jin's poisoning. Are you absolutely sure about that? The Jinin nodded. All the evidence points me towards him. But I don't know why Orochimaru would poison him or why he doesn't care that the man lives now. So my theory is that it was a test, or maybe he just did it for his amusement. Don't know about the motive really. Hiruzen nodded and leaned back in his chair. So you're sure of the who but not the why? The Kage was silent and then asked the boy something that's been on his mind since he read the report. Based on Tsunade's report, the plant that was artificially created to synthesize part of the poison, it must have taken a great deal of time and research to create something like that. Any thoughts on why? So you want to know the real reason, huh? It seems you have some suspicion about his plans just like me. I have to give you credit. You're certainly a smart old man. Still can't just give up the info like that or he'll be suspicious. Daichi was keeping a cool calm face as he was debriefed about the situation. Daichi looked puzzled at that question. What do you mean, Lord Hokage? I've taught Orochimaru a great deal. I know he has several lethal poisons of all kinds under his belt. But for him to spend his energy and time and try to create something like this. What is he trying to accomplish by combining and crossbreeding different species of plants? Any ideas? Hiruzen asked. Daichi was silent for a minute before he gave his reply. I believe this was an experiment. I think he was doing genetic engineering and trying to see if using recombinant DNA to create a successful test subject was possible. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at the boy and gave him a deadpan look. Daichi could see that the old ninja didn't understand what he was talking about and began explaining in simple terms. Yeah. Right now scientists have developed something called genetic engineering. Genetic engineering techniques allow a person to identify and isolate specific genes responsible for desirable traits. In plants, those would be disease resistance, increased yield, or improved quality. Using genetic engineering, scientists could transfer these traits between different plant species. Hiruzen's eyes widened in alarm as he heard what was possible. So if he wanted to use these genetic engineering techniques on humans, would they be successful? Daichi had a grim look at that question and gave the Kage a small nod. Yes. I believe Orochimaru created the hybrid plant as a test phase to see the effects and the shortcomings of his scientific knowledge and gene editing skills. I think he plans to use the information gained to improve himself and use it on humans with special Kekkei Genkai traits. Theoretically, he could combine the Kekkei Genkai abilities of multiple clans and use only the needed traits from them and create a new hybrid human. If he hasn't already. Hiruzen was shocked and stunned. Even the couple of guards in the room were astounded that something like that was possible. Hypothetically, if Orochimaru were to experiment with human DNA, how many different Kekkei Genkai abilities would he be able to combine? Daichi fell silent and thought about it for a while. Hiruzen wanted to know the answer immediately, but he knew he shouldn't rush the boy. After a few moments, Daichi looked at the man and replied. At most 7 or 8 different types of DNA could be combined. At most. If everything went well. Hiruzen was surprised at the nonchalant way Daichi dismissed the threat. What do you mean? You don't seem too concerned. Especially knowing how dangerous the man is. I know you're alarmed when I said that he could create something with multiple Kekkei Genkai traits, but you shouldn't be too concerned about that. Human genetic sequence is far more complex than a plant's. Combining Kekkei Genkai traits isn't as easy or straightforward as you think. Orochimaru would have to find the right clan traits that wouldn't clash against another, isolate the needed gene from them and add them to the test subject without rejection. And trust me, that is not an easy task. Even if he was somehow successful, it would take time for new mutated cells and abilities to emerge. If that even happens. Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief hearing that. So I have some time. But how long exactly? How long would an experiment like this take to bear fruit? The Kage asked. I'd say a decade at least. And only if he spends all his time on research and development on this sole project. That's if he wants a perfect subject with the results he's looking for. If all he wants is a weak crude copy of one ability, then all he needs to do is correctly synthesize the DNA of a subject and extract the gene sequences of the Kekkei Jinkai from that DNA, jam it into a 100 people and see which one of them survives and adapts. Daichi said those words for a specific reason. To find Tenzo, the man who was widely known as Yamato and the leader of Team 7. And his gamble paid off. When Daichi talked about the experiment at the end, the chakra of one of the Umbu hidden in the room fluctuated. It was a minor fluctuation that wasn't caught by anyone except for Daichi. Got ya. I need a bit of your blood, Yamato. Or should I address you as Tenzo? It's time I took a peek at Hashirama's blood at work. The gamer ninja quickly memorized the man's chakra and mana signature. Now I'll be able to track you much more easily. Daichi continued without giving away his intentions. Is it a horrific, terrible, morally wrong thing to do? Yes. But it would give some results in a much faster time. But it wouldn't be anywhere close to what he would be looking for. So I don't think he would do that. At least that's the impression I get about the man after all I've heard about him. I could be wrong though. Daichi fell silent and Hiruzen took in a deep breath of air to process the information. You are such a headache. Why couldn't you just let me be in peace, Orochimaru? He shook his head to get rid of the heavy thoughts. He looked at the boy and nodded. So I don't have to worry about an army of Kekkei Jinkai users with multiple abilities suddenly storming the village, do I? Daichi chuckled at that. Most certainly not. Thank you for the information and your insights, Daichi. You have given us some valuable intel. Of course, Lord Hokage. I'm sure you're eager to get home and rest. Take a couple days off and then you'll be back on duty. Yes, sir. Dismissed. Once Daichi left the room, Hiruzen called for one of the Umbu in the room. From what was said, Orochimaru would need several specialized medical equipment if he wants to conduct a project like this. See if you can find sales of any such machines in or around Fire Country. Hiruzen said. It's a long shot. Orochimaru would be sure to cover his tracks. But it won't hurt to follow up. Yes, sir. The Umbu vanished, leading the ruler of the Leaf Village to his thoughts. Chapter 243, Everyone Has an Agenda 1. January 23rd, Sound Village. In an underground secret research lab, one of the most dangerous and intelligent ninja of the world was conducting inhuman experiments. Orochimaru stood in a small circular room and in front of him was a table with a special scroll on it. The scroll had special seals meant for testing various medical experiments and Orochimaru was in the middle of his latest project. He took a test tube filled with a green liquid and slowly brought it above the special scroll. He tilted the test tube just enough for one drop of liquid to fall into the middle of the seal. The black sealing ink lit up blue for a couple seconds and a few moments later the green liquid turned purple. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes as he saw the results of his tests. I'm getting close. But without a viable specimen I can't go any further quickly and can only make a few more adjustments. I was right in my assumption. I need to see the effects of this on a live subject to get the final unlocking data. The snake Sannin turned his attention to another table nearby. On it was a man securely strapped and unconscious, completely covered in seals save for a few areas near his chest. Orochimaru emptied the contents of the test tube into a syringe and injected the green liquid above the man's heart. The Sannin took a couple steps back and looked on with a stoic gaze at what happened next. Seconds after the green liquid was injected, the man groaned in his sleep. He struggled in his unconscious state and pulled on the restraint. He looked as if he was in agony, but he never once opened his eyes. About a minute later his struggle stopped and he fell back onto the cold metal table, his body completely still. Orochimaru stepped forward and removed some of the seals and frowned. So even after diluting, refining and reducing the power of his cells, they still caused such damage. But even though he's dead, his physical state is in a much better condition than the previous ones. A few more tests and I'll have refined the serum, and then I'll be able to move on to my true target. Orochimaru took several samples from the deceased man and made some notes on the progress of his new obsession. He then secured them in a scroll and left the room. Outside, one of his loyal subordinates was waiting for him. He bowed as he saw his master come out of the testing chamber. "Dispose of him and bring me a new subject." Orochimaru gave the order without even glancing at the man. "Yes, my lord," the servant answered, still keeping his head bowed. Before Orochimaru left his sight, the loyal servant quickly spoke. "My lord, a message has come from one of the spies in the Land of Fire." The man raised his head and presented a scroll to the Sannin. Orochimaru was curious to find out what it was about, and so he quickly took the scroll and read through the contents. A malicious grin formed on his face and it widened as he kept reading the contents. Kukuku. Fascinating. So he plans to make a move, huh? This could work in my favor. The odds of his plan succeeding are very slim. But this is an excellent opportunity for me. Sensei will be busy with the aftermath and will be trying to clean up the mess. I can go after my target at that time. He looked at his subordinate and spoke. "Tell Nam to make contact with that man and arrange a meeting between the two." "Yes, my lord." The servant bowed and quickly left. Orochimaru made his way into another room and found one of his most loyal and powerful ninjas waiting for him. "My lord." The ninja bowed as he saw his master enter the room. The snake summoner smiled at the young man. "Kimimaro. You've arrived sooner than I expected. Is everything going on schedule?" The last member of the Kagaya clan and the user of the Shikatsu Myaku spoke. "Yes, my lord. 7 new bases were built just to your specifications and in the locations you wanted. We created them without attracting anyone's attention, but moving some of the equipment will take some time since we don't want anyone to find out too soon. But it will be done, my lord. Although this will put a dent in your funds for research." Kukuku. "Yes, I'm aware of that, Kimimaro. But it's a necessity. Once my plan succeeds, it will all be worth it." "I understand, Lord Orochimaru." "Kimimaro. We need to make one small adjustment to my plans. We're moving up the timeline of the attack on my target. So I need those equipments ready by the end of next month." The Kagaya clan member's eyes widened. "My lord, we will need more manpower and resources for that. Otherwise I'm aware of the risks. Call Guren. She will be of service. But I need this done by the end of February. Do you understand, Kimimaro?" "Yes, my lord." "It shall be done." Leaf Village. January 26th. Naruto was training the chakra control exercise that Daichi taught him on the day of his birthday. Sweat was pouring down his face as he stood on his left foot atop the metal balls and wooden board. On his right hand was another wooden board with several small metal balls held in place with his chakra. The boy had his eyes tightly closed shut as he concentrated. "Come on. I can do this. Just concentrate on my chakra flow." The wooden board under his leg wobbled slightly, but ultimately it held firm. Naruto had been training this chakra control exercise every day, and now his hard work was beginning to show its results. The boy stood without falling for over 2 hours before finally stopping himself. Naruto took in several deep breaths of air and a smile was on his face. "Yes! I did it! Oh man, that was so hard. Time to see if it helped at all." Naruto stood straight and took in a deep breath of air and focused. He made several hand seals and quickly used a jutsu. Ninja Art Clone Jutsu. Poof! In a puff of smoke, an identical Naruto stood in front of the blonde Jinchuriki, who had a big grin. Haha. I did it. I finally did it. I can use the clone jutsu. Graduation exam, here I come. I'm gonna show everyone what I can do. Now I'm one step closer to becoming Hokage, believe it. As he said his dream out loud, the smile and joy slightly dimmed and he calmed down. No. I can't be Hokage unless I defeat him. I'm gonna become the strongest ninja and defeat Daichi. Only after that will I become Hokage. Naruto looked at the wooden boards and the small metal orbs and got back to work. Again. I need to train some more. I need to be better. The academy student concentrated on his task and thus didn't sense that he was being watched by his teacher. Iruka stood behind a tree as he observed Naruto train. A kind smile was on the man's face as he watched the boy push himself. He was relieved when he saw Naruto finally make a decent clone. Looks like he got the clone jutsu down. That chakra control technique is an advanced one. So it must be Daichi who taught it. Even after leaving the academy and becoming a Genin, he's still looking out for his friends. Iruka smiled as he saw Naruto use chakra to balance on one leg and at the same time create an illusion clone. Seems I don't need to worry about him graduating. With the others in his class helping him in his theoretical studies and now with his mastery of the 3 basic fundamentals, he's bound to pass. Still, don't get complacent, Naruto. You have a long road ahead of you. Good luck. The academy instructor quietly left the area without alerting his presence. Nara Clan, January 30th. Shikamaru was in a small training ground near his home practicing his family jutsu. He remembered the words his father told him a long time ago. Learning the shadow possession jutsu is a rite of passage for a Nara. The young Nara focused his attention on the cat several meters away. Shikamaru's eyes took in every detail around him and he made the seals. Shadow possession jutsu. His shadow quietly extended to the feline, unaware of the trap coming. The young ninja in training didn't aim his shadow directly at his target. Instead, he had it circle around and wanted to entrap the cat from its blind spot. The cat was sleeping under a tree and Shikamaru's shadow came from the other side. Whether it was an inborn instinct or a sixth sense about danger, just before the shadow could connect, the cat woke up and looked around. It felt like it was in danger and jumped up to the tree, but the next moment it stood paralyzed. The boy had a second shadow tendril waiting as a contingency in case the cat moved. Success. Shikamaru smirked and let go of his jutsu. He took a deep breath of air and went home. He was in front of a shogi board and was playing against himself. He moved a piece as he thought about the coming days. Most likely, Ino and Choji would be my teammates after graduating. But who would be our sensei? Someone from the Sarutobi clan, no doubt. Shikamaru wasn't just thinking about the coming graduation but was concerned about the next several months. I heard Pop saying that the Chunin exams will be held here this time in June. So there is a chance that our Jonin would recommend our team since we have the home advantage. But since we'll be a rookie team, that probability is low. Still, I shouldn't dismiss it. He moved another piece and his eyes narrowed. Daichi hasn't participated in the Chunin exams for whatever reason. But he'll most definitely be in this one. I'm sure of that. And if our team participates in the coming exam, we won't stand a chance against him. He would have more experience and I'm sure he's gotten a lot stronger. The young Nara sighed and just closed his eyes. Well, not that I'm going to fight him. If I'm in the Chunin exam and matched up against him, I'll just give up and try another time. Naruto and Sasuke would be more interested in fighting that guy. Shikamaru looked at the setting sun and enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere. Less than 50 days until graduation. I should enjoy this time. I'll probably be busy with my mission after I get the headband, such a drag. Should I quit the academy and go into politics? Gramps did say he was friends with the first minister. He was sure he could get me some guidance if I wanted to go that path. Nah. If I quit now, Ino won't stop bothering me and I'd rather not have that. I'll just stop at Chunin rank and retire after completing my mission quota. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. The young ninja of the Nara clan smiled as he thought about his carefree life and just laid under a tree without a care in the world. Uchiha Clan Compound, February 3rd. Sasuke was home sitting in front of his parents' photo. He had tears falling down his cheeks as he looked at the picture, but he never made a single sound. He thought back to the events that happened shortly before the clan was massacred. He remembered the encouraging words his father said. "You are my son. Right now it might seem like an impossible task, but sooner or later you will come out on top. Don't give up. There is nothing wrong with not being like your brother. In fact, I'm glad. Follow your own path. Not your brother's." Sasuke clenched his fists as he recalled another memory of his mother. "Hey, do you know? You're the one he talks about all the time. He sees how hard you're training to become the first in your class and he's proud. Sometimes he secretly watches you train and he smiles every time he tells me about it." The young grieving Uchiha opened his eyes and looked at the picture of his deceased parents. "Thank you for your kind words, mother, father. I will make you proud. I will avenge your deaths. The deaths of everyone in our clan. I will make him pay." Sasuke's fist clenched and he rubbed the tears from his eyes. He prayed for a few minutes and then got up to change into his training attire. The last Uchiha of the Leaf Village stood in front of several wooden stumps and Itachi's face came to his mind along with his parting words. "My foolish brother. If you wish to kill me, curse me. Hate me. Run away and cling to your pitiful life. And then when you have the same eyes as mine, come find me." The boy took a deep breath of air and remembered Daichi's words. "You're letting your emotions control you. That won't help you in reaching your goals." Sasuke calmed down and got ready to train. "I will kill you, Itachi. No matter what the cost, I will end you. Even if it's the last thing I do." The hate in Sasuke's heart was growing and with it the power of his chakra. The young Uchiha didn't know it at that moment, but the time for his Sharingan to awaken was soon coming. Chapter 244, Sealing Arts. January 25th. It was 2 hours past evening. Daichi had just completed his missions and returned home. He was currently in his backyard, meditating under a tree and going over the events that would take place in the future. Orochimaru would attack in the Chunin exams. At that time he along with his guards would be away from his base. And he has no reason to believe that his location has been compromised. But that could change any time. With my existence, any change to these events could happen. The sooner I move on my intel, the better. But therein lies several problems. I need an opportunity to leave the village, and it has to be during a time when Orochimaru's main base is at its weakest. And even if I do get there, his scrolls would no doubt be protected in seals. I need to get around them. Daichi opened his eyes and sighed. He got up from his spot and went to the nearby pond. He watched the different fish calmly swimming through the cold waters. And it's not just techniques. I need a few other materials as well from his lab. I'm sure they would be there. But I have to infiltrate his lair and if possible make sure to keep my presence to a minimum. The genin had been thinking about his next step and what to do to prepare, and after a couple hours of internal debate he came to a conclusion. Sealing arts. They're key to getting me to the top. I need to learn how to break protective seals on scrolls before I make my move. Maybe even some barrier destruction seal. But that's only the start. Sealing jutsu has limitless applications. If I can harness its true potential, then I'll be able to deal with not only the Akatsuki but maybe even the Otsutsuki. Not that I'll let it get to that point. I'll have to find a way to seal Black Zetsu before the Pain Arc. Sealing jutsu is fundamental for my growth. Daichi made the decision and went to find his grandfather. Kinsei was in the living room enjoying tea and was reading a book when Daichi came in. "Gramps, I've been thinking about this for a while now. And I've decided to start learning sealing jutsu," Daichi said. The old ninja put the book down and looked at the genin. Learning the sealing arts isn't an easy task. But then again, so is learning the third step of water chakra nature and medical ninjutsu, but you did it. Are you sure you want to focus your energy on this instead of strengthening your other areas? Yes. Daichi gave a firm nod and Kensei stood and motioned Daichi to follow him. The two quickly made their way to the man's library and Kensei began to take a few books and scrolls from the shelf. He handed them to his grandson and spoke. These will help you. Once you learn the basics, you can become better at it with practice. Daichi nodded and took the book and scrolls to his room. He closed the door and began his journey into the new field. He looked at the titles of the numerous books and scrolls. Basic Sealing, Understanding Sealing Jutsu, Fundamentals of a Seal and its Functions and Methods, Sealing Variables and Conditional Logics, Specialized Sealing Knowledge, Intermediate Sealing Skills, Advanced Sealing Arts. Daichi looked at the titles more carefully and a thought came to his mind. These titles. They remind me of computer programming. Now that I think about it, this is similar to programming. Daichi had learned a bit about programming in his previous life due to his academy curriculum. He began comparing the two and found many similarities. Sealing jutsu in this universe is a type of ninja technique that involves sealing objects, living beings, chakra and other wide variety of materials into another object. This concept could be metaphorically compared to certain aspects of programming. But still, this is just an abstract comparison. Daichi created a few shadow clones and began learning the contents in front of him. With his high intelligence and wisdom stats, he was able to easily understand the new field of shinobi. I was right. There are many similarities. Each sealing jutsu in this world can be seen as a function or method in programming. A set of instructions designed to perform a particular task. Just like a function, a sealing jutsu has an input and an output. The input being what I want to seal and the output being the sealed object. And moreover, the seals can contain different things like weapons, materials, or even a person. That's just like how variables in programming can hold different values. And some seals only activate under certain conditions and some have failsafes. That's just like conditional logic and error handling in programming. Daichi had a smile as he saw more and more similarities pop up in his mind. So this is why there aren't many sealing masters alive. Anyone can get the basics down and learn the easy stuff, but creating seals that can manipulate space-time techniques. That's like trying to build an AI program when you only have the basic knowledge to build an alarm program. The skill set required would be at a completely different level. This will be a bit easier than we thought. One of the clones spoke. The real Daichi nodded. Yes. It will take some time, but if I can understand the programming language and the functions and fundamentals, then I'll be able to quickly learn this. And with time I'll be able to improve it. Daichi and his clones read every word, every sentence, and every page and committed them to memory. After an hour, he made his first sealing object. A simple storage scroll. The storage scroll is a simple item. As the name suggests, it can store certain items and materials, but there are limitations. I can store water and fire from nature, but not one created with the chakra of another person. Daichi placed a shuriken on the scroll. He then poured a bit of chakra and the next second the weapon disappeared. Daichi waited a few moments and then concentrated on a different seal and placed a tiny bit of his chakra on that seal and the weapon reappeared. Looks like the storage scroll works. Daichi remarked to his clones with a grin. By learning the basics of sealing and creating your first successful seal, you have acquired a new skill: sealing arts. Sealing art active, LV.1 Sealing art is a complex and advanced form of ninja technique used for various purposes. It involves the use of symbolic scripts and seals to control, manipulate, and contain different forms of energy and entities. This skill can be used to seal objects, living beings, chakra, along with a wide range of other things within another object or living being. Current grade, Basic. Effects. Chakra sealing. This allows the user to seal away or lock the chakra of a target, effectively preventing them from using their abilities. Entity sealing. Powerful enough users can seal entities like tailed beasts within themselves or others. Barrier creation. Some seals can also create barriers or wards to protect a certain area or person. Trap activation. Certain seals can act as triggers for traps or other techniques, activating when a certain condition is met. Seal release. The ability to release previously sealed techniques or energy. Attribute manipulation. Some advanced sealing techniques can alter the properties of what they seal, such as altering the nature of sealed chakra. Note, the effectiveness, range, and versatility of these abilities would largely depend on the user's knowledge, skill level, and amount of chakra. Mastery of sealing art requires significant study, practice, and innate talent. Advanced sealing techniques require significant knowledge, chakra control, and precision. As with all other jutsu, the constant use of these abilities would drain the user's chakra, with more complex and powerful seals requiring more energy to use. Limitations. Some seals, especially ones involving powerful entities or large amounts of energy, may carry risks if improperly handled. Sealing art can be countered by someone with knowledge of the field or with specific counter-sealing techniques. The genin smiled as he saw the details of the new skill. Time to level up this baby. He dispelled the clones and quickly used parallel processing and sorted through the memories. Several minutes later, Daichi's sealing skills were already equal to someone who was very good at the basics and had a year or two of experience. The next day, Kakashi found Daichi in the training ground nose deep in a book while several clones meditated and trained their chakra control techniques. Kakashi came near the boy and took a closer look at the book Daichi was holding. Sealing variables and conditional logics. The Jonin was surprised that Daichi was already trying to learn sealing jutsu along with his other tasks. If I remember right, then those books come after someone has a firm understanding of the basics. Morning, Sensei. Daichi spoke, looking out from the book. A second later he closed it and placed it in his pouch. Morning. You're trying to learn sealing? Yes. I've been thinking about this for a while now and I believe it's time. It's not an easy task. Only someone with the right intuition and high intelligence can master this art. It's not something you can learn overnight. I agree that learning sealing jutsu isn't for everyone, but I'll have to disagree with the other stuff. Daichi smirked and stood. The Jonin teacher raised an eyebrow at that statement. Is he implying that he learned the basics in one night? Is he creating a storage scroll? The Jonin just watched as Daichi quickly took out a blank scroll and ink brush and began writing seals in it. In just a minute he finished his work and looked at his teacher. 3 new notifications popped up for Daichi as he completed the seals in his scroll. Enclosing jutsu scroll created. Skill sealing arts has leveled up. Grade of the skill sealing arts has evolved from basic to intermediate. Sensei, I want you to send a fireball jutsu my way. Daichi told the man, and Kakashi could see that his student wasn't joking. Curious to see the results of this experiment, the Jonin didn't question it further and quickly went through the needed hand signs. Once he made the final seal, he took a deep breath of air and exhaled a large flaming ball. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The flaming sphere swiftly made its way to the genin, who stood with the new scroll spread in front of him. Daichi gave the scroll some of his chakra, and as the fire reached the scroll it began to get absorbed into the paper. Kakashi watched in surprise as in mere moments his fire jutsu disappeared into the scroll and the kanji for fire appeared in the center of the seals. Daichi closed the scroll and put it back in his pocket. That's an enclosing sealing scroll, isn't it? The Jonin asked, coming near the boy. Yes. That's impressive. I thought you were making a storage scroll. Storage scroll is the simplest sealing scroll that can be made. I made that an hour after I started learning how to create sealing jutsus. The genin shrugged as he replied. But this enclosing sealing scroll can seal ninjutsu and release it when the user deems it. There are limitations, of course, but it's worth it. This is a much harder sealing jutsu to create, but it's an impressive one and shows one's talent in this field. You're telling me you learned the basics and now reached the intermediary stage of sealing jutsu in one night? Well, I still have a long way to go, but yes, essentially. The Jonin just sighed and shook his head. I don't know if I should be impressed or scared of this kid's talent. Let's just get on with the missions. The man said with a sigh and turned his attention back to his own reading material. As they walked to the Hokage Tower, Daichi was thinking about which aspect of the sealing arts he should master first, and he quickly had an answer. I should learn how to see through trapped seals and learn how to get past barrier seals. I'll also need to learn how to decipher codes and break through protective seals on scrolls. According to Amachi, Orochimaru has protective seals on important scrolls, so I need to learn how to break them. If I can't, then I'll have no choice but to steal them, and it will alert Orochimaru that someone was inside his home, and it will change things. I have several months. But still, I should learn them quickly. With high intelligence and parallel processing, it should be easy to create new seals and level up this skill. Chapter 245, Everyone Has an Agenda Too. February 7th, Hyuga Clan Compound. It was only an hour after dawn, but there was already a Hyuga training in the compound and improving his taijutsu style. He began his training early and already completed a vigorous warm-up to prepare his body for the intense training that laid ahead. Currently, the sounds of flesh hitting wooden dummies could be heard throughout the small training area. Sweat was slowly forming on Neji's face as he practiced basic stance and strikes on the wooden targets. He focused on precision and fluidity of his movements rather than brute force. Even though he was training and going through the motions, his mind was elsewhere. He recalled the mission in the Land of the Sea and the events that occurred. Neji's mind was focused on one particular memory. Daichi stopping the cannon fired from the warship. He took such an attack head-on. His speed to reach that weapon before it struck its target, his physical strength and chakra control needed to stop it. It's beyond even some jonin. I'm sure of it. Neji looked at the scene with his Byakugan and saw Daichi's higher than normal chakra volume and the precise control he had over it. He was able to change his chakra to water and lightning nature in the span of a second, and even control every ounce of his chakra throughout his whole body to protect himself in such a situation. Thunk! Another strike landed on the wooden dummy. At that moment, another memory popped up in his mind. A conversation that happened between his teacher and Daichi's. Neji was going to update his sensei and Kakashi on the progress of their journey when he accidentally happened upon their conversation. Flashback. It was shortly after the defeat of the gladiator pirates. The two ships were making their way to Mother Island. Kakashi and Guy were in the captain's cabin on Ishido's ship going over their supplies. Daichi healed their injuries from the battle, but the two were mentally tired after fighting such strong ninjas. But they wanted to be prepared in case any more unexpected problems arose. How's your student Kakashi? He looked fine, but after taking a powerful attack like that head-on, Guy asked in a serious tone. Kakashi smiled at his friend's concern. Don't worry. He's an excellent medic and he knows to take care of himself. He's currently sleeping and he'll be fine in a day or two. He said so himself and I trust his judgment. That's good. Guy smiled and nodded his head. But a few moments later that smile dimmed and then disappeared. Did you see it? Kakashi? I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. The green spandex wearing Jonin asked in an unusually serious tone. The copycat ninja was silent as heard his friend's question. A few seconds later he nodded his head. Yeah. Daichi's talent and growth. It's beyond belief. His physical strength is no doubt extraordinary and the concentration and stamina to take that attack directly. Only someone with a large chakra pool with precision control could have survived. What did your Sharingan see? The Jonin of Team Guy asked. You're right, but there is much more to it. Kakashi replied and his fellow Jonin narrowed his eyes. The copycat ninja continued. He strengthened his entire body with chakra and kept it evenly balanced, and just before the cannon's impact he concentrated a portion of his chakra to his hands and changed their nature to sticky water. It was to make sure he had a hold of that flaming ball at all times. To keep that jutsu active while being engulfed in flames and with half his body almost burning. I can't imagine doing something like that with such concentration at his age. Guy crossed his arms and said with a sigh. Yes. If his techniques had any flaws, then it would have been the end for him. But the fact that he was able to hold it steady is a credit to his skills with ninjutsu. But that wasn't all, was it, Kakashi? Kakashi looked down and closed his eyes as he thought about what his Sharingan had shown him. He crossed his arms and spoke. No. With my Sharingan I saw the chakra flow in his body and it was incredible. I've never seen anyone with such perfect chakra control. He was spreading his energy through his whole body to strengthen himself and to counter the power of that weapon. A balance between aggressively increasing the power of his muscles and shielding against the massive momentum of that attack. He had to perfectly stabilize his chakra throughout his body and, because of the turbulent ocean surface, change the flow of chakra at the soles of his feet at every moment so he didn't sink or get blown away. The Sharingan ninja looked up at his friend with a serious gaze and continued. If my Sharingan wasn't playing tricks on me, then I saw him balance his chakra within 0.1% accuracy. Something that's almost unachievable for most people even with experience and immense training. But he managed to do it, and it shows his immeasurable potential and genius talent. Guy nodded his head with his friend's assessment. His growth rate is unbelievable, it's almost frightening. Even for you, it took years of combat and training for your chakra flow to reach anywhere near that stage. Kakashi slightly smiled and turned to the window in the cabin. He looked at the partially visible moon and sighed. It's not that surprising when you see it from my point of view. He is someone who completely mastered the Rasengan when he was just in the 3rd year of the academy. Guy's eyes widened as he heard that. You're kidding me. He mastered that jutsu so early? The copycat ninja just nodded his head. I had a feeling about him when we fought in the Genin exam, but now after what happened, I'm even more sure. Might Guy crossed his arms and listened to his friend as he looked out to the sea. There is no one in this generation that can come close to his potential and talent. Not Sasuke Uchiha, not Neji. No one. I don't think there's a Genin out there that can defeat Daichi. Guy was silent as he heard that assessment. He wanted to argue, but he was someone who wasn't afraid of the truth. As much as I don't want to agree with that statement, I have to acknowledge that it is the truth. Based on what I saw tonight, Daichi is probably the strongest Genin in the 5 great nations. The 2 Jonin stood silent as they looked out through the window at the waves passing by and the calm atmosphere. What they didn't know was that there was someone who was listening to their conversation. Neji's fist clenched as he heard Kakashi's assessment of his student. For a second, Neji hoped his sensei would argue and tell the man that he was only saying that because he was Daichi's teacher, but the Hyuga Genin didn't hear a single word from his teacher. Even though he didn't want to acknowledge it, his sensei's silence had slightly hurt him, and the young Hyuga quietly walked away. Flashback end. Thunk! Crack! The sound of the wooden dummy breaking and falling to the ground rang through the area. Neji shook his head and tried to clear his thoughts. I shouldn't be angry at Sensei. Looking at it objectively, he's right. Daichi defeated my team with ease, and he wasn't even serious. I suppose it is fate that he was born with such great talent. The Hyuga Genin clenched his fists at that thought. So then why am I angry? Why do I want to challenge him and fight him so badly? Why do I want to prove myself? Damn it. It's just like Lee. You're distracted. Training like that won't help you. A voice suddenly came from the entrance of the small training area. Neji looked up and saw another member of the clan. The newcomer was an older man with long brown hair and a bandana-style forehead protector. He was wearing the standard Lee shinobi attire, complete with the flak jacket. He had a serious expression on his face as he looked at Neji. The Genin quickly recognized the Hyuga clan member. Iroha Hyuga. A Jonin from the branch family. Master Iroha. I didn't know you were back. Neji straightened and gave a small bow. Just got back from a mission. I'll be here for a few days. I didn't expect to see you here so early, Neji. Don't you have to get ready for missions today? Iroha asked. No. Guy-sensei gave us a few days off. I see. You're training and not wasting time. That's good. But you're distracted and that won't help you in making progress. Neji sighed and looked down. Wanting to help a rising star from the branch family, Iroha decided to help the Genin. What's on your mind, Neji? The Genin stood silent for a few moments before he answered. When I entered the academy, I thought that me being part of the Hyuga clan and the talent I was born with would give me the advantage I needed over my peers. But now, there is someone in my generation that's far beyond my reach. Iroha had an inkling of what Neji was getting at. Are you talking about Daichi Hekima? The Genin Hyuga nodded his head. He then looked at the man and spoke. Master Iroha, what do you know about Daichi? Iroha crossed his arms and thought about the information he knew. Saying he's talented is an understatement. From what I know, before he became a Genin, he trained in the fire capital under Lady Tsunade Senju to become a medic ninja. And during the Genin exam he demonstrated such exceptional skills that he was already deemed to be at Chunin level in strength and strategy by his teacher. It's the reason he was assigned to Kakashi Hatake and was made part of a special two-man team. Neji looked down as he heard that. So he was already so strong, huh? Seeing the Genin dispirited, Iroha decided to help the boy. Daichi is talented and strong. But that doesn't mean he's undefeatable. How do I go up against someone like him? With my current strength, I'd lose. The Jonin nodded. Yes. Right now, if you two fought, you'd lose, but that won't be the case in the future. If you want to have a chance at defeating him, you need to first focus on yourself. Remove all other distractions. Whatever thoughts that's keeping you from completely focusing on your training. Get rid of them. You need to center your mind. How do I do that? Neji asked the man. Meditation. You need self-reflection. Look deep within yourself and remove all the things that's stopping you from reaching your goal. Neji nodded and looked at the nearby oak tree in the corner. He sat under the tree and began his breathing exercises. It took some time, but slowly Neji entered a meditative state. Having recently become a Genin, the pressures of his new rank, the expectations of his family, weigh heavily on his shoulders. The sounds of leaves rustling in the wind was the only sound in the peaceful compound. Neji let out a small breath and thought about his fate as a caged bird. The hatred he felt for the main branch and his cousin Hinata. The anger he felt when he saw his teammate Lee's determination and defiance. And then finally his biggest obstacle of all. Daichi Hekima. Neji became distracted and came out of his meditation multiple times, but he persevered. He closed his eyes, controlled his breathing and focused on himself. He looked deep within himself and slowly began to break the chains mentally holding him back. Just because fate has made me the servant of the main family doesn't mean I can't defy their rules. There is one thing they can't control. My death. I will become strong and I will choose how I die. I will choose my path. Neji's heart felt lighter as he found a new way forward. He didn't truly understand it yet, but Neji was slowly letting go of the hatred in his heart. He let out a small breath and focused on his breathing. So this is how Lee feels after our fights. He wants to prove himself and thus trains every second he can. I understand now. Lee, if you want to prove to me that you can defy your fate, then show me in the coming Chunin exams. I'll be waiting. I won't belittle you anymore. Because I'll be doing the same. If you're determined to defy your destiny, then I will do the same. Neji realized that just as he wanted to prove himself to Daichi, his teammate wanted to do the same with him. His anger towards his teammate diminished. Neji began to respect Lee's will and accepted his teammate's challenge in his heart. When he did, Neji felt his heart becoming lighter and his mind becoming more clear. The Hyuga Genin felt his chakra becoming stronger. He didn't hesitate and dwelled deeper into his meditation and focused on his chakra. He visualized his chakra flow and the pressure points throughout his body. Neji felt the strength and potential within himself. Fate may have placed me here. But it's my talent, strength, and will that will determine my future. I am born with the strength and potential to reshape my own destiny. The Genin slowly let out another breath and continued with his deep meditation. Iroha had decided to stay and watch the boy's progress. He was keeping an eye on everything from a short distance. He saw Neji's breathing pattern and realized that his advice had worked. He used his Byakugan out of curiosity but was shocked at what he saw. His spiritual energy is increasing. His chakra flow is becoming more stable and less restrictive. He's just at the very beginning stage, but Iroha knew what was happening. He had only seen very few Hyuga in their late 40s in the main branch family achieve this state. Neji is at the beginning stages of achieving inner peace. If he can reach that state, there is no doubt that he'd be able to easily learn and use the secret jutsu of the main family. Unbelievable. As Iroha watched Neji, a small smile slowly formed on his face. Daichi may be a talented genius. But so are you, Neji. To even reach such a state on your own and in just a day. You are the best prodigy of this clan. I'll make sure to help you grow. As Iroha vowed to help Neji, the genin was deep in his mind facing his biggest obstacle. Daichi, I know you're going to participate in the coming Chunin exam. I will become stronger. I will see for myself what our destiny is, when I battle you. Time went by, and when Neji finally opened his eyes, he saw that the sun had already gone down and the moonlight was shining through the dark sky. A whole day had gone by. I didn't even realize it. Neji let out a breath and stood from his spot. He felt much calmer, lighter, and far more focused than he had ever been. He looked around and saw Iroha nodding his head in approval. How do you feel, Neji? Good. I feel better. Thank you, Master Iroha. Neji replied with a bow. Your chakra has become stronger. It's proof that your spiritual energy has gotten stronger. Neji, I know it's late, but do you want to continue training? The genin straightened his posture and nodded. The two Hyuga branch members made their way to the middle of the small training area and entered their stance. The jonin could already see the small improvement in Neji's stance. Seconds went by and in an unspoken signal, both of them rushed forward and began engaging in combat. February 7th, Training Ground 9. Early morning. 1496, 1497, 1498, 1499, ARG 1500. Lee struggled and slowly stood up. There was a giant boulder several times larger than the boy strapped to his back, and after Lee completed his push-ups he cut off the straps holding the giant piece of rock to his back. It hit the ground with a small boom and dust rose in the air. Lee took several deep breaths of air and reached into his pouch. He took a small pill and quickly swallowed it. A few moments later the genin let out a breath of air as he felt his energy rising and the aches slowly vanishing. Well done, Lee. That was much better than the last time. Guy gave his student a big smile and a thumbs up. Thank you, Guy-sensei. Now it's time I start the next set. Lee was about to walk over and pick up the big rock when Guy spoke. Error. Maybe you should rest for a few minutes, Lee. Rest is an important part of becoming stronger. It heals the body and rejuvenates the mind. Lee shook his head at that. I'm sorry, Guy-sensei, but I can't waste even a second. Daichi's probably training even harder than I am right now, and if I want to have a chance against him in the coming battle, I need to become much stronger. Guy was perplexed as he heard that. The coming battle? What are you talking about, Lee? The jonin asked his favorite student. The next Chunin exam is here in the village, isn't it, sensei? Daichi hasn't participated till now, but I'm sure he'll be there in the upcoming exam. I know you're looking forward to nominating our team too. Guy sighed as he realized what Lee was getting at. Yes. These exams are dangerous and I wanted you all to be prepared before I sent you off. And it's true. My rival Kakashi will be nominating his student as well. So yes. You're right, Lee. There is a good chance that you'll be battling Daichi. Lee nodded and looked at his sensei with a determined gaze. Yes. Exactly. I want to show him just how far I have come. Last time he defeated our entire team so easily. It didn't bother me much because I thought if I kept training like I have I'll eventually be strong enough to challenge him on equal terms. And I've been training so hard for that, but after seeing him fight in the land of sea, after seeing what he's capable of, it's as if the gap has only widened. It feels as if I'm standing still. Guy's face softened as he listened to his student. He came near Lee and placed a hand on his shoulder. Lee, why do you want to battle Daichi so much? He asked his student in a soft tone. Hearing his teacher's question, Lee looked down and he thought about the memories he had with his friend. A small smile appeared as he remembered the words Daichi said to him before he left the village to train in the capital. When I first met Daichi, I thought he was just a genius who didn't care about anybody else. I wasn't any good and I thought he would just belittle me. I was wrong. Contrary to what I thought, he became my friend. He encouraged me to train harder. No one except Daichi cared about me when I was in the academy. No one believed in me. But he did. Even when I didn't believe in myself. He did. Lee looked up at his sensei and Guy was surprised to see tears falling down his face. I have to show him that his faith in me isn't misplaced. That he didn't waste his time with me. That with training, I can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. My dream is to be a splendid ninja, but more than that, I want to earn Daichi's respect as a strong shinobi. Guy's eyes widened as he heard that. He immediately knew what his student was feeling because they were feelings he himself had. The Jonin quickly hugged his student and patted his head. At that moment the Jonin thought about what Kakashi said on the boat during their return trip to Mother Island. There is no one in this generation that can come close to his potential and talent. Not Sasuke Uchiha, not Neji. No one. I don't think there's a Genin out there that can defeat Daichi. The second guy recalled Kakashi's words. He regretted not arguing with his rival. At that moment Guy became determined to prove Kakashi wrong. He wanted to make his student's dream come true. You are already a great ninja, Lee. But if your goal is to defeat Daichi and make him acknowledge you, then let's make it happen. We're going to train harder than ever and get you ready for the exams. Guy said with a big smile. Yes, Guy-sensei. Lee replied with a big smile. Lee, pick up that boulder. We're going to run 500 laps around the village. This time I'll be joining you. With that, Guy looked around the training ground and soon picked up another boulder of similar size to the one on Lee's back, and soon they resumed their training. It was night time with Guy and Lee sweating like pigs and struggling to take another breath of air. Okay. And now, we should probably rest, Guy said as he sat under a tree. Lee was panting and could only nod to his sensei's words. Several minutes later they regained a bit of energy and sat cross-legged on the ground facing each other. The two ninjas were brainstorming on how to improve their taijutsu strength and the power of their forbidden jutsu. Lee asked a question that's been on his mind. Sensei, how do I use the 8 gates technique more efficiently? Guy became serious as he heard that. Lee, that technique is forbidden and you remember the rules, don't you? I know, Sensei. I won't use it unless in the most dire of circumstances. Lee's reply satisfied the bowl-cut Jonin. Good. Now back to your question. How to use it more efficiently, huh? Guy rubbed his chin as he thought about the answer. Should I try to learn how to open more gates or? Lee asked, looking at his teacher. The taijutsu master shook his head. No. I don't think that's such a good idea. You just learn how to open the 4th gate and by the time of the Chunin exams you might be able to open 5. But that won't help you in a long drawn-out fight. The 8 gates will drain your energy and stamina quickly. It will put tremendous strain on your body. This forbidden jutsu will help against people who are physically weak, but... Guy didn't say further, but Lee knew what he was talking about. The young Genin remembered the scene of Daichi stopping the fiery cannonball in its tracks. Daichi isn't someone who would go down so easily. He has a strong body and his stamina is incredible. Lee looked at his teacher and spoke. So then, Sensei, how do I keep the drawbacks of the 8 gates to a minimum and fight for longer periods of time? If you're planning on using it in a prolonged battle, then you would need to focus on several key areas. Guy imparted his wisdom and Lee eagerly listened. Guy told Lee the 5 main ways he could improve the fighting style with the 8 gates. The teacher and students spent hours going over the details. They were going to modify their schedule and increase Lee's growth speed. Just as Daichi was becoming stronger, everyone around him was also becoming stronger. Chapter 246, Everyone Has an Agenda 3. February 15th. Daichi and Kakashi were in front of the Hokage giving their mission report. Quest Protect the Farmland has been completed. Rewards: 6,500 EXP. 975 EXP. Reputation increases with the people of the Keishi village. Daichi internally sighed as he saw the quest experience gains. As I level up and get stronger, the mission EXP decreases. A C-rank mission I completed at the beginning had given me over 12,000 EXP, but now that I'm much stronger it's only half that. It's as if the system knows that this isn't challenging me and is giving me a smaller reward. He mentally closed the blue boxes and paid attention to the Hokage. Well done, you two. Good work on completing another C-rank mission, Daichi. You have the next week off. The old Kage said with a nod. Thank you, Lord Hokage. The genin politely replied. You're dismissed. Daichi left the room while Kakashi stayed. The Sharingan Jonin looked at the Kage and was waiting for an answer. Hiruzen looked at one of his top ninjas in the village and spoke. Since we have many kids from the various clans in the coming graduation, I've decided to create specialized teams this year. I'm going to place Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura together. Now, based on Naruto's improvement, he won't be the last in the class, but I'm sure I can find some other excuse as to why I'm placing him with the Rookie of the Year. Have you given any thoughts to my request, Lord Hokage? Yes. I have made a final decision. Right now, your responsibility is to Daichi. I will be assigning Tenzo to Team 7 when they graduate. He will be able to keep an eye on Naruto and take appropriate measures should anything go wrong during a mission, and he'll be able to teach ninjutsu to Sasuke and polish up Sakura's skills. But by the time June rolls around, I'm sure Sasuke will have awakened his eyes and you'll be able to take over the team, at which point I'll have Tenzo lead Daichi. Hiruzen said, looking at Kakashi. The Jonin nodded. I will enter Daichi in the upcoming Chunin exam, and if his past is any indication, he'll pass it with flying colors. Indeed. Thank you for your time. I'll get out of your hair, Lord Hokage. Kakashi said with a bow and soon left the tower. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and thought about what he had learned about a week ago. So he has shown interest in seals and has already started learning it, huh? If he keeps going at this rate, he'll be Kage level in a few years. Kakashi might have a contender for the position of Hokage in the coming years. Achoo! Arg! Someone must be thinking about me. Daichi rubbed his nose and kept walking. Soon he reached home, and just as he was about to enter, several notifications popped up. Tier 2 to 50 million out of 50 million. Finally. Tier 2 is completed. About time. The gamer ninja immediately went through the other messages. Skill strength of the 100 seal has upgraded to Tier 2. Tier 2 to 50 million chakra points. Tier 2 seal is in the form of a small green inverted triangle 0.5 mm below the first tier seal. Cannot add chakra to this seal beyond the marked amount. Daichi removed his forehead protector and looked at the small seal on his forehead through the reflection on the metal. Now it looks similar to Tsunade's seal. Except mine is green in color. I like it. Since Tier 2 is complete, system has now stopped allocating chakra to the seal. This skill is now inactive. Chakra points needed to reach Tier 3 to 0 out of 100 million. 100 million chakra points to reach Tier 3. That's a lot. Now there's two things I need to be careful about: the third seal. Where I place it and how much I should allocate to it. The genin went to his backyard and sat near the pond. He enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere as he thought about his next move. The first and second seals should help me in battle with the needed chakra. Now I need to create one to heal my internal organs. Naruto's graduation is coming up, and I'm pretty sure my existence has caused some changes. I'm not certain if it's for good or bad. I'll have to wait and see, but it's best that I be prepared. The Genin thought about where to place the seal next, and he had an idea. He looked at the skill and activated it. This skill is currently inactive. Once this skill is activated, the system will automatically direct the allocated amount of chakra to the specific location of your body. A red system message box popped up next. How much percentage of your chakra do you want to redirect to the skill? I'll have a lot of tough battles ahead, and I just can't recklessly allocate chakra and then not have it when needed. Daichi thought about what to do and made his decision. He would allocate only 100% of his chakra points to the seal daily. 106,398. 100% out of 100 is equal to 106,398, estimated at most 939.8 days needed until completion and creation of Tier 3 seal. Not an accurate time frame due to various factors. Almost 3 years, huh? I'll have to speed up that time frame somehow. If my plans for the Chunin exams go well, then I'm pretty sure I'll be able to level this skill up to the highest tier in less than a year or two. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Concentrate chakra to the spot on your body where you want to store your energy. Daichi concentrated and focused his chakra into an internal organ. My heart. The second most vital organ right below the brain. Since the heart is the organ that produces chakra and supplies it, it's best I create a seal and merge it with my heart. Enemies love targeting fatal organs. It's best if I take precautions. Location confirmed. Daichi envisioned the seal in the form of a 6-pointed star atop his heart. Strength of the 100 seal skill activated. The instant the skill was activated, the system started reallocating chakra points to the beating organ. A small seal very slowly began to take shape inside Daichi's body atop his beating organ. 100% of your chakra points will now be directed every day to your heart due to the skill. Excess chakra your body produces can now be reallocated to the skill if you wish. Note, once the third tier is completed, the user can use chakra in all tiers individually or simultaneously. The gamer ninja let out a deep breath of air and meditated. He felt the chakra flow inside his body and felt completely calm. A few minutes later he began his daily training. March 10th, Fire Country Border. It was night time and a lone shinobi was traveling through the woods of the Land of Fire. He soon reached a small wooden hut that was surrounded by trees. The ninja was wearing a brown and green cloak that covered him from head to toe. He quietly jumped down from the trees and slowly walked up to the door. After knocking in a certain pattern, he immediately heard the reply to enter. The cloaked ninja entered the small hut and saw a tall man with long blonde hair. He was wearing a mask that covered his facial features, but the cloaked ninja knew who the person was. So you're Mizuki. Interesting. The blonde man said with a chuckle. The first ninja removed his cloak and silver hair fell framing the sides of his face. Mizuki, the academy instructor of the Leaf Village. Mizuki looked at the other man and was on guard, but he put up a strong front wanting to show that he wasn't afraid. You must be Ko Yamanaka, the rogue ninja that left the village 3 years ago. Now you're currently working for Orochimaru. Ko smiled as he heard that. Working for is a bit of a stretch. I help him out from time to time. I'm more of an independent contractor. Mizuki nodded. Let's not waste any more time. You know why I came here, don't you? Yes. Orochimaru mentioned a few things. You're planning something interesting in the village on the day of the upcoming graduation. Then escape while the whole place is in chaos. But you know you should have done this before you even started planning. The blonde sat on a nearby chair and took out the sake bottle. Mizuki sat on the opposite chair and poured himself a glass. The graduation is on March 20th and the academy gave 2 weeks off to every student so that they could prepare. I could only come now because I had to be sure that no one would suspect me. If I left during the middle of the curriculum, then it would have raised suspicion. Ko nodded and turned serious. Do you have my payment? The academy instructor nodded and took out a scroll. He placed his chakra on it and a small pile of money appeared. It's all there. Mizuki said as if to reassure the man. Ko smiled as he looked at the neatly stacked bills. Good. Let's get started then. Lord Orochimaru told me to build strong barriers within your mind. Once I'm done, all the information in your head will be inaccessible to anyone else but you. Not even Jinjutsu will be able to make you spill your secrets. But you know the risks, don't you? Mizuki smiled arrogantly upon hearing that. Yes. And this is just a precaution. I have no intention of getting caught, and with the plan I put in place they won't suspect me until it's too late. How long do you have till you need to return to the village? Ko asked. I have a few days' time. Good. That should be plenty. With that, Ko got up and went to Mizuki. He placed both hands atop the academy instructor's head and began his work. The rogue Yamanaka ninja was creating barriers and defenses in Mizuki's mind to shield him from various mind-reading jutsu from his own clan members. He knew what techniques they would use, and he was building defenses against it. March 12th. It was morning. Ko completed his work and Mizuki left the hut shortly after. Now that I have some additional spending money, I should hit the gentleman's club in the capital tonight. As the blonde ninja stretched his arms and thought about the girls he'd be seeing tonight, a lecherous smile formed on his face. But before he could delve deeper into his fantasies, he sensed the presence of a strong shinobi and the grin vanished from his face. He instantly recognized the chakra and knew who his guest was. His mood instantly soured. Damn it. I was hoping to avoid that snake. He gives me the creeps. Knock! Knock! Ko quickly opened the door and welcomed the guest in with a smile. Lord Orochimaru. Please come inside. I just finished the task you assigned me. Kukuku. Hello, Ko. I take it that everything went well. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Mizuki just left a few minutes ago. I did just as you asked and got the payment right here. The blonde ninja said with a slightly nervous grin. Good. I knew I could count on you. The snake Sannin had a big grin as he looked at the man in front of him. There is one more thing I need you to do. Whatever you need, my lord. Ko replied and gave a small bow as if he was appreciating working for the man. Orochimaru's grin only widened at that reply. March 14th, Hidden Leaf Village. It was nearing midnight and a lone man stood near a small window. He looked out at the moonless sky and stood patiently as if waiting for someone. A few moments later he turned around and looked at the corner of his room. You're late. I deeply apologize, Lord Danzo, but I had to make sure the information the others obtained were verified. The outline of a man kneeling in the shadows could be seen. He was wearing umbu gear and had on a blank mask. Danzo grunted and walked towards the nearby couch. He sat down and looked at the man. And is there confirmation? Yes. Orochimaru is planning something big. He has had shipments and high-tech medical equipment move all over the country these last few months. We suspect that he's created several bases here in the Land of Fire. The unknown root ninja replied. Does Hiruzen or the others in the surveillance and intelligence department know? Danzo asked. The ninja shook his head. No, my lord. I checked. They're unaware of his activities. Even we wouldn't have found out about it if we didn't know his operational channels and methods. Danzo became silent as he thought about the situation. What are you planning? If it was an attack on the village, he would have contacted me and tried to exploit my position to get his hands on our umbu and guard patrol routes. But since he hasn't, this must be something else. Or maybe he plans an attack to completely weaken the village and make an opening for the other villages to strike? What exactly is he thinking? Danzo looked at his subordinate and spoke. What about the other matter? Have you concluded your investigation? Yes. I've checked the umbu records and our mission logs. I noticed a few discrepancies. I'm afraid we have a spy in our midst. The Hokage has sent someone and they have indeed infiltrated the Foundation. Based on my conclusions, they've been within our rank for over 2 years. I see. Danzo closed his eyes and exhaled a breath of air. So it has come to this. We've both been reduced to sending operatives into each other's organizations. Danzo opened his eyes and stood in front of the kneeling man. There is a war coming. We need to identify the threat before it hits, and we need to prepare. Since you're the second in command of Root, I'm giving you full operational authority and mandate. Find the enemy and neutralize the threat. Yes, Lord Danzo. With those words, the man disappeared from the room the very next second, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 247, A Newbie Rank Mission. March 15th, Leaf Village. It was early morning and Daichi was in Training Ground 3 meditating. In 5 days Naruto and the others will graduate. But what will happen on that day? Will everything go the same, or will Canon be shot to hell? Since we hadn't gotten a C rank mission in a while, I'm pretty sure I'll get one today, and that'll take me out of the village. But for how long? There is a chance that I'll miss their graduation, and if anything happens I won't be here to run interference. Daichi had been debating on whether or not to leave a shadow clone behind just in case. No. That jutsu reduces my chakra. If Kakashi uses the Sharingan during the mission and sees that my chakra is cut in half, then he might have some questions I'd rather not answer. Daichi opened his eyes and let out a breath of air. He stood and went near the lake running through the training ground. He stood still and thought about everything and finally made a decision. I can't babysit them. If there are any changes and if anything bad happens, then I need to see if Naruto or the others can handle it on their own. For better or worse. I have a feeling I'm going to see the bigger ripple effects of my actions from this point forward. Can I trust them to protect the future, or do I need to bear the burden and battle all the enemies myself to make sure the future is secure? What happens on the night of the graduation will decide my course of action in the next couple of years. What's worrying you? The sudden voice of Kakashi brought the Jonin out of his thoughts. The Jonin rarely saw Daichi having such an expression. The young ninja looked at his sensei and spoke after a few moments of silence. It's nothing, and maybe everything. The Jonin raised an eyebrow at the cryptic answer. He thought about anything that could be bothering his student, and after a few moments he had an idea. Your former class is graduating in a few days? Are you worried that your friends won't pass the Jonin exam? No. I'm sure they'll pass even the real Jonin exam. But I'm worried about what comes after. The giant obstacles and trails some of them would face. Kakashi slightly narrowed his eyes at that statement. He knew Daichi was friends with Sasuke and that they would sometimes train together, and he also knew from the Hokage that Daichi was aware of Naruto's connection to the Nine Tails. Are you concerned about Sasuke and Naruto? The Jonin spoke. Daichi, you can't hold their hands every step of the way. No one can. Even we as teachers have limits. There are some things in life that you have to go through on your own. All you can do is trust them and hope that they get through their trials and tribulations and come out stronger. Yeah, you're right, Sensei. Thanks. The Jonin said with a small smile. The talk with Kakashi helped and he got out of his funk. Come on. Let's get us a C rank mission. It was a little after 10 a.m. Daichi and Kakashi were making their way towards the Hokage Tower. The two quickly reached their destination and were soon granted an audience with the Kage. Hiruzen looked at the two ninjas and spoke. I have a B rank mission that I think would be best suited for the two of you. Kakashi glanced at his student and Daichi just shrugged his shoulders. B rank, huh? We'll take it. Hiruzen nodded and began giving them the details. Good. You two will be heading to the capital to meet with a man named Ryoma. He's a mediator of sorts. Someone who brokers peace between different companies. 2 companies in the Land of Fire have requested his aid and he has accepted. Your mission is to protect him for the duration of the mission. You will travel with him from the capital to another destination, and then once his business is concluded, safely escort him back to the capital. Once the Kage gave them the brief overview, Daichi raised his hand. Yes, Daichi. This mission is rank B. So that means we're expected to battle shinobi. But is there any information on their threat level? Is there any info on the companies that hired this Ryoma guy's services? Daichi asked. We don't have much information, but the two companies are rival corporations that have existed for over 3 decades. What I can tell you is that there are many people who don't want to see an alliance between the two. You'll have more information when you meet Ryoma. He'll explain the mission in more detail. Hiruzen said and handed a scroll to Kakashi. The Genin nodded and the Jonin took the mission scroll. The two soon left the Hokage Tower and made their way to the gates of the village. Daichi looked at the new quest that appeared. Quest created, protect the mediator. The Hokage has assigned your team a B rank mission. Protect your client from bodily harm for the duration of this mission to complete this quest. Bonus, make sure the negotiations between the two companies are successful and an alliance is formed. Rewards: 20,000 EXP. 4,000 EXP, bonus. Reputation increases with client and everyone else involved. Failure. Reputation decreases with client and everyone else involved. No B rank missions for a while. Accept, yes or no. So the bare minimum is to protect the client, but making sure the negotiations end up a success is a bonus, huh? I need the experience, so I guess I might have to meddle in this if the need arises. Daichi accepted the quest and the two soon reached the village gates. Kotetsu looked at the mission scroll and then at the Genin. Man, I envy you. You're already going on B rank missions, meanwhile we're bored out of our minds here. The Chunin said, slumped on the table. Izumo gave his friend a light hand chop to the head and spoke. Come on. We're doing important work here. Can't you at least pretend to be serious? Daichi chuckled looking at their interactions. I'm sure you guys will get some good missions soon. Yeah. Good luck on your mission, you two. Emma, take a nap. Kotetsu said and closed his eyes. Izumo just sighed and sat next to his friend. He looked at Kakashi, who was ignoring everything and had his nose buried in his favorite orange book. He hasn't changed. With how this guy is, it's surprising that Daichi hadn't picked up any of his questionable habits. The gate guard watched the two ninjas exit the village and then leaned back in his chair humming to himself. As the two ninjas hopped through the trees in the land of fire, Daichi asked his teacher a question. So sensei, do you know anything about this Ryoma? Kakashi hummed as he recalled what little information he had about the man. I've heard some rumors about him. As Lord Hokage said, he's a peacebreaker of sorts. Some call him the dealmaker. There are rumors that he joins two warring factions through mutual self-interest, manipulation of both parties and in some rare cases violence. But these are rumors and they haven't been confirmed or anything. Daichi nodded and kept the information in mind. Need to use observe on this guy as soon as he's in sight. I get the feeling I'm not dealing with the average mediator. The two-man Genin team kept their pace and reached the capital in a few hours without facing any problems. They made their way to their client's home and soon came in front of a wealthy mansion. Looks like this Ryoma guy is pretty loaded. Daichi whistled as he looked at the giant gates and the building behind it. Come on. The two met the guards outside and were escorted in. As the two ninjas entered the living room, they saw a man in wealthy garments waiting for them. He was in his late 40s, tan skin and had a lean body with long black hair. He had sharp jaws, black eyes and two piercings in his right ear. The man smiled as he looked at the two ninjas. Welcome. I recognize young Daichi, so then you must be Kakashi Hatake. I expected a Chunin team, but I'm satisfied with the two of you. I'm Ryoma. The Jonin just smiled at the man while Daichi calmly stood in his spot. Observe. The gamer ninja quickly read the details and had a more thorough understanding of his client. Age 44 and his level is 42. High Genin level and average physical stats, but his intelligence stat is slightly higher than normal but isn't noteworthy. A cunning man whose talent lay in business. At this time Kakashi spoke. Lord Hokage mentioned that you would need protection for the whole duration of our mission. Since you asked for a B rank mission, I'm assuming you believe there will be ninjas after you? Ryoma nodded in agreement. Then I will need more details on our mission. The routes, destination, the parties involved, and the likes. Of course. Ryoma smiled and glanced at the servant standing to the side. Bring something to drink for my guests here. After the maid bowed and disappeared, the wealthy man turned to the two ninjas and motioned them to the nearby chairs. The older man began to explain the situation in more detail. All right, to begin with, there are two companies that have requested my aid in seeing if an alliance can be made between them. The Satoru Corporation and the Rising Sun Corporation. I'm sure you're aware of their business. Kakashi leaned back as he thought about the two famous companies. I've heard of them. They deal with resource gathering, processing, and even transportation through the Land of Fire and its bordering small nations. Yes. Exactly. Wood is a crucial resource used in construction, furniture, and weapon making. These two companies are the biggest ones that's responsible for sustainable logging of trees, transportation of timber, and its processing into usable forms. Daichi had also heard about the two aforementioned corporations. I heard they expanded their reach into agricultural resources. They've even released a few food products. The Genin spoke. Ryoma was surprised that the Genin knew that information. Very good, Daichi. I'm impressed. You know, not many Genin have such insight on what happens outside their borders. Especially if it doesn't have anything to do with the shinobi world. I like to keep myself apprised of major events happening in the world. Maybe invest if a good opportunity arrives. The Genin said with a shrug. Ryoma nodded. A wise policy. At that moment the maid came and served drinks to the three. Daichi and Kakashi were cautious as they tasted the drink, and after making sure there wasn't anything harmful or unusual, they drank it. Seeing the ninja accept his polite gesture, the man continued. Yes. They've only been in the agricultural field for a little over a year, but they're already making waves. The Satoru Corporation has been the major supplier in the northern part of Land of Fire, while the Rising Sun is the supplier in the southern region. Decades ago, when it was founded, the two companies were originally one and were managed by two friends. But a few years later they had a falling out and each started their own businesses. Ever since then they were both rival companies looking to outdo the other. Now they're expanding their territories and looking to take more. And so, as you can imagine, they have clashed. There have been a few small incidents so far, but nothing major and no damage that can't be undone, but if this keeps happening things will escalate and one of them will get destroyed. It will have an impact on our economy, and no matter how big or small that effect is, we must avoid it. And they asked you to mediate, or did you approach them? Kakashi asked. They came to me. They couldn't trust each other, so they decided to ask for an outside party to help. Their representatives came to the capital last week to meet with me. They knew I have experiences in matters like this, and I decided to take their case. Ryoma replied. The two companies you mentioned are the biggest ones in the market. And if they form an alliance, it will push some of the smaller ones out of business. So there are at least a few people who don't want to see this alliance form. You believe they are the ones who will send ninjas after you. Kakashi deduced as to the reason why this was marked AB rank and who their enemies could possibly be. I believe so, but there's more. I did some investigating of my own and found that there are elements within their own companies that don't want this alliance. So if enemies come, there is a possibility that they could be sent by certain factions in the two families. It's not a certainty, but a possibility. Ryoma said as he sipped his drink. When and where's the meeting taking place? Kakashi asked. Tomorrow. Tenzaku Town. We'll need to leave in an hour and reach there before sundown. Then tomorrow I'll be sitting down with the heads of the two companies and our negotiations will begin. Now keep in mind that this could take a few days and maybe even a week. It depends on them. We understand. Kakashi and Daichi nodded as they had a better understanding of the situation. Will you be traveling in a carriage or? Daichi asked. Ryoma chuckled and replied. I may not look like it, but I'm quite capable of moving like a shinobi. Battling, not so much. Besides, being stuffed in a box and carried around is not my style. Alright. Now that you two know what to expect, let me get ready. We'll move in an hour. With that, the wealthy broker left the room while Kakashi and Daichi waited for the man outside. Around an hour later, Ryoma met his escorts and the three began their journey to Tenzaku Town. Chapter 248, Protect the Mediator 1. Through the thick forest in the land of fire, three figures moved at a steady pace in a straight-line formation. If anyone were to look up from the road, they would only see three shadows for a brief second before it disappeared from their view. Kakashi was in front and Daichi was in the back while their client was in the middle. A formation used when there are minimal shinobi escorts. They had been traveling for a few minutes in silence, but Ryoma decided to open a conversation with the two leaf ninjas. He glanced behind and spoke. So Daichi, I heard that the next Chunin exams will be held in the leaf. Will you be participating? Hearing the question, Daichi discreetly glanced at Kakashi and the man just shrugged. Seeing his teacher's nonverbal reply, Daichi answered their client. If sensei nominates me, then yeah. I'll take part in the exams. Ryoma nodded his head and gazed forward as he leapt off another branch. At that moment, Kakashi asked a question to his client. Did you specifically ask for us for this mission? I remember you telling us that you recognized us when we met. Daichi thought about the reason why his teacher would ask that question. Normally Lord Hokage wouldn't give B-rank missions to Genins with less than a year of experience in the field. But then again, I'm not most Genins. But still, it's best to know if the client has any ulterior motives. The middle-aged client lightly chuckled and then replied. No. I simply requested for a B-rank mission and implied that there might be some ninjas after me. And as for recognizing the two of you, well, you two made quite the stir when you unearthed a large hidden treasure. And then the whole mess with Lord Taji's nephew. It would be embarrassing if someone in my position didn't know the parties involved. Kakashi nodded and the mediator looked behind. There aren't many shinobi who could make impacts like that when they're just starting out. I'll take that as a compliment, Daichi said with a small grin. He decided to change the subject. You have shinobi training, but you said that you've been a mediator for over 2 decades. Are you a retired ninja or? I suppose I am. Ryoma had a slightly sad tone as he spoke. Kakashi and Daichi intently listened as the man spoke. Well, I was born in the capital, and during my childhood my father sent me to the Leaf Ninja Academy to train. I wanted to be a ninja at the time, you see. A few years later I became a genin and spent 2 years in service. But during that period the Great War was raging through the lands and my team was killed by a rogue ninja in an ambush. I was the only one to make it out alive. I'm sorry for your loss. Ryoma nodded and gave a small smile. It is the way of the shinobi. We can't change that. Anyway, I made it back to the village. I was physically unharmed. Mostly. But there were wounds that cut much deeper. After several evaluations it was deemed that I could no longer continue as a shinobi, so I returned to the capital. Well, that's the abridged version of my story. Sometimes I wonder if I'm disrespecting my teammates' memories by just giving up. Kakashi, who was listening, spoke up at that moment. For some people, continuing through this harsh life of ours and serving a cause greater than them is their way to honor the ones who sacrificed their lives for them. The man looked down in sadness when he heard that. Kakashi looked at him and continued. But some people honor the sacrifices made by living their life to the fullest and keeping their comrades' memories alive in their hearts. By showing that their deaths and sacrifices weren't in vain. It's different for different people. There is no shame in forging a new path in life. Ryoma looked up and saw the silver-haired jonin giving him a small nod. Thank you. That does ease my spirit. Daichi smiled, and just as he was about to speak he sensed several chakra signatures ahead. The chakra signatures were stationary as if they were waiting. The genin looked to his teacher and saw that Kakashi was also aware of the threat. Kakashi spoke. We have company. Not sure if they're here to ambush someone unlucky or if they're specifically waiting for us. Ryoma smirked. I'm not worried. I know I'm in capable hands. If they are here for us, then it would be helpful if you could find out who sent them. Kakashi nodded and made a few hand signals to his student. Daichi understood Kakashi's plans and got ready. The three kept going forward without any change in their pace, and a few seconds later an attack suddenly came. Several shuriken flew out of the shadows directly aimed at Kakashi. The Jonin took out a kunai and deflected the throwing stars with ease while Ryoma and Daichi jumped down to the ground. A ninja covered in black cloak suddenly appeared behind Kakashi and tried to kill him with his sword. The Jonin easily sidestepped the attack and quickly tried to disarm the ninja, but quickly changed tactics and jumped back to another tree branch when more weapons were thrown his way by three others. Kakashi quickly looked around and analyzed the situation. He took note of their attire, weapons, and posture. One ninja of unknown origin. Strength low chunin. The three others look like bandits. No proper shinobi gear. They can tree walk, but they're not that good. And their aim is poor. So bandits with only minimal training. As Kakashi was focusing on his opponents, Daichi was being attacked as well. The area the young genin was standing on became a small swamp and he began to sink into the ground the moment he landed. Another unknown shinobi slowly emerged from the ground a few feet away from the sinking Daichi and threw several shurikens at the genin. This was easier than we thought. Then again, this kid is just a genin after all. This was the opening the enemies were waiting for. With the two leaf ninjas seemingly in trouble, another third road ninja released his camouflage jinjutsu and appeared from the woods. He quickly took out a kunai and rushed towards his target. I got you now. At that moment Ryoma was standing a few meters away calmly watching the two battles and looked at the ninja speeding towards him. Despite the situation looking bad, he wasn't scared. He knew just how capable the two ninjas that were protecting him were. The shuriken thrown towards the sinking Daichi struck, but the next moment it vanished in a puff of smoke. And just as the third ninja was about to reach Ryoma, a fast punch came from above that slammed the enemy into the ground, kicking up dust and small debris. Daichi looked at the ninja knocked out beneath him and just sighed. My base strength is far greater than these ordinary guys. They would need to augment their body with chakra to even come close to matching my strength. At this point, taking down these guys won't even be a warm-up. The other rogue shinobi looked towards the scene and saw Daichi standing above their downed and unconscious comrade. Without wasting time, Daichi made a few seals and used a binding jinjutsu on his attacker. Kakashi too made quick work of his opponents, and within a minute they were all securely tied up to a tree. The Jonin began to interrogate them. 3 bandits and 3 rogue ninjas. From your intentions we know your target is Ryoma. So what we want to know is who sent you. The bandits were subdued, but the 3 ninjas struggled for a few moments. Seeing that escape was impossible, they decided to stay quiet. The silver-haired Jonin groaned at that and turned his head to look at Daichi. The genin understood his teacher's intentions and took the client to another area. Kakashi watched as the two disappeared from his view and then turned back to captured enemies. He gave them a sweet smile that sent shivers up their spine. Let's have a chat, shall we? We haven't even reached Tenzaku town and already they're coming for me. Ryoma sighed and shook his head at the situation. I get why you would be a target, but wouldn't the families of the 2 companies also be in danger? Daichi asked the man. Ryoma smiled at that question and replied. Despite my reputation, my influence has certain limits. If these people were sent by a third party, a company that doesn't want to see an alliance, then they must think that it's easier to target me than face the wrath of the families of 2 biggest resource corporations in the Land of Fire. The genin nodded. I see. But there could also be others who are bold enough to go after the 2 families, and if that happens there will be chaos and it'll be such a headache for me. I assume they have guards. Yes. They have their own security. Still, if there is one thing I've learned in life, it's that anything can happen when we least expect it. Daichi completely understood that sentiment. Murphy's Law. If that was a superpower, I could have probably solved all of my problems by now. At that time Kakashi came into view and the 2 turned towards him for answers. What did you find, sensei? The Jonin turned towards the mediator and spoke. Well, someone paid them a lot of money to kill you. They were given your description and were told that you would have a team to protect you, but they didn't know the details. I got the facial features of the man who hired them for the job, but they don't have anything more useful. Ryoma nodded. Kakashi gave the man information on the person who hired them, but he didn't know who it was. I don't recognize the features. Could be someone in disguise from one of the two families, or could be from another company. At this point we don't have much. Let's not waste any more time here. We should get to the town quickly. The patrolling squads should be here in a few minutes. They'll take them to prison. Under the Jonin's instructions, the trio resumed their journey, and by late evening they reached Tanzaku town. The dealmaker made his way to one of the wealthier private inns in the town. The head manager of the inn recognized Ryoma and welcomed the man. Welcome to Paradise Inn. My name is Kotohaku. Please enjoy your stay. He was a relatively good-looking old man in his late 60s. He had a lean body, short white hair, and a goatee. Ryoma nodded with a polite smile. Are the other two parties here yet? He asked the man. No, sir. But I'm sure they'll be here in a couple of hours, came the reply from the host. Then please show us to our rooms. Kakashi spoke, and soon the client and his two guards were in front of a large luxurious room. Daichi whistled as he saw the amenities. This is nice. This place is like a 5-star resort. Ryoma chuckled, seeing the Genin's reaction. Your room will be next to mine. Before the wealthy mediator could enter the room, Kakashi stepped through and did a sweep of the area. A few minutes later he found nothing that indicated a threat and stepped aside. As I'm sure you already know, I will worry about the negotiations. You just need to keep me safe till we return, the mediator said with a smile and entered his suite. The two ninjas nodded seriously. After they changed into a more comfortable attire, the two ninjas found their client relaxing near an open window. Daichi asked the mediator a question. If you don't mind me asking, how exactly do you form an alliance with two rival competitors like this? Ryoma sat on a chair overlooking the beautiful garden outside and replied after a few moments. Well, the first step would be initial discussion. The two companies would have an informal dialogue to gauge the other's interest and potential. All of this will of course go through me, a neutral third party. Daichi spoke in understanding. Indeed. Now the next step would be to find and identify potential areas of collaboration. That could include shared resource gathering and processing, cooperative farming, joint distribution networks, and shared protection against potential threats. Then comes the evaluation of each corporation's physical and security strengths. This includes the abilities of the shinobi they may have on their payroll. How strong is their security? Do you know? Kakashi asked. I'm not absolutely sure, but if I'm right, they have a few retired jonins and chunins in their organization, Ryoma replied. The jonin nodded and the mediator continued. After that comes negotiations, then drafting terms and conditions that the two should abide by. Once acceptable conditions are set comes the legal and regulatory approval. Daichi, do you know who would preside over that? The third minister, Lord Taji Miyama, the genin replied. Daichi was aware of the working of the important dignitaries in the capital after his encounter with the minister. Yes. Lord Taji is in charge of public relations and business overview. The two companies would have to get his approval on the new terms for the alliance to be official. Ryoma then stood from his chair and looked at the two ninjas with a serious gaze. Despite this being a matter between two civilian companies, the outcome of this meeting will have an impact on the Fire Country. So I need to make sure this is a win-win scenario for everyone. That's my problem to deal with. I'm trusting you two to handle anything that gets in the way of me doing my job. You can count on us, Kakashi reassured the man with a confident tone. At that second, Daichi slightly turned his head and narrowed his eyes. Sensei. Several strong individuals have just entered the building. There are several civilians with them, the genin reported. Other than the parties of the two corporations, is there anyone else expected to arrive here these next few days? Kakashi asked the mediator. No. I specifically requested it to be that way. Then I'm guessing they are one of the two parties involved. Ryoma nodded to the Jonin's assessment. Yes. It won't be long before the other arrives. Then tomorrow we'll begin. Chapter 249, Negotiation Tactics. March 16th. The sun crept above the horizon, bathing Tanzaku town and its luxurious resort in soft golden light. Set against the backdrop of rolling green hills and calm waters, the resort was a private oasis of tranquility. It was a fitting location for the serious discussions that lay ahead. Ryoma was on his balcony gazing at the beautiful scenery in front of his view. He let out a deep breath of air and closed his eyes. After a few moments of mentally preparing himself, he turned and looked to the two ninjas tasked with protecting him. You two ready? Ryoma asked with a grin. Of course. I'm actually looking forward to this. Daichi replied with a smile while his sensei just nodded. With that, the trio moved to the lower floors. The resort had set up a giant pavilion in the large private garden outside for the gathering and meeting between all those present. When the three people arrived downstairs in the large hall, the family members of the two corporations were present along with their guards. The head of the Paradise Inn was also present along with a maid in the corner. They all turned towards the three as they arrived. Ryoma had a charming yet commanding presence as he entered the hall. His two bodyguards also drew some eyes. The head of the Satoru Corporation, Mr. Tsuyoshi Satoru, gazed at the diplomat with attentive, gentle brown eyes. He sported a neatly trimmed, graying beard that framed his square jawline, and it added to his dignified persona. So he's Ryoma the dealmaker. A cunning man known for his negotiation tactics and diplomatic skills. With him here. Could it be possible? Tsuyoshi Satoru thought about the future of his company and decided to see what would happen these next few days. Mr. Yamamoto Haicher, the president of the Rising Sun Corporation, looked at the new arrivals. Ryoma the dealmaker, huh? Time to see if the rumors about you are true or not. I need to make sure my father's legacy is safe. One of the guards accompanying the family recognized Kakashi. There's no mistaking it. That's Kakashi Hatake. But he only has one other ninja with him. Is that kid a Chunin? Just as everyone had their eyes on the mediator, he too was examining all parties present with a critical eye. He looked to the left and his eyes roamed the group of people. It looks like all the main family members of the Satoru Corporation are here. The head of the family and president of the company, Tsuyoshi Satoru, and his wife Hana Satoru. His three children, and if the information is correct, then the manager and business advisor Taichi. Then there are the guards. There is someone else, but he seems too young and I don't have any information on him. Must be a distant relative or a friend of the children. It only took Ryoma a few seconds to gaze at everyone and take in their attire. A habit he picked up and kept from his shinobi life. He then looked to the right and saw the second party. The Rising Sun Corporation with the president of the company, Yamamoto Haicher, his wife, and two sons, Yakumi and Yamaha Haicher, along with the head manager Kodiai Nunji and their guards. Ryoma smiled at everyone, but he was already thinking of slightly adjusting his negotiation tactics to better his advantage. The diplomat glanced at Kotohaku and the man gave a small nod in return. Ryoma smiled and slightly spread his arms and began. Welcome everyone. Thank you all for coming to the meeting and being here today. I'm sure you all understand the significance of this venture. So let's not waste any more time. Everyone nodded, and just as they were about to move to the large pavilion, Ryoma spoke. I would like Mr. Tsuyoshi and Yamamoto to join me for a private meeting first. Just the two, please. You may each have one guard accompany you. The rest, please make yourselves comfortable in the pavilion. Our meeting might take a while. With those words, Ryoma moved to a different private room guided by the resort's manager. The two heads of the families looked at each other and then quietly followed the man. Kakashi and two other ninjas also followed behind them, and soon they all disappeared from everyone's view. Daichi and the others slowly moved to the pavilion outside. The genin stood in a corner and was using observe on everyone in his view. The guards are all between level 75 to 85. Guess these rich guys have some muscle. There were some curious eyes from several people on Daichi, but none of them made a move to interact with him. The genin preferred it that way as he looked through the information his spying skill showed him. And as he did, he found a couple of interesting people. Yusuke Satoru, age 24 and the youngest child of Tsuyoshi Satoru. He's jealous of his brother and sister. His micro-expressions indicate that he's unhappy. And then there is his friend, Yuta Jinjira, age 24, civilian and son of a wealthy merchant. Nothing more significant about him. For some reason he seems angry that Ryoma took the two family heads out of the room. I'll have to keep an eye on those two. Daichi stood calm and looked around. The guards are keeping an eye on the other, and they even have me in their peripheral. Seems they're all cautious. With observation I can find a threat far sooner than anyone else. I really love my gamer powers. But man, standing around like this is so boring. Oh well, I'm sure Kakashi-sensei must be bored as well right now. He can't even read his book. If he looked like he was distracted doing his thing, then it would reflect badly on the client. So I guess that's a win for me. With Ryoma, the manager or owner of the resort, led the group of 6 people to a relatively large private room. In the middle of the room was a round table with 3 chairs placed equal distance apart. Ryoma gestured to the chairs and spoke. Gentlemen, please take your seats. Kakashi and the other 2 guards of the families each took a spot at the edge of the room but near their client. The 2 guards were keeping an eye on the other and Kakashi, but said Jonin stood nonchalantly and looked like he had no cares in the world. He suddenly had the impulse to sneeze, but he didn't move a muscle and held it down. Someone must be thinking about me. Please let it be a cute girl. Once the 2 heads of the families were seated, Ryoma spoke. Thank you for agreeing to my request. Funny. It sounded more like a demand. Yamamoto slightly narrowed his eyes and replied. Ryoma chuckled. Oh, but you see, there is a difference. When I make a demand, you'll know it. Ryoma's smile was the same, but there was a sinister undertone to it that no one missed. Kakashi understood the tactic being used by the man, keeping them wary but not at the edge. This way they'll tread carefully and not make reckless decisions. Depending on how he proceeds, this could be an opportunity or a problem. The diplomat continued as normal. Now, as I said before, I'm glad you 2 and your families have traveled all the way here from your homes. I understand the significance of your journey and the history both your families share. Your presence here is a testament to your willingness to look beyond past rivalries for the future prosperity of not just your corporations but also the Land of Fire. The 2 men glanced at the other and turned towards the diplomat. It was Tsuyoshi who spoke first. My willingness to come here doesn't mean I trust him or my unconditional agreement to an alliance. Same here. I don't trust this man. There have been some clashes between the 2 of us these last few months, and I don't wish to escalate it further if possible. It's the reason I came. But if these negotiations seem unfavorable, I will not agree to anything. Yamamoto gave his thoughts as well. Despite what the 2 thought, Ryoma didn't become angry after hearing that. He only kept smiling as he sipped his tea. His gaze swept across the table, meeting each person's eyes in turn. Trust is not an easy commodity. And most of my previous clients were similar to the 2 of you. So I fully understand your situation. It's why I'm here after all. My duty is to create a scenario where everyone leaves happy. Or at the very least make things better than when you came here. Tsuyoshi and Yamamoto nodded their heads. Good. Now the reason I asked for a private audience with you 2 is to establish some ground rules. Before we delve into the intricacies of this potential alliance, you 2 need to abide by certain conditions. Ryoma stopped and looked at the 2 for any objections. Seeing none, he continued. First and foremost, we will treat each other with respect. Second, I request openness and honesty in these negotiations. Trust may be non-existent between the two of you, but if this alliance is going to work, then it is an essential factor. The heads of both corporations gave a slight nod in understanding. A murmur of agreement echoed around the table. The eyes of the mediator sharpened, and there was an edge to his tone that set the two family guards on alert. Third, and the most important one, there will be no violence towards each other or towards me conducted on these premises and in this town. Violate that rule and there will be consequences. I hope I'm making myself very clear. Tsuyoshi and Yamamoto were people not easily threatened, but they knew that Ryoma was someone important in the fire capital, and if anything were to happen to him, the ministers or someone from the royal court would get involved. It was not something they wanted. The two nodded their heads, and a gentle smile was on the mediator's face again. Excellent. Before we begin, a toast. Ryoma slowly pulled a small storage scroll from his sleeve. The guards of the two companies discreetly moved their hands to their pouch, but a glance from their employers stopped them from making a rash move. Ryoma smiled as he saw the scene from the corner of his eyes as he took out the contents from his scroll. 3 white sake cups and a bottle. I had this imported from the land of lightning. The Thunder Spirit wine. Excellent stuff from what I hear. Never had the pleasure of tasting it, so I'm quite eager. Ryoma said as he poured 3 cups. Once the bottle was placed in the middle of the table, they each took a cup and looked at the other. To a better future. Ryoma grinned and downed his cup. Seeing the man drink it without hesitation, the other two glanced at each other and drank it as well. Yamamoto let out a breath and placed the sake cup on the table. Not bad. This is certainly better than the one from the land of Earth. What was that called? Ah yes. The bejeweled earth nectar. Tsuyoshi smirked and looked at the man beside him. While this is certainly a good sake, I believe the bejeweled earth nectar is a bit better. You can't be serious? It seems your taste buds must have finally given out due to old age if you think that. Yamamoto retorted. If you believe this is better than the bejeweled earth nectar, then you certainly have gone senile. How can I form an alliance with a company run by a senile man? Tsuyoshi verbally struck back. What did you say? A vein popped up in Yamamoto's forehead. Ryoma groaned loudly before they could escalate their verbal attacks. Good grief. You two can't even agree on a simple drink. No wonder your companies have such an intense rivalry with each other. The mediator looked at the two and then a grin formed on his face. Well then, first things first. Let's settle this matter of the better wine. And how do we do that? The two raised an eyebrow. By finding out which one's the best. It's a good thing I brought some samples. Ryoma said as he placed some chakra into the storage scroll. Several small bottles of different colors and designs appeared. Kakashi looked at the scene and internally smirked. I see. So that's his plan. He's clever. It was only morning, but the start of the negotiations that had the potential to change the dynamics of the Land of Fire's economy was underway in an unusual way. Daichi had been keeping an eye on everyone in the pavilion while sticking to the shadows. A few curious people wanted to interact with him, but he didn't give them the chance. Not yet. It's still too soon. The genin was closely observing the surveillance tactics of the other shinobi. Daichi's goal was to see if he could learn anything new from them. But he made sure to keep intentions hidden from them. On the other side of the pavilion, a few members of the Satoru family were having their own discussions. Yusuke Satoru, the youngest child of Tsuyoshi Satoru, was having a small argument with his elder brother. We should be in there with them. We should be by Pop's side. What if that bastard Yamamoto influenced Ryoma? We don't know anything for sure, so we can't trust anyone. Kazuki Satoru shook his head. No. You're impatient, Yusuke. The negotiations have only just started. And Ryoma is a man with an irreproachable record. Taichi, the head manager and the advisor of the Satoru Corporation, also weighed in. He is right, Master Yusuke. That man is trustworthy. It's one of the reasons we chose him. It doesn't matter. We shouldn't be even talking about an alliance with them. They're our enemies. Within a few more years we can take over their business. Yusuke made his argument. He was against this whole thing and only came due to his father. You gave up your position in the company so you do not have a say in how these negotiations go. Don't forget that. Mika Satoru, the middle child and only daughter of Tsuyoshi, spoke looking at her little brother. Yusuke clenched his fist hearing that argument. Several years ago he had made a grave mistake and it cost his company a great deal. He had to pay for it by removing himself from the business his family had built. The young man clenched his fist and walked away from his family. He came near his friend who was enjoying the drinks and food. Yeesh. You look like you want to stab someone. Yuta Jinjara, the close friend of Yusuke, spoke with a grin. The youngest son of Tsuyoshi calmed down and kept a neutral expression. Yusuke knew he had to keep the arguments with his family under wraps. It was a private matter between his siblings. But even though he was keeping calm on the outside, inside he was very angry. They don't even value my opinions anymore. Come on. Of course they do. They're family. Look! You guys might have arguments, but I have no doubt that they value your contributions. Cheer up, man. This isn't the end of the world. Yuta reassured his friend. Yusuke snorted and smirked when he heard that. It could be for our company if this alliance comes about. I won't trust the Hydses to not stab us in the back. You're being dramatic. Your father is a smart man. I'm sure he can handle it. Your brother and sister are with him and I'm sure they'll only make a decision only after hearing your opinions too. Yuta gave his friend a big smile and gave him a small glass of wine. Here. For now, have this and relax. Yusuke grinned as he looked at his closest friend. Well, at least I have you in my corner. He grabbed the glass and the two had a small toast. Let's get drunk. It was an hour after noon and at that moment he sensed several people entering the pavilion. Daichi immediately zeroed in on his client and saw that the man was slightly drunk but was still completely aware of everything. The other two were also in a similar state but they couldn't hide their flushed cheeks like the mediator. Ryoma clapped, gaining everyone's attention. Apologies for the delay. There was an important matter that had to be dealt with. The negotiations will resume tomorrow. In the meantime you are all welcome to enjoy this wonderful establishment. Saying nothing else, Ryoma turned around and kept walking with Kakashi beside him. In seconds Daichi also joined the two. As they left everyone's view Kakashi spoke. You deliberately chose that wine at the beginning, didn't you? It was your plan to get them to disagree with each other at first. Ryoma laughed when he heard that. Yes. I did some extensive research on the two as soon as the matter was brought to me. I knew Tsuyoshi liked the bejeweled earth nectar. And Yamamoto was a fan of sake similar to the flavor of the Thunder Spirit wine. I wanted them to disagree so that I could bring them together. By pulling out a wine at the end that was even better than all the previous ones. You didn't say which of the two wines were better. You just said to find the best one. Kakashi said as he walked. Ryoma nodded. Yes. By getting them to agree to something even as simple as a bottle of wine, I've created a small trust between the two. A small minuscule tiny wisp of trust. But trust nonetheless. And your stunt reduced the tension between the two even by a little. The diplomat lightly chuckled. That too. The smile slowly vanished and he got serious. But from this point forward things will become much more serious. There is a possibility that an attack will be coming. I'm not sure who the target is, but there are elements that want to see this alliance fall. That much I understood as soon as I walked into that hall. So be ready. Daichi and Kakashi nodded. The genin was impressed. This guy has good situational awareness and knows how to read people. Impressive. This mission might not be as boring as I thought. Chapter 250, Protect the Mediator 2. March 17th. It was morning and negotiations between the two parties had already begun. Daichi and two other guards stood in the shadows while the second-day negotiations were taking place. Ryoma was sipping his tea as he looked at the two heads of companies accompanied by their managers or advisors. I suggest that we begin this by addressing the primary concern that both sides have regarding this alliance and explore how we might resolve them for mutual benefit. Shall we? The two, along with Ryoma, discussed the disruption they've been causing to each other's business and product distribution network. As the hours progressed, Ryoma put forth an idea and the heads of the two corporations froze. There was tension in the room as the weight of years of rivalry hung in the air. You can't be serious. A merger. That's your proposal? That we merge our companies. The incredulity in Yamamoto's voice was mirrored on Tsuyoshi's face. What you're saying is impossible. Even if I were to forget what happened between our fathers, I won't forget everything that happened the last few decades. So I can't accept that. Tsuyoshi replied. The mediator chuckled as he looked at the two. Look at that. You two can agree on something. The two presidents weren't in a joking mood as both were sporting a stern expression. Ryoma decided to explain his decision. This rivalry began with your fathers. But they're both dead now and it serves no purpose to continue this feud. Your hate for each other stemmed from your fathers and I doubt I can do anything about that. But I can help your children. And how is that? Yamamoto asked. While an alliance would make sure that your businesses aren't interrupted and help you with expanding your reach, it is not truly binding. It can be broken if someone were to put pressure on it or if someone sees an opportunity to take a massive advantage of the other. Now there are risks, of course. If an alliance is formed and broken, then the third minister Lord Taji would be less than pleased. Especially because your corporations are the two biggest civilian companies in the land of fire and resource management. And you think a merger will solve our problems? Tsuyoshi slightly tilted his head and asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. It might not solve all the problems, but it will certainly help a great deal. You might not want a merger, but it's in your best interest. Ryoma looked at the two and took another sip from his cup. What do you mean? Yamamoto slowly leaned forward. Tsuyoshi too was waiting for the reply. Ryoma took out two thick documents from his scroll and handed them to the two presidents. Review that file and you'll understand. The two presidents along with their advisors quickly flipped through the pages and their eyes widened after a few minutes of reading. This is the growth rate and distribution control of your organizations this last decade and the projections for the next several years. Ryoma finished for them. He leaned forward and spoke. Right now the Satoru Corporation controls 23% of the market in the northern region and the Rising Sun control 22% in the southern region and its borders. If the two of you form an alliance, your production and distribution channels would expand to a little over 48%. But if you form a merger of your organizations, then that increases to over 65% in the next few years. Your profits would soar and you'd be able to take over other competitors looking to take you on. Daichi heard the numbers and did some rough calculations in his head. If the rumors about their current business turnovers are correct, then a merger would definitely be in their best interests. They might be an excellent investment opportunity. With their expanded resources, they'll be able to take over other competitors and will become the most prominent manufacturers in Fire Country. Well, aside from the shinobi contactors. The two presidents and their advisors looked at each other across the table. They looked at the numbers and realized the potential. Such profits would definitely help them increase their wealth and also with exporting their goods to other countries and competing with their businesses. But that was not all that was in the files Ryoma gave them. The mediator was silent for a few moments and then continued. If you do not merge and just form an alliance, it will set off a chain reaction that will force your competing businesses to make similar moves and they will try to overtake you. While this might seem like a good thing in the short term, in the long term it will become a problem. You'll be focused on battling enemies on two fronts. Ones from the outside and the ones from within your organizations that don't agree with an alliance. Your growth will stagnate. And if we stay the course and keep battling each other, then the organizations will see a decline starting next year and within the next decade will be out of business. Tsuyoshi said as he looked at the papers in his hands. Yamamoto put the file down and looked at the mediator. But you can't know all this for sure. These are just numbers on a paper. This hasn't happened. How can I be sure that it will go the way you said? Ryoma smirked. These aren't just some random numbers. Some of the best and brightest people came up with these after analyzing almost every aspect of your two organizations. They took all the data of your family and your business growth and transactions this previous decade and created a model that shows the growth these coming years. Daichi, who was in the shadows, was surprised to hear that. He knew exactly who his client was talking about. He's talking about business analysts. Taking historical data and using it to predict what might happen in the future or how an organization can move forward. In a world where math and physics take a back priority, I didn't think they would have guys like that. Were people like that always present, or is this something that came about because of my existence? Daichi decided to shove those thoughts to the back of his mind and concentrated on the meeting in front of him. Tsuyoshi and Yamamoto looked at each other in silence and with a stern gaze. Ryoma spoke again. I'm sure you'll want to discuss this with your families. So let's meet again in the evening. With that, the discussions had come to an end and Daichi escorted his client to his room. In a suite room on the upper floor of Paradise Inn, Yamamoto Hicher, his wife Naobi Hicher, their two children and Yamamoto's advisor Kodai Nunji were having a serious discussion. I don't agree with this, father. This could all be a ploy from Ryoma so that we would merge with the Satoru Corporation. Yakumi Hicher, the oldest son of the president, spoke. He was not happy with the idea of an alliance and a merger even less. Could this be something he would do to bolster his reputation? The younger son Yamaha Hicher asked the family business advisor. It's true that if we form an alliance or merger, it would increase Ryoma's reputation in the capital and thus his influence. But I'm not sure he would lie or make up the information on these documents to achieve that. Kodai Nunji gave his thoughts. So do you really think that if we don't form an alliance, we would be overtaken in the next few years? Naobi asked the man. It might be possible. There are many smaller companies looking to take a piece of our organization. But now that we know, if we adjust our strategies then maybe we can fight them. Kodai replied. What do you think, dear? Naobi turned to her husband. If we have to fight Satoru and everyone else, then we might not last past the next decade. But I'm sure Tsuyoshi has also come to this conclusion by now. To expand, we'll have to take over the businesses of the Satoru company. So a clash is inevitable. It's the same for them as well. But if neither of us attack the other, we could shore up our resources and battle the others, but with each year our company might stagnate in growth. An alliance is good, but logically, a merger is better. Yamamoto replied. Yakumi sighed, hearing that. For the record, I'm not happy with this. Yes. You've made that clear, my son. Still, I haven't decided anything yet. We'll see how these negotiations go. I'm sure an answer will present itself to us in time. Yamamoto said and leaned back in his comfy chair. In another part of the building where the Satoru family was residing, a similar discussion was taking place. Mika was looking through the documents that her father had brought. After several minutes she closed the files and gave her opinion. I have to give that man credit. He certainly did his research. These numbers aren't just random or fabricated. Based on the information present and the model they created, our profits would be in a decline starting within 13 months if we keep the status quo. Tsuyoshi sighed. As I feared. It seems at the very least an alliance is necessary. Pops, you're not actually considering this, are you? Yusuke was in disbelief as he heard his father. Yes, I am. We have to think about the future. If a merger is the only way to protect everything that our family built, then I have to consider that option. Grandfather would disagree. Yusuke spoke in a cold tone, looking at Tsuyoshi. Hana Satoru was shocked. Yusuke. The youngest son turned to his mother. Am I wrong, mother? You've known grandfather for a long time. Do you think he'd agree with this? At that moment Tsuyoshi spoke in a cold tone. He is not here. The future of the Satoru Corporation is my responsibility. and I will do what needs to be done. No. There has to be another way. We can't trust them. The president narrowed his eyes at the rebellious nature of the youngest child. I don't find your tone of voice acceptable, Yusuke. Yusuke clenched his fist and became silent, hearing the cold edge in his father's voice. Before he could say something and make it worse, his friend who was standing in the back came beside him and spoke. Apologies, sir. Yusuke is just a bit emotional right now. I'm sure he didn't mean any disrespect. I'm gonna borrow him for a while. Yuta spoke, and the next second he grabbed his friend and dragged him out of the room. Kazuki sighed, seeing the form of his younger brother and his friend disappear. Those two! The oldest son turned to his father. Yuta is right, Pops. Yusuke might seem angry, but he has the company's best interests at heart. Tsuyoshi sighed while his wife gently rubbed his hands, making him feel reassured. Do you think they'll go for it? Daichi asked the older man. We'll have to wait and see. They're not blind idiots. They'll want to see what I have in mind for the merger. And I'm not sure they'll agree when they hear my proposal. Ryoma gave the genin a cryptic reply. Daichi nodded, and as they made their way to the upper floor, the genin asked another question. Why did you ask me to accompany you to this meeting and not Sensei? It was actually your sensei's idea. You will understand when we reach my room. The two soon came to the top floor and stood in front of Ryoma's suite. Kakashi was leaning against the wall and reading his book as they came up. Is there anything suspicious? Ryoma asked the jonin. The silver-haired ninja put his orange book back in his pouch and nodded his head. I've examined the room thoroughly after you two left, and I found something strange. It's in the bathroom. Kakashi led the two to the bathroom and pointed at the bathtub. Yesterday I used my Sharingan on every inch of this suite, and today when I was inspecting everything I found some strange compound on the floor of the tub. Daichi, can you examine that? The genin nodded and placed his hands above the floor of the bathtub, and they started glowing blue. He immediately found a very thin layer of chemical coating at the bottom of the tub. Daichi analyzed the foreign compound, and in a couple minutes he knew what it was. He stood and turned to the two adults. It's a paralytic agent. It's a special custom-designed one that activates when it comes into contact with water, and it's absorbed through skin. It has no smell or color, and finding it is difficult if you don't know it's there. If you didn't have the Sharingan, then it would have been a lot more difficult to identify it. Daichi replied. Ryoma narrowed his eyes as he looked down. So essentially an almost untraceable paralysis poison. How did it get here? Kakashi was the one who answered that question. It wasn't here yesterday or this morning when you took a bath, or you would have suffered the side effects. My guess would be during the time we all had breakfast down in the pavilion. Ryoma looked at the two and spoke. There are 7 suites in this resort. Only Kotohaku knew I was staying in this room when we arrived. It was to minimize information leak and to avoid problems exactly like this. Only 2 families and guards of the corporations came, and no one left since. So unless the other rooms were also marked with this poison, we have to proceed on the assumption that I'm the target. Someone inside this building wants me dead, or at the very least make sure this meeting doesn't end with an alliance. Yeah, but with all the guards around this place, I can't believe someone managed to break into this room. Daichi said. He knew through his observation skill that the other guards the 2 families brought were far from incompetent. Ryoma sighed and sat on a nearby chair. Daichi thought for a few seconds, and another idea popped into his mind. Then again, I don't think someone broke in here. I found faint traces of chakra in this compound. I think this was part of a jutsu. Daichi said to the two. Kakashi was surprised when he heard that. My Sharingan saw minuscule traces of chakra, but not anywhere near enough to identify it. To think Daichi could find such faint traces as well. His techniques are impressive. Daichi tapped his chin and thought about what to do next, and he found a way. I might have an idea as to how it got here. Sensei, with your permission, I'd like to execute a plan I have in mind. Let's hear it. Kakashi and Ryoma paid attention as Daichi laid out his plan. After a few minutes they looked at each other and nodded. That could work. Ryoma said. Let's try it, Daichi. Kakashi said with an eye smile. It was evening and almost everyone was in the pavilion. They made polite conversations but were mostly sticking to the ones with their group. At this time they saw the mediator entering wearing new luxurious eye-catching clothes. Kakashi and Daichi were with him and they were calm as usual. Ryoma nodded to the people present and then glanced at the two family patriarchs. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? The mediator, Daichi, the two presidents and their guards began making their way to the private room to resume their discussion. As this was happening, someone who was standing somewhat away from them narrowed their eyes as they looked at Ryoma. Damn it! Did it not work? Did that man fail? From his appearance he looked like he took a bath in that tub. But he's fine. If he was poisoned, even if the two ninjas saved him, they would have made a fuss over it. But they don't seem concerned or anything. It looks like that man must have made a mistake. I need to contact him. The unknown person clenched their fist under the table and waited for his chance to exit the room without seeming suspicious. Kakashi was standing nonchalantly near the door guarding the meeting room with his book in his hand. Despite his aloof appearance, he was aware of everyone's movements in the room. If Daichi is right, then there might be another attack and this might be our only chance to catch the culprit. If he comes into contact with the enemy, I'll just have to trust that he can handle himself. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 11. Peace.